Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter Report live draft show, day one, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com. We are getting underway, and we are less than an hour until the 2023 NFL draft starts on night one. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is the face that runs the place at pewterreport.com. It is SR, Scott Reynolds. And Scott, we've been building up to this for months and months, and it is finally here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be drafting a new player tonight, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. It didn't happen last year on day one. If you remember, Logan Hall, the first selection of the Buccaneers happened with the first selection of day two, Matt. Yeah. With the Buccaneers trading out of the first rounds, and with Jacksonville Jaguars pick, they selected Logan Hall out of Houston, the defensive tackle, with the first pick of the second round. So hopefully we'll see a pick tonight, and we're not wasting our time here, although, there may be a trade down. I think a lot of Buccaneer fans would be curious to see that and to see what would transpire if the Buccaneers did trade back, how far they would trade back, what they would acquire. I can tell you this, Matt. Jason Licht, he's got a little bit of OCD, and that the fact he doesn't have that fourth rounder from trading it last year to get back into the fifth round to get Zion McCollum, that's itching at him a little bit. He wants to get a fourth rounder because you know what? The Bucs were spoiled a little bit last year, right? They had the top pick on day three, that first pick on in the fourth round, and they got Cade Otton from Washington, another one of our Bucs best bets. We nailed both of those guys. And this year, without a pick until the fifth round, boy, Jason Licht, Todd Bowles, John Spytek, Mike Beal, everybody up there in the Bucs brass at the Advent Health Training Center would be waiting a long time before a pick. So I would like to think that they're going to come away with the fourth round pick, or maybe trade some of those day three picks and get up into the fourth round.
If you're watching on the screen right now, that's kind of the face that Jason Licht makes when he's angry that he doesn't have a fourth round pick or just any pick in one specific round. And Scott, you said it best the other day when we were on the Pewter Report podcast. You were saying he's Trader Jason for a reason. Like Jason Licht continuously makes trades year in and year out. You just identified some of them last year, the Luke Gedeke trade as well. I mean, Vita Vea, I believe there was a trade involved when they got him. Obviously, Tristan Wirfs in 2020. One of the greatest one pick ahead trade of all time. I'm willing to say it right now. The greatest one pick ahead trade in the history of the NFL, at least certainly in Tampa Bay. So a lot of exciting things to get into for tonight's show. Who will the Bucs pick? What position will they trade back? I do think if they were going to trade, they'd rather kind of trade back, as you alluded to, recoup that fourth round pick, or maybe bunch a couple of picks together if there's someone specifically that they like. But this draft, whether it's the Buccaneers or pretty much outside the Panthers with the first pick, the draft really starts with the Texans and that second pick. But this draft is going to be very, very unpredictable, and we appreciate all the Pewter people that are watching this show tonight. Going to be a lot of fun. Myself and Scott are on right now, but we're going to have a rotating cast throughout all 3 days. Josh Capo's in the building. Bailey Adams is in the building. J.C. Allen as well. And we can't forget Adam Slavon, Mr. Thursday Night as well. So going to be an awesome time. See a lot of people in the chats too. Already fired up and excited. So please let us know who you think they're going to pick, who you want them to pick. And just a friendly reminder, if you really want to get your voice heard, we'll put up some comments throughout the whole show. But super chats get to cut the line.
That's right.
And as Anakin's Hyper says, hit that like. Hit the like button, please. Help us out with our all of our analytics and fun stuff. And Pedro, let's just get right into it. Pedro asks, any truth to the Quentin Johnston rumors? That's kind of been boiling over the last 2 hours or so, Scott.
I put a tweet out there with Quentin Johnston, the TCU wide receiver, with some eyeballs. Hey, look at this. This is interesting. Tony Pauline, good friend of mine, has done a great draft work over the years. Who's with Pro Football Network right now. Told me that from his contacts around the league, not necessarily in Tampa Bay, but around the league, and sometimes that's where you get some scoop, right? Because just like the Buccaneers are trying to figure out who everyone else is drafting, because that helps set up their board on in the draft and help maneuver in the first round and in second, third rounds, et cetera. other teams are trying to do the same thing. So he has heard and has reported and tipped me off earlier today that the feeling around the league is that the Buccaneers are enamored with TCU wide receiver Quentin Johnston. And I watched a lot of TCU film. I'm a Big 12 guy. I saw them play Kansas State twice this year. And Quentin Johnston really gave Julius Brents, the Kansas State cornerback who's rising up draft boards, all he could handle. Hell of a player. I mean, he's a really good player. I'm not sure this year. Well, first of all, it's not a great wide receiver draft.
No, it's not.
And really, there aren't a lot of great caliber wide receivers. I think you might see 1, 2, maybe 3 in the first round, but it's not like other years where the position's been flooded.
Last year it was insane.
Yeah.
Like when you talk about just the run on them, and
right.
the way it panned out, Garrett Wilson winning Rookie of the Year. Drake London was the first wide receiver off the board that went to the rival Atlanta Falcons.
Chris Olave
as well.
Saints,
yeah, a lot of wide receivers going to the NFC South. But that won't be the case this year.
You're right. And there's no Jamar Chase this year. There's no, Justin Jefferson, right? There's no really big-time alpha wide receiver. The thing I'll say, though, is this. Does it make sense to draft what really could be the 4th wide receiver on the depth chart in the first round when you have other needs elsewhere? That's a tough one. If you want to look at this for a long-term perspective, though, right? Dave Canales, he's used to having DK Metcalf, a big, fast guy. The Bucs already have one of those guys in Mike Evans, but Evans will be 30 this year. He's in the last year of his contract. I'm pretty sure he's going to return. I don't think the Bucs are going to be parting ways with him. Remember, he's Jason Light's first ever draft pick as general manager, right? So there's some
a sentimental
real
feeling to it. Without
the Glazers, they love Mike. The fans love him. He is Mr. Buccaneer right now, I think, for this franchise. And when you look at Chris Godwin, I think he was playing better at the end of the year as opposed to the beginning of the year. Russell Gage, we'll have to wait and see. They'd have to kind of sell me on their reasoning for doing that in the first round. If they trade back and they want to get him towards the end of the first round and they've picked up some other hauls, that's a different story.
You read my mind talking about are you really going to draft for a 4th wide receiver? Because as I was driving over here, my initial thought outside of, man, how am I going to get through this traffic? My other initial thought was, are they really going to spend a first-round pick on wide receiver 4 that at best beats out Russell Gage for wide receiver 3? I don't see it in the cards.
I think
this is lying season. Yeah,
I really do. This is something that surfaced today that they did not, to our knowledge, did not bring in Quentin Johnston for a top 30 visit. Don't believe they interviewed him formally at the Combine either. So this is something that if they're serious about Quentin Johnston, they've done a fantastic job of disguising their intentions, right? Up until the last minute. But the fact that this pops up today tells me this is a smoke screen that Jason Licht and the Bucs are putting out there, maybe to entice a team, Matt, around number 19 to possibly trade up to get him. Maybe they're trying to do some fishing right now, trying to find a trade partner so they can trade down and, again, try to get an extra 3rd or 4th round pick and get maybe an Anton Harrison a little bit later.
Exactly. Because you know what? It's lying season, but it's also panic season. Like, you've seen teams before freak out and be like, we got to get this guy, or we got to trade up or move around. So that could definitely get into the heads of other teams. I mean, we talked about last year, the Bucs making the trade with the Jaguars. The general consensus was that the Bucs fleeced the Jacksonville Jaguars to get more picks, and then going with Logan Hall. Josh Capo of PewterReport.com was kind enough to remind us that Quentin Johnston is 34 on Dane Brugler's consensus board, 20 on the overall consensus, and 30 on his own big board. Make sure you check out Josh Capo's big board and his mock draft on PewterReport.com. Got a couple super chats we got to get to. First of all, Christopher Oxentine, shout out to you.
Overland Park, Kansas.
Yeah, he's at the draft right now, saying that there's a lot of Bucs fans. That is awesome. Yes. Christopher, I remember you saying that on recent shows. So have a great time, and thanks for watching too. A little multitasking at the moment. We got to get to Josh S. as well. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat, Josh. Appreciate that. Josh says, biggest Bucs surprise you could see happening tonight. Well, Scott, you wrote about this a little bit with just your draft insider and really a lot of things that you've written on PewterReport.com in the past week or month.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel Forbes is a player that the Bucs like. I know that they like him. I don't know how much they like him. He certainly fits some needs, right? I think with his size, you could maybe move him inside. He's quick enough and fast enough to cover slot receivers. The only problem is he's the kind of guy that you want to run at, right? At 166 pounds, just over 6 feet tall. He is, when we say light, I mean, there's light like Devontae Smith, right? Light.
Yes.
And then there's 166-pound light. This kid is a twig.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 16 career interceptions is no joke. 6 of them, not a typo, 6 of them have been returned for pick sixes. So this guy is a big play waiting to happen. He can hold up outside, and that might be where you want to play him because he doesn't have to be as involved in the running game if he does play in the slot. Matt, the concern is he's really reachable for the tight ends, right? For the fullbacks, for the pulling tackles to get to and just clear out a huge running lane. So the Bucs want to get faster on both sides of the ball. He's the kind of guy that'll do it, right? 4.35 speed. That's up there with Deonte Banks. And the interceptions, this is a team that regressed, Matt, from 17 interceptions in 2021 to 10 last year. Remember, they had 3 interceptions in week 2. They had one interception.
After that, just plummeted.
One interception in week 1. That was Antoine Winfield. They had 3 interceptions in week 2. Logan Ryan had an interception against the Packers. Then you had Sean Murphy-Bunting's interception against Patrick Mahomes and garbage time in the fourth quarter. So that's 3, 4, 5. That's 6 interceptions in the first 4 games of the season. Mm-hmm. Then they had, 4 the rest of the way. So,
right. And you had, I remember just off the top of my head, the Carlton Davis tipped interception and the Mike Edwards game against Cleveland, where it was just a halftime Hail Mary.
Right.
And, nothing really came about it. For me, I know Jason Licht said that this has been the deepest tight end class over the last 10 years. I'd just be a little surprised in general if the Bucs took a tight end in the first round with the fact that it's so deep. I mean, I get it. Laporta is super, super exciting. Right. He's a Bucs best bet. Would really add to the receiving game. Kincaid dealing with some injuries, but again, just like an all-out wide receiver, that would be fun to watch. But I just feel like the Bucs have so tight end every single year. But with the other positions that they have to fill, at this point, a tight end, they're looking for someone to complement K-Dot. They don't need someone to come in and just all of a sudden be the guy, be the next Rob Gronkowski. And Kincaid would be a lot of fun. He actually talked a lot at the Combine about K-Dot and just being over, in that area. Utah, obviously, K-Dot and playing at Washington had a lot of respect for what he can do. Definitely an exciting tight end class, but we got days in rounds 2 and 3 and days 2 and 3 to talk further about tight end. So I'd be a little bit surprised there.
Yeah, I would too. And, I think another thing that would be a surprise is if they went, say, an edge rusher, if they went an outside linebacker, right? And we've talked about some of these guys that they like, the Will McDonald's, the Felix and Udike Uzamas, but, Miles Murphy from Clemson, that's a guy that we have not heard any buzz about whatsoever. He's a good athlete. He's fast. He's got the measurables. The tape is very inconsistent. I don't think that Clemson's one of those weird schools.
They're just anti-Bucs.
Well, you've got Grady Jarrett, who's a really fantastic defensive lineman, but they put so many guys into the NFL along the defensive line that have really kind of underwhelmed. And going back to Gaines Adams, who was the Bucs' first-round pick way back in 2007, if my memory serves. So I'm just not enamored by him. There's an awful lot of outside linebackers I like better. I like Derek Hall better from Auburn.
Yeah.
So
Josh Capo gave a fist bump.
That would be a surprise, to me, to see them get an outside linebacker who's not some of these guys that we're a little higher on and we profiled, Matt.
We got another super chat to get to. Thank you to Bucs Basement for the $1.99 super chat. Bucs Basement says, so how sure are we taking an O lineman in round 1? Yeah, there's been a couple of offensive linemen that the Bucs have really been connected to, most notably my personal favorite, Darnell Wright out of Tennessee, Anton Harrison from Oklahoma as well, and Broderick Jones, too, out of Georgia. Those seem to be the big three that could potentially fall to the Buccaneers. More than likely, only one will be available by the time the Bucs pick at 19. So how sure are we that the Bucs are taking an offensive lineman? I feel pretty strong that if one of those three are there, that's going to be the pick for the Bucs, unless Brian Branch is still available. That could be the entire, I don't want to say curveball, because we've talked a lot about Brian Branch. He's been in mock drafts. We've written about him. It wouldn't be shocking if the Bucs picked Brian Branch. I think more the fact that if he's still there, and if you're deciding between offensive tackle and safety, that's going to be a very, very interesting conversation between Jason Licht, Todd Bowles, and the rest of the front office.
The thing, too, is, Matt, is they have a need, right, at offensive tackle right now. From what I understand, the Bucs don't believe Darnell Wright's going to be there. They feel like that he is going to be probably the second offensive tackle off the board. Now, I'm considering Skronski from Northwestern to be a guard, and that's how the Bucs look at him as well. So you've got Paris Johnson, who's going to be that first offensive tackle taken, and then probably Wright, and then there's a chance Broderick Jones is number 3, or maybe it's Anton Harrison. One of those two guys probably will be available to the Buccaneers at number 19. From the conversations I've had, they believe it's probably more likely to be Anton Harrison, and that's why we have him in the pick. Jason Licht likes to build through the trenches, right? He's got an offensive lineman's mentality.
Yes, he does.
Played guard at Nebraska. And if you look, Matt, at his track record at drafting offensive linemen, all of his premium picks, and what I mean by that is day 1 and day 2, that's rounds 1 through 3, all of those picks have turned into starters.
Yes.
Now, the day 3 guys, the Kevin Pamples and all that, you got to kind of disregard those, the Caleb Benenox, because they're drafted on day 3. Anytime you draft anybody on day 3, the percentages of them making the team or even starting go way down. That's why they're day 3 picks. But you look at starting in 2015, Donovan Smith at left tackle in the second round, Ali Marpet in the second round, the guard. Then you've got Alex Kappa, third round pick. He ended up being a starter. And you've got Tristan Wirfs, who obviously not just was a starter, is an all-pro / Hall of Fame guy if he stays healthy. And then Robert Hainsey also became a starter. And then Luke Gedeke, right? I mean, say what you want about Gedeke. His story is not finished being written yet. But every single player he's drafted in the first, second, or third round has been a starter. And you look at this offensive tackle class, Matt, and there is a drop-off in talent after you get to Broderick Jones, Anton Harrison, then maybe Matthew Bergeron, and see a guard or a tackle. DeJuan Jones, I don't think
that's what I was thinking of.
I don't think he's a system fit because of the movement that you have to have with the wide zone running scheme. I just think there's a big drop off there. Then you're looking at Blake Freeland, who's a very good athlete, but the film suggests he needs to add more strength and more size. So I think Jason Licht, you look at the fact that he got rid of Donovan Smith, traded Shaq Mason. I think he's got to replenish that offensive line here, man.
I think it has to be the case more than anything else. And I like DeJuan Jones. He balled out at the Senior Bowl to the point. Every year at the Senior Bowl, there's one player that does so well on the first 2 days of practice that he doesn't have to practice on the third.
That was him.
Yeah, that was him
this year. 1 day.
Yeah, exactly.
he called it a week. So.
I remember it was Jermaine Johnson last year from Florida State. It was DeJuan Jones this year. But I think what it really comes down to for me is you had the big number of tackles like we just talked about. If you missed the boat on them, then you're like in a really, really tough spot to find another one. And you need to find your next starting offensive tackle, unless the Bucs truly believe in Matt Filer, who they signed in free agency about a month ago. And he does have starting experience, both at guard and at offensive tackle, but he hasn't played tackle in a while. He did transition over to guard. So, sure, I believe he can get back to it. But is that the guy that you want as either your left tackle or now you have risks on both sides because Tristan moving over to the left side, and we all believe in Tristan Wirfs, but I don't know if that's exactly what you want to go into with just 2 question marks at offensive tackle. And at safety on the other side, we talked a lot about some of the other guys in this year's draft that could be there in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round that you at least feel comfortable with being on this team. I mean, we talked about the late round gems like Jordan Whitehead with the Bucs a couple of seasons ago, Mike Edwards as well, and they got contracts from other teams. It seems like the Bucs and Jason Licht can go back to the well with that, partially because Todd Bowles loves the safety position, probably more than any other position on an NFL roster.
He was a safety, won a Super Bowl with the Washington Redskins back in the day. The interesting thing about Jason Licht, we talked about his track record of drafting offensive linemen in those first 3 picks, Matt, and he's done really, really well. But he's actually 4 for 4 on safeties. All 4 of the safeties he's drafted have been starters. Started with Justin Evans, the 2nd round pick back in 2017. And if not for that foot injury, who knows how he would have performed for the Buccaneers. The arrow was pointing up. He's a very athletic guy. That foot injury, though, it just really kind of derailed his career. Hasn't been the same player since. Then you look at the fact you mentioned Mike Edwards. They drafted him in the 3rd round, Jordan Whitehead in the 4th round. And then this guy named, what's his name? Anton Winfield. Yeah, he's pretty good, right? Drafted him in the 2nd round.
His son's good, too.
Yeah. Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah,
all 4 of those guys ended up being starters, and 3 of them, with the exception of Justin Evans, who wasn't on the team, but those 3 guys, Winfield Jr., Edwards, and Whitehead, helped this Buccaneer team win a Super Bowl. So he's 4 for 4 drafting safeties.
Yes, he is.
And they're going to draft the safety at some point in time this year. And we'll see if he can go for 5 for 5. But it's been his best position in terms of hitting on guys. And you mentioned Edwards and Whitehead moved on to other teams, but got contracts. And we're back.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Licht hit so well on safeties that it shook the foundation of the Buccaneers facility where we are at right now. And I was going to say before we lost connection for a second, safeties and offensive linemen is what they really hit on, at least in recent years for the Bucs, the Bucs brass, we should say. Peter asks, potential trade up. I just don't see a trade up really happening for the fact that, like we talked about earlier, they don't have that 4th round pick. So, at that point, you're probably trading either a 2nd or a 3rd. And, they have multiple like 6th round picks, which when you're moving up that early in the draft, like that's not really a bargaining chip too much, I would say. So I don't really foresee the Bucs moving up unless tackles really start flying off the board. Yeah. And I don't see that being the case.
Yeah, I agree. When we're talking about the 1st round picks and all that, we would be remiss if we didn't let you know that Celsius should be your 1st round pick. On the way here, I had Celsius number 2 today. This is the brand new Oasis Vibe. And folks, it has quickly moved into my top 5 Celsius flavors. It's the new Oasis Vibe Sparkling Prickly Pear and Lime, available only at Target right now. And we want you to make Celsius your number 1 pick. Arctic Vibe, that's right. Arctic Vibe ended up being the winner of our poll question. We had a poll question marathon this week in terms of finding out Pewter Report readers' favorite flavors of Celsius, and Arctic Vibe prevailed. Got down to the final four, which was Arctic Vibe, Tropical Vibe, which came in second. Orange, Sparkling Orange came in third. That's my favorite. And then Sparkling Grape. So according to the Pewter Report readers, Arctic Vibe, the number one pick among Pewter Report readers. That's a heck of a flavor. All the vibes are good, Matt, whether it's Tropical Vibe, Oasis Vibe,
Peach.
the new one, Peach Vibe, the new Fantasy Vibe. It's fantastic. And we want you guys to get with the program and find out which Celsius flavor you like the best. And you can do that by going to Celsius.com, clicking on the store locator. And once you get there, type in your address. You have all of these different locations pop up, whether they're health and fitness stores, whether they're grocery stores, convenience stores, or
your bodega.
So, and once you find the flavors that you like, what you can do is you can order them in bulk, and they'll ship them to you using the subscribe and save method. Save some money on Amazon, or you can go to Instacart and get your Celsius. So tons of ways to get Celsius. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report. And folks, there's not going to be a sugar crash in here tonight. You know why? Because there's no sugar in Celsius. It's fantastic energy, the essential energy you need without the sugar crash.
That is right. I will admit, Arctic Vibe, my number one favorite flavor. That is what I voted for in this very fun draft. As you see it on the screen, number one, the Arctic Vibe, fantastic. Strawberry lemonade, a very, very close second. Just love the dual flavor combo. Hits quick, hits fast, hits well.
Your third round pick is
the sparkling wild berry, also the blueberry pomegranate as well. Kind of tastes similar to the Arctic Vibe. So I just love the Arctic Vibe so much that when I run out, I want to get something close to it. Sparkling peach vibe, of course, can't go wrong with the peach flavor. Peach mango as well. Orange was like one of the first one I had. Orange put me on the map for Celsius energy drinks, which, obviously I'm a big fan of. The taste of Celsius, I think I enjoy even more than like what it does for you. Watermelon, can't go wrong. Great to mix with really anything. And the Tropical Vibe, first of all, Tropical Vibe might be number one in terms of the look of the can. It's got that like Miami Vice type of feel. So those are my top 7. Let us know what your favorites are too, because there's so many flavors that we could fill a room with the flavors of Celsius that they make.
No doubt about it. And we do appreciate Celsius for being the official sponsor of the live draft show that you're watching. And thank you all for tuning in, Pewter people. We love you guys. This is going to be a fun 3-day experience here. We've got the entire Pewter Report staff in the building. We're going to hear from Josh Capo a little bit once the Buccaneers are on the clock, and we'll rotate some of the other Pewter reporters in over the next 3 days to get their insights on what the Bucs have done in the draft, what the NFC South teams have done in the draft, and which players have shocked and surprised us all by going in the first round that we didn't expect, or to the teams we didn't expect them to go to.
And I do think there will be surprises, just because some of the teams picking early tend to kind of, light the world on fire in the first place. And that leads us into the super chat from Tall Florida Guy. Thank you very much, Tall Florida Guy, for the $4.99 super chat. They want to know, do you see any of the quarterbacks dropping? I'm thinking either Levis or Richardson will drop. Yeah, it's funny because it hasn't been the case in Pewter Report's mock drafts, but in general, I've been seeing more and more mock drafts pop up where Anthony Richardson goes to the Bucs or Will Levis goes to the Bucs. And I understand they need to replace Tom Brady. They need to find the quarterback of the future, but they got the intermediate future at the moment with Baker Mayfield and former Florida Gator Kyle Trask, who Anthony Richardson actually spoke very highly of in a recent interview, talking about when he first entered into Florida. I don't really see either one dropping all the way to 19, more because anything else, like I was talking about before, where people panic. Some teams just think we have to get a quarterback. We absolutely have to get a quarterback. So they'd rather reach for a quarterback they don't truly believe in than just kind of either wait for the next year or wait till a later round where they really find their type of guy. So I don't necessarily know if we see one that drops all the way, when the Bucs are picking at 19, but you never know.
Yeah, we got a question here from Mark Fisher, who donates to the site. We appreciate that,
Thank you, Mark.
What do the Bucs want first if we draft one? Or a linebacker type on the line, or a defensive end type who can also cover? The positions seem to have morphed. Yeah, that's one thing that Todd Bowles really asks out of his outside linebackers, just to drop in coverage. You remember back in 2021, Matt, Shaq Barrett had an interception in the regular season, also had an interception in the
game against the Eagles.
Yeah.
That was an awesome interception too. Like, he really had to get up after that one to find it. That's
one of the things that they liked about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was his ability to drop in coverage, his range. He doesn't have a pick yet. I think they'd like to see him get more sacks and then maybe a pick, but maybe in that order. But yeah, they do look for guys that have some really good movement skills, because they will do a lot of zone blitzing where you'll have an inside linebacker come and an outside linebacker drop and replace. We've even seen Vita Vea, the nose tackle, drop in coverage in the shallow middle. So not that Vita Vea has got great coverage ability, but we do see Todd Bowles do a little bit of everything. We've even seen Vita Vea blitz from the linebacker level before.
Yeah.
So he does like those outside linebackers to be very athletic, very fast. And I think overall they're looking to get faster on defense, faster on offense. So that's one of the things. Now, a 40-yard dash time, Matt, does not always translate to
Brian Branch,
getting to the quarterback.
Different position, but Brian Branch did not have a good 40-yard dash, and I don't think that's going to prohibit teams from really drafting him. To answer Mark's question, I get what you're saying about an outside linebacker and coverage. Scott, you just alluded to everything Shaq Barrett did. We all loved when, even though Steve McClendon's a defensive tackle, when Steve McClendon got that interception against the Giants, or JPP, and it's like, how could he get an interception in the first place? But like, I don't look at the end all be all of, oh, he's an edge rusher. Like, he has to be able to cover. Like, I would rather have a guy that sinks his teeth in and is a maniac getting after the quarterback, and then you work on the drop and coverage thing. Because typically, if an outside linebacker is dropping in coverage, and we just talked about all the different looks and schemes and chaos that Todd Bowles likes to drum up, typically an outside linebacker is dropping back like in zone, or it's supposed to be a little bit of a surprise. It's not supposed to be like, oh, well, when we game plan for this team, we can't throw to the right side because Shaq Barrett's on that side. So that's kind of how I look at it. But speaking of linebackers, we got a super chat from T, who I believe used to go by Tony. So a little bit of a brand change here, like P. Diddy going to Diddy. Anyway, T, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, got to draft Jack Campbell solely for the nickname Captain Jack. Buccaneer merch would be glorious. I absolutely love that. One of my favorite Billy Joel songs is Captain Jack. Captain Jack can get you high tonight, which that will be one of the songs for the podcast if he gets drafted. But as a player himself, I mean, he's a guy that we've been talking about a fair amount, where if the Bucs do go the linebacker route, Jack Campbell might be your number one guy that the Bucs bring in to really potentially replace Devin White, and then also quite possibly replace Levante David after this season. I know we've talked a lot about it. I also can see Levante playing for like another 3 years just because he's Levante and he'll never say die and just keep going and going. But eventually at some point they're going to have to replace one, if not both. And Jack Campbell is an old school type of linebacker, Scott. So old school, he doesn't have social media or doesn't really care for it. And I can see really all of the Bucs coaches and front office really enjoying that aspect of him.
Yeah, I mean, this team, they really do like Devin White. I mean, just as a person, he's not a bad guy. They like Devin. And I think when you look at this is a contract thing. And the only thing that concerns me about Devin White is he was clear coming out of LSU at his pro day, speaking there before he was even drafted. He said he wanted to be a $100 million player in the NFL, and whoever drafts him, he's going to be gunning for the money, right? And right on cue, he's gunning for the money even right now. Well, he should be playing on his fifth-year option. So Devin White has taken to social media. He's done a lot of chirping about his contract. He's very unhappy. My guess is, Matt, he is not participating in these
OTAs,
voluntary workouts. I don't think he'll be at the OTAs because they're voluntary. We'll see if he shows up for the mandatory minicamp in June or for training camp, which of course is also mandatory. We'll see. But when you read Dane Brugler's draft guide, which is called The Beast, which is a
fantastic,
must read for the Pewter Report staff, and we encourage all of you all to read it as well. This is what they have to say about some of the strengths that Jack Campbell, and we love his tape, right? You turn on the highlight reel, you put on the games, and Jack Campbell's a hell of a player. I think he probably could be the first linebacker off the board. If not, he'll be number 2 or 3. Probably in the early to mid-second round. But this is what Dane Brugler writes, and he does a lot of intel gathering. He says, elite toughness, 2-year team captain in high school and again in college. Not very vocal, but his teammates say he sets the tone with tremendous effort, and his coaches call him an amazing practice player. Iowa head coach Kirk Ferentz said, everything he does, he goes hard. And then this is what really sold me, Matt. Egoless and humble off the field. He didn't pursue any NIL deals, and he considers social media a distraction. Film study is the foundation of his game. So that says an awful lot to me about the kind of player and the kind of person that you're getting with Jack Campbell. And the guy can cover. He's actually probably more elite in terms of coverage than he is as a player who can really get after the run and come downhill. He's a big guy, almost 6'5", 250 pounds. He's kind of a throwback body. He looks like a thumper, but he's actually quite agile and really good in coverage.
Yeah, he's kind of the exact opposite of Devin White, not caring about social media. I mean, the worst thing you can have is the disease of me. And we already talked about Devin, how it's kind of crazy that he just jumped the gun and went straight to demanding a trade versus sitting out and everything else in between. And then kind of went about it, commenting on the Philadelphia Eagles social media when things went wrong. So the only thing that would concern me, not from like a physical or a playing standpoint, just the fact that love the fact that he's humble and he cares.
No doubt.
And he's a team guy. The fact that he, is more leads by example, not crazy vocal. I think at the time right now, at the present, the Bucs leaders, especially on defense, are more lead by example. And that's not necessarily a bad thing,
right?
But I think you do need that rah-rah, adrenaline in your face type of guy. Like Nacho, no one would mistake as like a team captain, but he brought that Energizer Bunny mentality. I think Devin White, when Devin's feeling it, can be that guy to a degree as well. JPP, when he was on the team, he's very much fire and brimstone in your face. And I'm not saying a guy has to come in and be the loudest dude in the room, but I think you already have that with Levante, with Vita Vea,
Shaq Barrett.
The secondary, I think, is very kind of not standoffish by any means, but they're a little more to themselves. They like have a fun competition with each other. And so, I want that type of like loudmouth, just rah type of dude. And I'm not saying the Bucs shouldn't draft him because of it. It's just something in my head that I think about when you read up on his intangibles.
No doubt. Well, we're about 15 minutes away from the official start of the NFL draft. And of course, they'll do all of the introductions, and then they'll make the Carolina Panthers wait 15 minutes to draft Bryce Young from Alabama, the quarterback. That is who we believe not just we, but everybody on Twitter and the media is reporting that it looks like Bryce Young will be the first overall pick to the Carolina Panthers. And it's interesting, Matt, because you've got a team now in Carolina that they're going to be having a very small quarterback. He's mobile, but not a scrambler, right? He's not the type of guy that is going to hurt you with the speed. He's not Lamar Jackson by any means, but and he's small, which means he'll probably have to operate from the shotgun. And so who is he going to throw to, right? You've got Adam Thielen there, who certainly is a good, capable wide receiver, still probably a really good red zone threat in this day and age. I want to say he's at least 30, probably on the other side of 30. But you look at the Panthers roster, they're really going to have to build around him. That offensive line, too, probably needs a little bit of work. We'll see how productive Bryce Young can be. Listen, he tore up my Kansas State Wildcats. That was no surprise. That was his last game of the year, last game of his college career. He didn't even need that game, right? He didn't have to play. Wish he wouldn't have, but he went in there and just carved up a really good Kansas State defense. He's a really good quarterback. He's a formidable guy. He's very smart. He's savvy. He's got the intangible qualities you look for. But at his frame, can he hold up? We're seeing with even slightly bigger quarterback from Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa from down there in Miami now. He's had some concussion issues. Mm-hmm. I'm just a little concerned about how Bryce Young's going to hold up. He's under 200 pounds.
Right. I know I was watching the Dan Patrick show the other day, and Dan was talking to Merrill Hodge, and Merrill Hodge is a very, I don't want to say no nonsense, but he doesn't like come across as he's trying to really send a message about anything. And he said, if you draft Bryce Young, like, you have to prepare to like play a couple of games where you're going to go with your backup quarterback. And he's a very exciting player to watch. And he worked with, anytime you get a quarterback from Alabama, you know that he worked with a lot of talent around him. When you look at the wide receivers and the running backs and just the Heisman in general that came out of that school. So that's always like the concern with the quarterback that comes from that school. Now, Tua, it definitely took him a while, but then what did they do? They placed a lot of great weapons around him, and they were damn good when Tua was healthy. It really is scary when it's so funny. And you would know this well, Scott. Like, it was really unfair to Doug Flutie back in the day. Like, Doug Flutie was a small quarterback, couldn't get a chance to be like a starter. And now in today's NFL, like Kyler Murray gets the big contract. Sure. Bryce Young is kind of getting into the situation as well. And it's so interesting. The game obviously has evolved. There's a lot more QB motion in general that's important. I just don't know who's going to throw to in Carolina. Now, granted, that was the situation last year, and the Bucs still screwed it up. There's nothing about the Panthers' offense that still worries me when it comes to Tampa Bay playing against them, even if they have a rookie quarterback. Like, Trevor Lawrence was the surest thing in the past couple of years at quarterback, and the Jaguars still stunk the following year.
There's been a couple of undersized quarterbacks. Go back to Fran Tarkenton back in the day with the Vikings. Then really Drew Brees helped pave the way for quarterbacks that are around 6 feet tall. And then you've had Russell Wilson have some success, right? Yeah. And then you see the drafting of Baker Mayfield 6'1", and Kyler Murray and some of these smaller guys. And the advent of to get rid of the ball quickly. These quarterbacks, they're not having to stand in the pocket, do 7-step drops, and hang on to the ball and let the receivers work downfield. So it's a completely different era of quarterbacks now. And, it's going to be interesting to see. We know that Bryce Young is going to go first. Where is C.J. Stroud going to go? Is he going to go number 2 overall to the Texans, or is it going to be a situation where the Texans might want to get their quarterback at number 12?
Yeah,
right?
that's the whole caveat in this, is that he can come in, or the Texans can come in at any moment, as we are making a change. Josh Capo is about to join us in just a moment. There's a couple of teams like Seattle, for example. When they pick, I believe they pick at 5. I'll double check on that. But like when Seattle picks, they don't need a quarterback, but they very likely could if they're in love with one of those guys. And Geno Smith isn't under contract for crazy long. I just wanted to address this comment from Mr. Angle 333. He said Jalen Hurts would say different. Well, Jalen Hurts got hurt, no pun intended. Jalen Hurts got hurt last year as well. And granted, he was healthy enough to make it back for the playoffs, and then they made it to the Super Bowl. But the younger guys that aren't as heavy, they end up getting injured. And when you look across the board, we got Josh Capo on the show now, the Celsius Pewter Report live draft show, of course, energized by Celsius. Josh, how do you look at this quarterback class in general, and your thoughts about Young going to Carolina? Presumably, that's kind of what we all think. Lay it on us, my man.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like Young had some of the best tape out of all of the quarterbacks coming out. Pocket presence, decision making, touch on his throws, read progression, all of that. For me, he ended up as my QB3, and it did come down to his size and not so much the height. You know, Scott did a great job of kind of listing out a ton of the quarterbacks who have been successful at or around 6 feet. But again, when you look at the list of guys sub 200 pounds, they all evaporate, right? There just haven't been any quarterbacks. Even Kyler Murray came in at over 200. And while Hurts, I want to say his weigh-in was like 195, 196. I'll have to double check that. Or not Hurts, but Bryce Young. He wasn't playing at that. He was playing in like the 170s, 180s. And for me, I have my doubts that he will be able to stay on the field enough to be QB1 in this draft when it all shakes out. For me, my QB1, because he has, in my opinion, the highest ceiling, but I don't think this gets talked about enough, the highest floor, and that's Anthony Richardson out of Florida. I think that his athleticism, and if he goes to a system that leans into that, he can develop as a passer while still being very successful running an offense designed around his legs, where he can deliver value early. And then if the development happens as a passer, which I really think that it will, then he also becomes the highest ceiling player. So he's my one. I've got CJ Stroud number 2, because, you know, I think he has the smallest range of outcomes where, you know, really decent floor, solid ceiling. I think he can come in and operate an offense very quickly. And I don't have the same injury concerns with him that I do with Bryce Young.
Right. Fair enough. I'm curious what you think about this comparison, because they were talking about, I believe it was CJ Stroud. Now I'll get to Richardson in a moment. They were talking about CJ Stroud, and it was Kirk Herbstreit, who granted went to Ohio State. So, tends to, and I like Kirk Herbstreit as a analyst and a broadcaster, but he's going to hype up Ohio State a little bit more. Yeah. And he said that, some of the best work that Stroud does is when he's like, when things break down and the pass rush gets after him and he's like able to move around, he almost thrives in the chaos, in a sense of like how Steph Curry, if it's like on a fast break or the ball gets tipped and then he finds it and, there's only 5 seconds, and he just puts up a 3 and nails it. He's almost like better in the chaos than like when everything's a little more subdued and he's in the pocket. Now, Richardson, I totally get what you're saying with the ceiling and the floor. And, he's not the most accurate passer at the moment. He's gotten comparisons to Cam Newton. But I think what people kind of forget, it's like a team that runs an offense that has a traditional, drop back quarterback that's going to sling it around everywhere. They wouldn't draft a guy like that. Right. Like Anthony Richardson going to the Falcons, I think that would be a little scary for the Bucs. Just the type of offense that the Falcons run, the way that they were able to come back against the Bucs in the first game last year in Tampa Bay, where the Bucs jumped out to that huge lead, and then the Falcons, who were still run first, were able to get back in that game. And then they beat the Bucs. Granted, it was the last game of the season. Tom Brady only played, I think, up until like middle of the second quarter. But I don't know if the Falcons, which obviously the Bucs have to pay attention to, if Atlanta got Anthony Richardson, and I know they got young quarterbacks there already, and Heineke's there now, but I don't know, like just the idea of Anthony Richardson in that offense, I think is, I don't know, it's compelling for sure.
It is. And I think that that's one of those offenses that can really lean into his skill set and provide him with the structure needed to be successful early. I've heard a lot of analysts talk about Richardson maybe needing to sit for a year, and that would aid his development. I see it differently. When I did my eval of Richardson, you hear a lot of people say that he doesn't have much development. I actually saw a lot of development. I saw the read progression. I think he's a pretty decent decision maker overall. The accuracy issues are absolutely there. I think that gets cleaned up with mechanics, improved mechanics, very similar to Josh Allen, a few years ago with Buffalo. With Richardson, I think it's not so much that he lacks development, he lacks experience as a one-year starter at Florida. And I think the biggest thing he needs is more experience. I don't see him getting that development sitting on the bench. So he's one of those guys I really think maybe a little bit different to like Will Levis. What Levis, I think, could stand to use a year of just sitting on the bench. And I think learning an NFL offense and things like that. With Richardson, I truly believe, and I know I'm out on a limb on this one, many Bucs fans have come for my mentions on Twitter about it. But I really think that he's somebody who needs to jump in, start, but in an offense that's going to lean into making things easy for him. Atlanta's offense definitely makes sense. It's very similar to what Kyle Shanahan wanted to do with Trey Lance, right? In that type of offense, with that skill set.
If that ever gets off the ground.
Unfortunately for Lance, it's just been injury after injury, which seems to be kind of a San Francisco curse at this point. Garoppolo before him. They just can't keep him healthy. So, but that's how I kind of see Richardson. It's interesting you mentioned what Herb Street said about CJ Stroud, because he showed that propensity to be able to navigate a pocket very, very late in his college career. It was really just one game, and it was that Georgia game. Right. Before that, he really didn't have many opportunities to show a ton of pocket awareness because he had two tackles who are probably going to go in the top 50 picks of this year.
We talked about them earlier.
Just guarding him out. And he didn't have the opportunity to have to navigate the pocket because he had so much protection. But you look at that Georgia game, and he really showed it. Prior to that, it was definitely an opportunity in his game where if the pocket broke down, he didn't move a ton. He didn't show the wheels that he really does have. He's a really good athlete. He just didn't really show it a bunch. And he would make some mistakes in terms of his decision making. Fast forward to that Georgia game, and he answered all of those questions in an extremely small sample size. So if he can continue to do what he did against Georgia, Stroud can have a very good career and can make a team extremely happy for drafting him. It's just whether can you believe what you saw in that one game and extrapolate that out to an entire NFL career.
That almost worked for Cardale Jones. Remember when he was at Ohio State? He played like 2 great games. Like, should he be the first quarterback off the board? Hey, let me ask you, are you a superhero guy?
I'm definitely a superhero guy.
Who's your favorite superhero?
My favorite superhero is probably Captain America.
Yeah?
Yep.
What about Superman?
I can get down with Superman.
What about super chats? You a super chat
super
guy?
chats.
Let's get into some super chats. Starting off with Laura Lucas. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Switching gears here a little bit, getting back to the Devin White conversation. And you know what? You're a capologist too, so perfect that you're on. Laura Lucas says, if Devin wants more money to play better, can they pay him less if he plays worse than before? Great question. Thank you for the super chat.
I don't think it works that way. I really don't. I hope most employers don't work that way, because there are good days and bad days for me in my work, and I really hope my level of pay doesn't adjust based on good days and bad days. The White conversation, I think I fall a little bit differently than a lot of people. I don't see an issue with Devin White requesting a trade. He wants to get paid. He wants his long-term contract, and obviously him and the Bucs are nowhere close on that, and that's why he's requested the trade. The reason why I don't really have an issue with it is because the way that the collective bargaining agreement is set up, it gives players very little recourse if they're not happy with their contract situation to try and rectify that. One of the very few things that they have available to them is the trade request. The trade request is to try and spur other teams to say, hey, this is a player we might want. Let's go ahead and make an offer and see if the current team is willing to take that to potentially move that player. Roquan Smith did it last year with Chicago. It was a delayed trade. It happened, I think, more towards the trade deadline mid-season, but he got traded to the Ravens. He ends up getting the contract he wanted. The Bears got some picks to help really start to spur their rebuild. It worked out for all parties involved. So I don't see an issue with what Devin White has done in terms of requesting the trade. What he's done on social media, it's not the way I would go about it. But again, I'm not the type of person who's going to say, and believe me, .com was talking about how he shouldn't get the 5th-year option. I'm not this Devin White.
Came in hot.
I did. I think like 2 of my first 3 were not the friendliest to Devin White. And I still maintain, I don't think that he should get the $100. Oh, are we on the clock? Should say, are the Panthers on the clock?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:00, as Bruce Buffer would say, it's time. picking first in the 2023 NFL Draft.
The
Carolina Panthers fighting out of the red corner. Anyway, the NFL Draft has started. I am very excited if you cannot tell. We got a couple more super chats to get to real quick.
Before we do, just real quick, breaking news from Adam Schefter. The Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach, per sources. The terms are the Eagles traded the number 94 pick in this year's draft and a 2024 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for the number 66 pick in this year's draft, which I believe is a very high third rounder. So we've got our first draft day. What's that? The Eagles now have 4 picks in the top 100. Thank you, JC. So our first draft day trade, correct? We haven't had any earlier today.
No, just the Lamar Jackson contract.
That was a big one, yeah. So there's our first draft day trade, and then now we can get to those super chats.
Yes, we can. Christopher, again, with a $2 super chat, says, boys, it's packed here. No one else is getting in. Christopher, again, appreciate you multitasking, both watching the show, super chatting, and enjoying yourself at the draft. Hope you have an awesome time. Feel free to pop in whenever. I guess you're really triple tasking. Well, multi can be more than 2. Laura of Lucas says Cody Mauk, or Mock, I guess. I don't know how you pronounce it. Because I usually hear Sly say, and he's got that Wisconsin type of an accent. So I don't know if whether or not he's really saying it correctly. But yeah, he was a player that obviously did really well at the Senior Bowl. Played a couple of different spots too, right, which I thought was really interesting. Dane Brugler has him ranked 4th among the interior offensive linemen, or guards specifically. He says overall, Mauk doesn't have ideal length or sand in his lower body, but he has outstanding movement skills, fierce handwork, and innate competitiveness to become a starter early in his NFL career. He should get a look at tackle first, but also projects well in sight, reminiscent of Mitch Morse.
It's interesting to hear draft analysts, some of the colloquialisms that they end up using. I would never think to describe a guy as having sand in his lower body.
Yeah.
It's a real interesting one, and probably the first time I've ever heard that. So these super chats are absolutely amazing, and we have some fantastic readers, viewers, listeners. Yeah, all of you are fantastic. One that I'm going to give a shout out to, he's been dealing with some medical issues.
Oh no.
Robbie in Pennsylvania. He's constantly, liking all of our posts on Twitter, reading all of our articles. So shout out to you, Robbie. Hope everything goes well for you.
Yeah, Robbie, definitely rooting for you. And thanks for being a fan of pewterreport.com and the Pewter Report podcast. SPNX, I don't know if that stands for Spanx, but or Spinks. We'll go with Spinks with the $2 super chat. Says, what about Haener as a late round QB? Strictly from a physical standpoint and the fact that he wore number 9, or at least he did at the Senior Bowl, I was just like, oh, this guy is Drew Brees, just without the talent that Drew Brees has. Not trying to knock him too badly. I don't think he's the idea. Well, he's not the Bruce Arians type of quarterback, but Bruce Arians doesn't call the shots anymore.
Right.
So maybe he's a Dave Canales guy, but I don't really see that. I mean, we've talked a lot about Clayton Tune, how he could be, the late round quarterback if the Bucs go in that direction. I don't really see it with Haener.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nothing about him really is like, oh yeah, let's take a flyer on him late.
Yeah, especially where he's projected to go. I think Brugler has him as kind of a 4th round guy. The Bucs don't have a 4th round pick, so that may make it difficult. And I don't see them taking a quarterback in the top 3 rounds. The consensus big board has him ranked at about 149. So again, that 4th round area. So I think it doesn't quite line up in terms of where he may go and where the Bucs pick. But I don't rule out a quarterback being taken late. Currently,
yes, I agree.
Yeah, currently the Bucs have 2 under contract, if I remember correctly. I may be off, but that's Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. I don't think they have anybody behind the two of them right now. So you would think that there is going to be a third quarterback added to the mix, and it very well could be late in this draft, especially with the Bucs having so many picks from the 5th round on.
Football fan. Oh, let's see. We got another $2 super chat from Spanx. We now know it's Spanx. He says SPNX is Spanx. It's his dog's name. All right, dog. Shout out to your dog.
Follow-up question, Spanx. What kind of dog?
Yes, what kind of dog? Please let us know. Mark Fisher with the comment, a consistent donator to the site. In the Bucs War Room, what's going on? Is it calm or crazy? From what you know, player rankings done, calls with teams. I'm sure there's constant calls with teams going on. I mean, he's Trader Jason for a reason. You don't do that by, sending out a text or something. You got to get on that phone. Just think of like Brad Pitt in Moneyball. A little bit like that. All the work is done. And Jason said this a lot before. All the work is done with like the evaluations and the projections and where they or how they view a lot of these guys. So I'm sure they're excited to get it rolling. And, the closer they get to their pick, the more hectic it'll get. But, that's why they made a whole movie about it, because there's drama.
It's a documentary, right? Draft Day? That's a documentary.
You were watching it last night.
I was watching it earlier today. I don't think it's actually a documentary.
You want to give your thoughts?
Really? I mean,
we got 15 hours to kill. So. Yeah.
I think the movie Draft Day is a fantastic watch every year on Draft Day because, there is a lot of unrealistic things that happen in there. But it was funny to hear former Arizona Cardinals general manager Steve Keim say it was one of the most accurate movies he's ever seen, which made a ton of people laugh because there's no way that the plot would have actually played out in real life that way. I took a slightly different approach. I think Steve Keim's only seen 10 movies in his entire life. 9 of them are the Fast and the Furious franchise, and the 10th being Draft Day. So in that premise, yeah, it's absolutely a very accurate movie as to real life. So, Scott, have you seen the movie Draft Day?
I've seen it multiple times.
Yeah, big fan.
My son Logan, it's one of his favorite movies. So yeah, I totally think it's a great movie. Jason Licht didn't seem to think it was terribly realistic, but his buddy Steve Keim did. So we shall see, and we shall see if in fact the Buccaneers will be going up against Bryce Young. I guess any minute now. The draft has officially started, and I think the do we have it already? Yep, there we go. Carolina Panthers are selecting Alabama quarterback Bryce Young as number 1 overall per sources. That's being reported all over the internet. It's only a matter of time before the selection's actually made, but it will be that. So let me ask you this, Josh. I kind of chimed in with my 2 cents as it pertains to the fact the Buccaneers have been going up against him. What type of player do you see with Bryce Young and the weapons that he would have around him, the offensive line? How difficult is it going to be for the Buccaneers to defend this guy as a rookie?
I think Bryce Young brings a lot to the table. I think that he can step in and be a day one, capable starter for the Panthers. And I think he will upgrade their quarterback room from what they had last year. If you remember, the Panthers had kind of a rotating carousel at quarterback. Started with now Bucs starter, presumed starter Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, PJ Walker. They all took turns starting for the Panthers last year. And I think Bryce Young offers an upgrade over what the performance was on the field for the Panthers last year. Young comes with a lot of NFL ready traits. I think he can read defenses very quickly, route progressions. I think he moves through his read progressions very well. He throws with touch. He doesn't have a cannon. He's not this guy who's going to launch the ball 70 yards down the field on a frozen rope. But he's got enough arm strength to make most of the throws in the NFL that they're going to ask him to make. As far as weapons, in order to get into that position, the Panthers had to trade away their number 1 offensive weapon. That was wide receiver DJ Moore. I believe they did sign Adam Thielen, I believe. So he'll provide kind of a security blanket. I think that this is a team that's still going to kind of rely on their run game. And they've got a young, developing offensive line that really started to gel at the end of last year. Should provide a Young with a decent amount of protection, which is actually something he didn't have a ton of at Alabama. I want to say he was pressured on almost, or maybe even a little over 30% of his throws. Alabama didn't have the greatest offensive line last year. So I think that he's set up to be successful over the next few years, provided he can stay healthy. And that's my biggest concern with Bryce Young is I worry about that weight and whether he's going to be able to take a beating.
Well, we have some intel now from Spanx.
Yep.
From Spanx, the female yellow lab.
Great dog.
Great dog. There's no doubt about it.
I have a chocolate lab at home, so you're speaking to my heart right now.
Yep. And just supporting the podcast. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And speaking of supporting the podcast, we would be remiss if we didn't let you know about Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report and the sponsor of the live draft show. That's what we do here at the Pewter Report staff. Essential energy is where you're going to get. It's what you're going to get in every can, and you're not going to get any sugar, Josh. That's why there's no sugar crash later on. Whether it's the brand new Oasis Vibe, which I crushed on my way down here to the team facility, the brand new Lemon Lime, which is a fantastic sparkling option. It's brand new, or the Orange, which is my steady go-to favorite. There are Celsius that are packed with flavors. They're coming out with new flavors all the time. Where can you grab this tasty beverage that's going to energize your life? Well, you can do it multiple ways. You can go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, and then punch in your address. That's going to give you all of the convenience stores, the grocery stores, the health and fitness stores, and the bodegas where you can grab Celsius. You can also order it on Instacart now. And you can also get it on Amazon, buy them in bulk, use the subscribe and save option to ship them right to you. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report. And Josh, we talked about this earlier, that the Arctic Vibe was the top flavor, according to our Pewter reporters that were polled.
Collusion.
Listen, it was an honest poll. We put it out there, and that's how the votes came in. We looked at Matt's earlier. These are your favorite top picks, your 7-round picks here.
Yep.
Sparkling Peach Vibe takes the cake for you, number one. You're drinking that right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm adding it to our little montage up front in the desk because I feel like it needs to be represented. So it is definitely going. I just crushed it, and it will now be added to the array up front here.
Then you go with 3 of the newer flavors: strawberry lemonade, not the newest, but it's one of the more recent flavors. Then the brand new lemon lime. It's one of my absolute afternoon favorite go-tos. And then the brand new green apple cherry.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Tastes phenomenally. Like you can actually taste the green apple, and it's tends to be one that I'll do later in the afternoon. I like to start with the peach vibe, but green apple cherry is one that I'll go to afternoon, and it's perfect for that midday pick me up.
Yeah. And then you've got the sparkling wild berry, and then you switch it up with the peach mango green tea.
Yep. Yeah, 6 of my top 7 are sparkling. That matches my sparkling personality. But you have to have some variation there. And the peach mango green tea is the perfect kind of change up for me. Shout out Baseball Reference.
And then you're finishing off with one of my favorites, the Fuji apple pear. Very underrated flavor, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Second apple to make the list. And I'm a big fruit fan. And you can see that with the peach, the strawberry, the lemon. Well, yeah, lemon's a fruit. I love fruit, and apple is one of my top fruits. And so you see it there twice.
Yep. I tell you what,
peach vibe.
When you look at Bryce Young going to Carolina, how much do you think they considered CJ Stroud? He's probably going to be the second quarterback off the board. We'll see.
Yep.
There could be a lot of interesting changes. This is not going to be a conventional draft where there's consensus about a lot of different picks. This is going to be one of those beauties in the eye of the beholder drafts.
Yep. And
what are your thoughts on Stroud, and how much consideration do you think that they gave him, and maybe why pick Bryce Young over CJ Stroud?
Well, I think the only consensus in this draft is that there is no consensus.
Right.
And as far as Stroud, I definitely think the Panthers did their homework. And I'll bring this back to, we were talking about that draft day movie where Sonny Weaver, trades the morning of and then goes to his team and says, we should probably vet this guy. The Panthers did it the right way.
Right.
They traded for that pick weeks in advance. And that way they could do their due diligence on all of the top quarterbacks. I think they went and visited all four of them, had all four of the top, the guys who were expected to go in the first round out for top 30 visits, spoke with them extensively at the combine. So they really got to know each and every one of these guys and then settled on Young. So I definitely think CJ Stroud was in the running. I think there is a clip out there that I've seen where Panthers quarterbacks coach Josh McCown even said something to CJ Stroud when they were visiting with him, in terms of, well, when you moved to Charlotte. So I think that he was very high on their board. I think Young just really won out because there is a little bit more of an advanced feel for defenses and just running an NFL offense than Stroud has. A little bit of a higher ceiling.
Yeah.
Assuming, again, the size concerns. And obviously Carolina's fine with his size. You're not going to be okay with his size if you're taking, or you are going to be okay with his size if you're taking him 1-1.
Yeah, I agree. And I think when you look at Houston now with the second pick, did they go quarterback? It's interesting because they've got a couple of picks in the first round, number 2 and also number 12 as well. Is there going to be one of those other 3 quarterbacks available at number 12?
For months, that was I think the consensus opinion was that whoever Carolina didn't take at 1, that Houston was going to take the next guy at 2. And over the last, I would say, week, maybe even few days, it seems like there has been a lot of chatter that may not actually be the case, that the Texans, if they can't trade back from 2 or trade out of 2, that they may go with the first defensive player off the board, whether that's edge rusher Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson. I doubt it's going to be defensive tackle Jalen Carter, but there's a good chance that the Texans don't go quarterback here. And if that's the case, from a lot of the mock drafts that have been done over the thousands of mock drafts that have been done over the last few months, we're going to start seeing some chaos ensue from there in terms of where do these other 3, kind of top quarterbacks, how far could they fall?
Yeah. And when you look at a couple of the picks right below, right, you've got Arizona. They've been dying to get out of the number 3 spot, right? That's kind of been what with the general prevailing wisdom. When you look at whether it's Adam Schefter, whether it's Ian Rappaport, they've been reporting that the Arizona Cardinals have made no secret of the fact that they are willing to wheel and deal. And the reason why is because sitting at number 3, there really isn't that alpha defensive player, right? I think there's people that are split, whether it's Will Anderson, whether it's Tyree Wilson. Is that too early to take a cornerback, which is probably a position that they need? Mm-hmm. Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle, is it too early to take him? He is not necessarily one of those blue chip, upper echelon, surefire top 5 picks. Skroncy's the best offensive lineman, but he's probably going to move inside the guard, and that's not great value drafting a guard in the top 5. So if you're Arizona, you already have Kyler Murray, right? So I wonder which quarterback needy team wants to get up and assuming either the Texans take a quarterback at number 2, or if they don't, then if you're trading up to number 3, you have your chance to get CJ Stroud or whatever second quarterback you feel is best, whether it's Levis or whether it's Richardson.
Yep. I think the thing with Arizona is, they've hit the reset button. 2 years ago, they were 8-0, 9-0 to start the season. Yeah. Well on their way to the playoffs, only to be bounced in the first round. And then last year was kind of a collapse of their team. They were really exposed for having a lot of holes on their roster. And I think the NFL caught up to former head coach Cliff Kingsbury's offense to a certain degree. And that defense was just rough. And so you look at this roster. Yes, they've got a good quarterback, somebody you can build around. And they gave out a big contract to Kyler Murray last year. But then you look at the rest of their roster and there's holes everywhere. Their offensive line, not great. They're playmakers, not fantastic, and they're looking to trade their number one playmaker and wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. They don't really have a pass rush. You know, their linebackers who they've drafted a couple of years in a row in the first round really haven't panned out to become playmakers. They could use corner. They have their top safety, Budda Baker, wants out. They've got holes everywhere.
Yeah.
And so, yes, if you pick number 3, you're going to get presumably one of the top players in this draft, and you are going to help start that rebuild. But what Arizona needs is they need more picks.
Right.
And that's really, they feel like at 3, they can get a very good player. But if they move back to, say, 8 or 10 or 11, they can still get a very good player and a few more opportunities to try and add talent. I did hear earlier today they're enamored with Illinois cornerback Devon Witherspoon, as am I.
Good player.
Very good player. Very good player. Could it be a little too early for him? I think that they have an opportunity to maybe get him a few picks later if they can find that trade partner.
Yeah, I agree. And if you're looking for a partner to help you out with your finances, so let's face it, these guys, the minute they're drafted, they're going to be making just millions and millions of dollars. Whether you're a millionaire, whether you're a thousandaire like I am,
Hundredaire.
Yeah, you want to put your money in good hands, and that's with the Muni Financial.
At A-Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right. Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. A-Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. Now, Muni Financial has been helping people not just in the Tampa Bay area for 40 years, not just in Florida, but across the country. So if you're watching this live draft show and you want a second opinion on where you want to put your money in terms of retirement, or if you want some help with brokerage and advisory services, let Muni Financial do for you what they did for me. They'll help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Muni Financial 1-800-868-6864 or visit them on the web at muni.com. So right now we've got the Houston Texans on the clock. Is that right, Bailey?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. Now, real quick, Scott, you just did Immuni, and we love Immuni.
Yes.
Every time I hear the Immuni commercial, I go back to thinking about somebody who is a former Buck.
Okay.
Do you remember, this was a few years ago when they did Hard Knocks, and it was the Cleveland Browns?
Right.
It was the year Myles Garrett and Carl Nassib, I think, were both rookies.
Yes.
There's this great clip of Carl Nassib kind of going over compounding interest and how you can make your NFL paychecks create lasting wealth for your family.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying Carl Nassib is a client of Immuni Financial, but
Right.
to quote you, I'm not saying he isn't
That's true.
either. You know,
Yeah.
just putting it out there. He got some sound financial advice somewhere, and you can get sound financial advice from Immuni Financial.
There's no doubt about it. So let's see.
Looks
here.
like the pick is in for number 2. And the Houston Texans have gone quarterback, right, Bailey? And it is CJ Stroud out of Ohio State. So for all the bluster about how they would not go quarterback, they might take the first defensive player off the board. The Texans have decided to put the fate of their future on the arm of CJ Stroud.
That's right. And not a bad pick, because if you were to want one of those quarterbacks at number 12, two things happen, Josh. Number one, you are unfortunately you're beholden to the teams ahead of you,
Yep.
right? You're going to be dealt the quarterback that they don't want,
Yep.
right? So that's the first thing. You get to pick, if you're the Houston Texans now, the quarterback that you want out of the 3 remaining: CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis, right? So now they've made that choice. They can get a high quality defensive player at number 12 if
Yep.
they can't trade up. So if you don't have a quarterback in this league, folks, and you know this is Buccaneer fans, you Pewter people, you've seen this franchise go through Vinny Testaverde, Trent Dilfer, Josh Freeman, Jameis Winston, and then a couple other guys that weren't first rounders. Sean King in the second round, Mike Glennon in the third round, right? There's so many quarterbacks that have been draft picks by this team that just have not panned out and have not been that franchise guy. It's crazy to think that the longest tenured quarterback, Ryan Griffin, his team, the only quarterback who's gotten a second contract. Now, I did hear from reliable sources that they are closing the book on Ryan Griffin. They're going with a different quarterback as the third string. And this would probably be a good time to remind people of the top 30 list in terms of the visits. Let's pull that up here if we can. So these were the top 30 visits for the Buccaneers. Now, this has been updated with some fresh information. We have 25 out of the top 30 visits we know about. It's been reported. Either we've reported it or other media outlets have reported it. You look at the quarterbacks there. Hendon Hooker from Tennessee, Will Levis, Kentucky, Clayton Tune from Houston, and then a new list, or I should say a new name to the list, Jaron Hall from BYU, who was also at the Senior Bowl. Those are the four quarterbacks they had in the building here at the Advent Health Training Center. And one of those guys, whether it's Clayton Tune, Jaron Hall, one of those guys might be a day 3 selection.
Yep. Yeah, Matt and I were talking about that a little bit earlier. I think somebody had asked about kind of a later round quarterback, and Tune out of Houston's interesting. I think Hall out of BYU is also interesting. Yeah. Out of the two, I think I prefer Tune. Yeah. Personally, and I think you do as well. Correct. So with Tune, one of the things that I saw when I was watching him, he actually has a really good feel for the pocket, good pocket movement and awareness. He throws on time, and he throws a very catchable ball. I don't think that he was great at his read progressions, and he does lack a little bit of arm strength, some questionable decision making in there. But I think that, for a late round guy, somebody who's projectable, could become a project behind someone like Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask. Yeah. I like him for a late round pick.
I do too. And he's a former teammate of Logan Hall. They probably got some good firsthand intel from Logan Hall about Clayton Tune, who was a 4-year starter at Houston. And when you look at the touchdowns and how they progressed, I want to say he had 30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions as a junior, and then 40 touchdowns, 10 interceptions as a senior, if my memory serves me correctly. You like to see those stats going that way. That's a pretty favorable 4-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. That was Tom Brady here in Tampa in 2020 and 2021, eclipsing the 40 touchdown mark twice here in Tampa, and only having 10, 12 interceptions. So that's what you want.
You absolutely nailed it. As a matter of fact, he plateaued at 10 interceptions in 2020. And then he never moved up off that number. He had 10 interceptions in 2020, 2021, and 2022, but the touchdowns continued to increase at a really nice rate. 15 in 2020 to the 30 to the 40 that you mentioned earlier. So
Tank Dell was his leading receiver.
Yep.
And that guy's a big play waiting to happen. We saw Tank Dell, who, there's a lot of small receivers in this team, right? You've got Devin Tompkins, you've got Kalen Geiger. Russell Gage isn't the biggest guy. I think he's 6 foot, but kind of slight. Not sure if they would go with another smaller receiver. There has been some talk about Quentin Johnston at a TCU. Tweeted that out earlier today. Not sure if that is just smokescreen stuff right now, or if it's a situation where he is legitimately in play. We'll find out probably in a couple of hours here when the Buccaneers make their pick if he's in consideration.
Yep.
But
last thing I'll say on Tune is you're also talking about somebody who's a lot more mobile than the last quarterback in Tampa Bay. Tom Brady, not the greatest runner, although he might argue with me on that. Very much prides himself on some of the runs he had while he was with the Bucs. But Tune in his senior year, 128 carries, 546 yards, 5 touchdowns, and you pair that with some of his athletic testing. He ran a 4.64 40. 1.55 second 10-yard split, 37.5-inch vertical jump. I mean, he's got some power in his legs, over 10 feet on the broad jump. So a guy who can move around, which is something that you haven't really seen in Tampa Bay. I guess Jameis moved a bit.
With Jameis, it was mostly running around and then chucking the ball up for Mike Evans. That was, and it worked sometimes. It also worked out for the other team. Jameis Winston had a knack for keeping both teams in the game. That was quite a season to remember, and maybe one to forget. 33 touchdowns, which set a franchise. Matt, I think you were there in the press box with Mark Cook and I and Trevor Sikkema. I actually called that interception. I said, "You watch. This is a pick six coming," and this was during the coin flip, right? When the Buccaneers won the coin toss in overtime against the Falcons. I said, "Cue the pick six," and that's exactly what happened. Jameis Winston started and ended his career in Tampa with bookend pick sixes. You remember the pick six in 2015 where he threw the ball a little too high for Adam Humphries.
Fantastic symmetry for that.
Yes, exactly.
So, and then, Bailey showing me a text thread that he had when they were basically calling that. Yeah. I was at the Atlanta game in Atlanta that year where Jameis, I want to say, threw something like 4 or 5 touchdowns and then 4 interceptions. Yeah. And it was like every single drive, it was creating big plays for everyone else. At number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Houston Texans.
Oh, really?
So the Texans trading up from, that's what it says, right?
Yeah. I'm not looking at a bank account.
Trading up from, who was that you're getting that from?
Ian Rapp.
That's
4 million followers.
I wanted to, it's a little bit difficult these days with Twitter to make sure that you're grabbing the right account, but
we see the blue check mark.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth. But yes, the Cardinals are trading up with the Texans.
That means Texans are moving up from 12 to 3 to pick right behind themselves. That's I don't think I remember anyone doing that. And per Aaron Wilson, he says a source is telling him that they're trading up for Will Anderson, edge rusher out of Alabama. Yeah. So the first defensive player to move in this 2023 NFL draft. The Texans making some moves to go up and get their quarterback and now to get their pass rusher to hopefully take down other teams' quarterbacks. We're already starting to see some really fun and unexpected things. Yep. A lot of people said this year's draft was going to be extremely unexpected. And I think in the first 3 picks, the Texans have delivered on that sentiment.
Yeah. And so they're down in the first round. 2 and 3, boom, just like that. Cardinals now will be picking 12th overall. And that puts us now on the clock with the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts need a quarterback, Josh. They need a quarterback. They need a quarterback and a quarterback and a quarterback. So is it going to be Anthony Richardson or Will Levis?
I'm not sure, but I believe your source on that is their owner, Jim Irsay, who tweeted out, I want to say around April 16th, we could stay at 4 and get a quarterback. We could trade up and get a quarterback, or we could trade back and get a quarterback. He didn't leave any options open that did not have a quarterback involved. So looks like they've eliminated at least one of those options. They did not trade up. Now at 4, I think they are probably going to stick and pick. If it's me, I'm going with Richardson. Although there are a lot of people who have said for almost a year now, former Pewter reporter Trevor Sikkema has been saying since last September, Will Levis, you are an Indianapolis Colt. We'll see if he proves premonitious. Is that a word? Hoping it is.
Yeah.
If not, I just made it up.
You have to wonder too how much the owner gets involved here, right? Because Jim Irsay, not exactly a hands-off owner.
No.
He is in that meddlesome Jerry Jones
shadow GM.
Yeah, he really is. So you have to wonder how much say he gets compared to the head coach, right? And they're rebooting things in Indianapolis as they should. And this is going to be a very important selection. I think Will Levis probably a little bit more NFL ready, although you look at the film and he kind of regressed last year. Mm-hmm. Now, the offensive line in Kentucky lost some players, didn't have the skill positions. It was pretty much Will Levis and nobody else in Kentucky. And Anthony Richardson was kind of a one-year wonder. I mean, you look back at the Dan Mullins years in Florida, he was an Emory Jones guy. He liked to reward his upperclassmen. Mm-hmm. And even though Richardson was the most talented quarterback on the team, he didn't get much developing because that's something you do when you're a junior and a senior, not when you're a freshman and sophomore. So Anthony Richardson's growth was stunted with the coaching situation there.
Yeah, I like how you said he was a one-year wonder because according to Gators fans, they wonder why people rate him so highly.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Gator fans saying I've watched every snap and he's not accurate enough to be a first-round pick. Getting the trade compensation for the trade between the Texans and the Cardinals. Yep. The Texans get number 3 and number 105. So that is late 3rd rounder, early 4th rounder. And the Cardinals are getting number 12, number 33. So that
2nd rounder.
Yep. Very high 2nd rounder, as you would say, basically a 1st rounder at that point. And a 2024 1st and a 2024 3rd rounder. So the Cardinals absolutely hitting the reset button on their team, and they came away with a huge haul. I'd say that's a big win for the Cardinals. I'm actually going to take a look and see how much value they picked up, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Talking a little bit there.
Yeah, and I think, too, when you look at D'Amico Ryans, I think he really, really wanted Will Anderson. I think that we can say that, right?
Absolutely.
It's fine. If you're a defensive-minded head coach, you have to have a quarterback and check the box there with C.J. Stroud. But he really wanted Will Anderson for sure. And to give up the fortune that he did like that, wow, that's a haul right there to move up from 12 to number 3. Man, that's, Arizona fleeced them. I agree, Tony. Bad trade for the Texans. Yeah. Long lost Laser Houston just giving away Deshaun Watson, Cleveland Hall, dummies. Yeah, that is an awful lot.
Yeah, so I've got it up here. So when NFL teams do trades, most of them still are beholden to an old value chart created by Jimmy Johnson when he was the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s. And based on that, it's a pretty even trade. The Cardinals giving up pick 3 and 105 comes out to 2,284 points on the Jimmy Johnson chart. And what they picked up was 2,270 points worth of value. So 14-point trade-off, that's not that bad. But when you look at it with a little bit more of an analytical eye, the chart that I tend to value the most, it was created by Brad Spielberger of Pro Football Focus and Jason Fitzgerald from overthecap.com. And based on that, the Texans gave up 4,600 points, 4,616 points of value to pick up 2,284 points worth of value.
That's like a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it's huge. Wow. That is the equivalent of, I'm pulling it up, the 18th overall pick in surplus value.
Right.
That is huge.
Wow.
The Cardinals.
Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
Anthony Richardson. All right. So I had Richardson go into the Colts in my final mock draft earlier today for pewterreport.com. I thought if him and Levis were on the board, that GM Chris Ballard and potentially even owner Jim Irsay were going to be enamored with Richardson's traits because he has a ton of amazing physical traits, and that they would go for the big arm, the great running legs, and the potential that Richardson supplies you.
Yep.
And it looks like that's exactly what they've gone with him. He was, like I said, he was my number 1 QB on my board.
Right.
I think it's a fantastic pick, and I'm really excited to see what Richardson can do at the NFL level.
Yeah, and when you're rebooting right at that position, and you've got Shane Steichen, right?
I believe that's the correct way to pronounce it.
Shane Steichen. He's a young head coach, comes from Philadelphia Eagles, right?
Yep.
And so I'm not saying that Anthony Richardson is Jalen Hurts, but there are some similarities. You're getting a quarterback that is a run-pass threat.
Yep.
And, we'll see if he's more towards a Lamar Jackson, more towards a Jalen Hurts, or he might just be his own thing. But I think that this pick makes some sense given the system that Shane Steichen was running in Philadelphia, and we're assuming is bringing to Indianapolis now.
Yep, absolutely. And Richardson is the closest in terms of profile to Jalen Hurts. Right. And I think we were talking earlier, and I said with Richardson, it's important that he goes to a system that can be set up to allow him to succeed. And I think this is one of those perfect systems for that. So I really like it. For my big board, I had 13 first round grades. The first 3 players off, all graded out as first rounders for me. Richardson was number 5 on my big board. Yeah. He goes number 4 overall. Will Anderson was number 2 on my big board. He went 3 overall. Stroud and Young were 7 and 8 for me. And they went, 2 and 1 respectively. So looks like the NFL is kind of evaluating these players close to where a lot of us at. I mean, this isn't unique for me to have this, these first round grades, but it's nice to see that they kind of match up at least so far. It'll be interesting when we get further down in the draft.
Yeah, is Will Levis, is he going to drop now? Is he going to fall? There's a couple of teams, right? I mean, I think Tennessee, they can't be happy with Malik Willis at quarterback. They drafted him last year with the 3rd round. Josh, you and I were there in Tennessee in training camp. We saw him in the preseason game. He didn't fare much better than the regular season. I don't think this guy's an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
So will they have to now go and try to, get a quarterback in Tennessee? Who are the other quarterback needy teams or teams that would be interested in Will Levis, if not for the Buccaneers at 19? Yeah,
so between now and when the Titans pick at I believe 11, if I'm correct there, you have some options. Seattle, they've got 2 picks in the first round.
Right.
Yes, they just signed Geno Hayes to a very impressive contract, but it's not one that ties them to him long term. I think even next year they could potentially get out. Yep. Okay. And it looks like Seattle may be trying to trade out of that spot. Detroit, they currently have Jared Goff, and he had a pretty solid season last year, but I don't think that he's the long-term answer there. So Detroit could potentially, step in and take him. Las Vegas recently signed Jimmy Garoppolo, but there was a lot of chatter about.
Doesn't the G and Jimmy G stand for glass?
It could.
He's always hurt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's another place. Even though they just signed Jimmy Garoppolo, he's probably not a long-term option there. And given his track record, when he's healthy, he's a good quarterback, but he can't stay healthy.
Exactly.
So I just wonder if that's that's the case.
Absolutely. And then Atlanta at 8. Atlanta doesn't necessarily have their long-term quarterback. I want to say last year's rookie, he ended up playing a little bit towards the end there. I don't know if they necessarily are in love with him. So there are a lot of teams that could scare Tennessee right now if Tennessee wants to go with a quarterback.
Yeah, as Grizz says here, the G stands for getting money. So, Jimmy G's been very well paid for not playing a lot.
Yep.
So.
Now, the other option there with Tennessee, though, is, they still do have why is his name escaping me at the moment?
Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. So, and given their head coach, Vrabel, I think that he's trying to build a competitive team this year. Yeah. So I don't know if he necessarily trades up. I think that he's looking for a more short-term answer, and I don't know if Will Levis is that short-term answer.
Yeah, and at the same time, Ryan Tannehill is a player that kind of has taken a beating, and he's had some injury issues too, and they were forced to play Malik Willis a little bit last year, and he didn't fare too well. So you have to wonder if Tennessee would be a landing spot there for Levis as well. So right now, the next team on the clock is Seattle. And have we heard anything, guys, about Seattle making any types of trade?
They're multiple down. The phone's ringing, but no deals.
Right. So they're trying to trade down. Folks, just want to take this opportunity to thank you all so much for the super chats, but more importantly for your participation, whether you donate to the site to us here at Pewter Report, or just ask some great questions or have some great comments. We're trying to read as many as we can. We'll put some on as well, and just appreciate the turnout that we have tonight. We're going to be doing this not just tonight, folks. This is a 3-day love affair with you guys. This is going to go. Tomorrow night, we start at 6 o'clock, right? The draft starts at 7. We go on an hour beforehand. We talk about what we can expect, and we'll wrap up a little bit on what happened today. And then, of course, wrap things up on Saturday, April 29th at 11 a.m. That's an hour before the draft starts at noon. So make sure you are tuning into the Pewter Report live draft show, not just tonight, but also tomorrow and on Sunday as well. And do we have a pick in yet?
I don't think so, but there's a tweet from Greg Allman, who covers the NFC South for Fox Sports at this point, that was sent in our group chat. So thanks, Bailey, there. And I think it's a really great point. The Bucs will face the Panthers, the Texans, and the Colts this fall.
Yeah.
So they'll likely see Bryce Young twice,
Right.
CJ Stroud once, and Anthony Richardson. So they're going to get a firsthand look at many of these top quarterbacks in this 2023 NFL draft. So
Yeah, and the thing is Todd Bowles' defense has not always fared well against rookie quarterbacks. Go back to Brock Purdy last year. I think Todd might be, a little excited about that notion until he looks at the track record of the Buccaneers, and it hasn't always been the best against younger quarterbacks, or even fourth-string quarterbacks, right? You look at what CJ in Carolina. I'm forgetting his name.
CJ Stroud. PJ Walker.
PJ Walker.
PJ Walker.
PJ Walker. What he did to this Buccaneer defense. So yeah, we'll see if Todd Bowles is smiling or if he's not smiling when it comes to watching film from the preseason on those three teams. But a good observation there by Greg Allman for sure. And Seattle, they've been linked to, a couple players, but one of the players that has been linked there is Jalen Carter.
Yep.
The Georgia defensive tackle, the top defensive tackle in this draft class, has some off the field issues for sure. Conditioning was a problem. There's some questions about the effort there.
Yep.
There's no denying the talent. I mean, this guy. I was even saying last year when you had Trayvon Walker and Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean and some of these Georgia players coming out, and I said, hey, Jalen Carter is the best of the bunch, and he's coming back for another year. And I don't think he upped his stock because I think he was a top 10 pick last year, or I should say the year before. Just kind of solidified it and helping Georgia win back-to-back national champions. There's no trade. So the Seattle Seahawks, let's see if they end up sticking and picking here at number 5. It looks like they're going to.
Yep. While we're waiting for that pick to come in. Oh, it looks like it is in. So at the 5th pick, the Seattle Seahawks have taken Devin Witherspoon, cornerback out of Illinois.
Yep.
I absolutely love this kid's tape.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a little bit on the smaller side for what you would think a prototypical cornerback in the NFL or a first-round choice would be, but nobody had better tape in 2022 among this very deep cornerback class than Devin Witherspoon. He competes on every snap. I mean, press man, even against bigger wide receivers, he was physical. He's rerouting them, throwing guys all over the place. He has fantastic foot speed, good speed overall. He can stay in phase. I'm just trying to bring up my notes on him. He's physical in run defense, which is something I know you absolutely love about a cornerback.
It's a must for a corner. You don't have to be a big guy either. Look at Rondé Barber, 5'10", 180 pounds. The toughest Buccaneer to this day, pound for pound, that has ever worn red and pewter or even orange and white. And you're right. He is a do-it-all cornerback. The interesting thing about Devin Witherspoon is that secondary in Illinois was loaded. You've got Sidney Brown back there. You've got Quan Martin, Jartavius Martin in the slot. I mean, those are 3 guys that will be drafted. We've already seen Witherspoon go here in the first round early.
I think all 3 by the end of day 2.
All 3 by the end of day 2.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that good of a secondary there. Speaking of secondaries, when I grew up in Kansas City, where the draft is tonight, the Chiefs had one of the most underrated secondaries of all time. They had Duron Cherry and Lloyd Burris at safety. They had Albert Lewis and some other guy. What was his name? Kevin Ross. That's right, the Bucs cornerbacks coach. They called him The Rock. The Rock was the other corner, and he was a smaller, undersized corner, kind of like Rondé Barber, about 5'9", 5'10", about 180 pounds. But they called him The Rock because he'd come up and just smack you, and he was great in run defense. Those 4 defensive players, that secondary was one of the best secondaries of all time. This is before social media, so you didn't have, you have the Legion of Boom and all of those specific names, the Grave Diggers here in Tampa, but that secondary was dynamite. And you know who was the defensive coordinator during those Marty Schottenheimer years when that secondary was in place?
Who's that?
Bill Cowher.
Ah,
and the secondary coach for that Kansas City Chiefs team. Of course, I'm bringing up the Chiefs because, again, the draft is in Kansas City. But that secondary coach was no other than Tony Dungy. And then when Tony Dungy left to go become the defensive coordinator under Denny Green with the Minnesota Vikings, the guy who replaced him, Herm Edwards. How about that for a star-studded coaching staff? And one more name I'll throw out at you. The running backs coach for the Kansas City Chiefs back then with Christian Okoye and Barry Word and Todd McNair, the former Bucs running backs coach, was none other than Bruce Arians. So a lot of interesting connections from the Kansas City Chiefs back in the day when they were turning things around right when I was living there in high school and went to college. Kevin Ross, The Rock, was one of my favorite cornerbacks in growing up watching, the NFL football, and it's a treat to be able to talk to him now. So sometimes I get a little fanboyish when I'm talking to The Rock, and he's a good dude and a hell of a cornerbacks coach, and he's super excited to have Jamel Dean back for another year for sure.
Yeah. Seattle broke a few of their norms with this Witherspoon pick. They haven't drafted a first-round cornerback since 2006. And typically they go for bigger corners. Now, Devin Witherspoon, he checks in at 5'11" and a half and 181 pounds. Now, typically Seattle likes guys 6'2", 6'3".
I think Tariq
Woolen currently on staff. Richard Sherman, formerly of this Legion of Boom. So they're breaking some norms there. You and I had some talks about Seattle potentially taking a corner in the first. We thought that a really good pairing for not in the first, but a corner we thought could have been a Seattle fit was from your alma mater, Julius Brents out of Kansas State. So very interesting that they're breaking some of their norms there. I'll also share with you something that JC Allen pushed to us, a tweet from a former Buccaneer, one who isn't really known for sharing opinions, but I guess he decided to share one about Anthony Richardson. This is, of course, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer defensive tackle and Hall of Famer, right? Warren Sapp. 13 straight incompletions versus FSU, and he's the number 4 pick, #reaching. Bit of a shocking, I would say, tweet from Warren Sapp because he's just not really that opinionated, I don't think. So I guess he decided he wanted to give an opinion on that one. So with Seattle picking Devin Witherspoon at number 5, that means the Detroit Lions are on the clock at number 6. This will be the first of 2 first-round picks that the Lions have there, Matt. Any thoughts on who you think the Lions might be targeting?
Well, it's funny because initially the Lions were kind of in that target area to get a corner. And the fact that arguably the top corner is off the board, Bailey, can you do me a favor and just move my laptop because I'm going to freak out if it hits. That's my bad. That's bad placement by me. It's bad etiquette. But yeah, initially they were linked to a cornerback, but now really anything is possible. But the Lions won't be on the board because Ian Rappaport just tweeted out that the Cardinals, who just pulled off that haul from the Houston Texans after they traded out of the 3rd spot, the Cardinals are now jumping back in and they are trading with the Lions. So it will be the Cardinals on the clock with the 6th pick. Interesting where they could go with this.
Yeah, the 2 names that kind of jump out to me with Witherspoon going off the board, this could signal the start of a run on cornerback.
Thank you,
so the Cardinals may be trading up for Christian Gonzalez out of Oregon.
Yeah.
I still think, Jalen Carter is probably has one of the most elite tapes out of any player.
And he didn't talk to anybody outside of the top 10. But what if you traded from outside the top 10 to inside the top 10? How does that work?
Well, the Cardinals were originally at 3 too.
Well, yes.
So potentially he had that conversation with them. And the third one, the new regime may be looking to appease their 200 or 100 and some odd $1 million quarterback. Kyler Murray, I guess, has kind of made it known that he really wants them to get Paris Johnson, who he thinks is the top offensive tackle, and that line could use some work. So Rapp also reporting that it is number 6 from the Lions to pick up number 12 and number 34 from the Cardinals. So the Lions getting even more draft capital. And I think the one thing that we can say for certain is it won't be a Will Levis, considering the Cardinals have Kyler Murray.
No, it will not be. Yeah, I'm going to guess Jalen Carter here. Christian Gonzalez would make sense as well. As Al Bundy says, yep, Card's getting Paris. Yeah, that's also another possibility as well. So, yeah, very interesting at the moment.
One thing I said in my article earlier today for PewterReport.com, my 100% absolutely correct, none of these are going to be wrong, mock draft was, I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. The other thing that I've said is I don't think that there were going to be a lot of first round trades this year. I didn't think that there would be a lot of teams. I didn't think there would be a lot of teams wanting to move up. At least not unless it was for a quarterback. And well, this shows, I'm really great at analysis. Huh? we trade you, Bailey.
We trade Bailey to the Athletic for actually you'd be like the top guy there, I guess. Since Greg, we trade Bailey to the Tampa Bay Times for.
Would it be for Rick or would it be for Joey?
Yeah, we could.
What are you worth?
I don't want to start naming names and get ourselves in trouble for a lot of different stuff. No, we're keeping Bailey. We're keeping all of our. We value our assets, so yeah, we're not trading anybody. But Josh, I'm curious how you feel. The way that the board is going, and even if Paris gets drafted here, I feel like things are kind of shaking out for the Bucs, where they're going to have a lot more. I mean, it's still early; we're not even out of the top 10, but there's going to be like a lot of carte blanche for the Bucs.
Yeah, I think the two positions that we at Pewter Report have kind of targeted as some of the higher priority positions for the Bucs are offensive tackle and edge rusher. And through the first 5 picks, I think we're at now, right? 6 has not actually been announced. You have 1 edge rusher off the board and no tackles. All right, so that leaves 14 picks to go for that to be a possibility for the Bucs. I think from a positional value, both are very high. Both are very valuable to NFL teams in general. And I think from the Bucs perspective, probably tackle, if in a vacuum, I would say, is their higher need. But it really will come down to how many of these tackles. What's that?
Yeah, Paris Johnson goes to the Arizona Cardinals, like you just talked about. That's what Kyler Murray is asking for at the moment. I mean, he's going to have to run around a lot anyway with no receivers to throw to once DeAndre Hopkins is out of town. So, but again, I know someone in the chat said Matt is jinxing it. We had already planned for Paris Johnson to not be there. Correct. He was the quintessential top tackle off the board. If Skoronski, we are considering an interior offensive lineman. So this doesn't really come as a shock. Now, the big question is, as Bailey's doing a couple pump fakes towards the door, the real question is, like, when will the run on tackles begin? Like, really,
I think it starts here.
Who's going to be the next domino to fall?
Yeah, I mean, the Raiders could certainly use offensive line help. The Raiders could also use defensive help. So, you could see them potentially.
Gonzalez the Raiders were another team that Christian Gonzalez has been mocked to a fair amount.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think. The Falcons are pretty set at tackle. The Bears could potentially take one. They had a couple of young tackles in Larry Borum and I'm forgetting their left tackle. I'm gonna have to find it, but a couple.
Not Richie Incognito.
It is not. It is not. But they've had a couple of the young tackles, very similar to Seattle, who progressed throughout last year. But I don't think to the point where they wouldn't be out on a tackle. The Eagles have been rumored to want offensive line. They've got a pretty set roster, but their general manager, Howie Roseman, does a very good job of kind of drafting for future needs. And right tackle Lane Johnson may only have 1 or 2 seasons left in him. He's dealt with some injuries over the last few years. So he could be trying to draft his successor. The Packers could potentially need tackle. The Patriots, the Jets, all could have tackle needs, and the Steelers. So there's still a lot of teams between the current pick.
I spoke to her.
And number 19. Now, with that said, we've kind of looked at it. We think that in addition to Paris Johnson, Darnell Wright is probably going to be off the board. He's right tackle for Tennessee. Got a lot of buzz very late in the process, kind of moved up a lot of boards. And then Broderick Jones out of Georgia, we all expect will probably be gone by 19. But we had in our Pewter Report final mock draft,
Yes.
kind of the number 4 offensive tackle on the big board, Oklahoma's Anton Harrison being potentially the Bucs pick at 19. I still think that he would be in play there at 19, and it would come down to him versus what edges are still left on the board as to where the Bucs might go.
Yeah, and I guess I'll ask you, like, obviously you can balance going against best available versus team need, and I guess if you really love an edge rusher more than an offensive tackle, you'd be more inclined to go with the offensive tackle. I don't know if I'm just reading too much into Shaq Barrett being like, yeah, I feel no pain, I'm good. Way. He was teeing off at the Arians Family Foundation the other day.
The golf tournament?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, what? You can do that if you're coming off a torn ACL or a torn Achilles? The other thing that kind of blew my mind, Baker Mayfield golfs lefty.
I didn't know that.
Which I shouldn't be that, like, surprised about it because I throw lefty, but I golf righty. So I totally get what Baker Mayfield is doing. But I was like, what? Baker Mayfield, lefty golfer.
Yep. My son, he throws lefty, bats righty, writes righty. He does everything right-handed except throw a ball. Which is really, really weird to me. I think, Shaq saying that's great. And I think we at Pewter Report and probably every Bucs fan is very hopeful that Shaq Barrett's able to make a full recovery by the beginning of the regular season and return to his Pro Bowl form. But I think the more interesting thing is what the Bucs have done with regards to Barrett this offseason. And namely, they did not restructure his contract, which means they did not push current salary into future years, guaranteeing it and creating a larger dead cap for 2024 and beyond, which gives them the flexibility to potentially move on from Shaq Barrett as soon as next offseason. If they were to let him go this year, it would have been a dead cap hit. It wouldn't have been smart from a financial perspective, but they would have, let me pull it up real quick. If they were to move on from him next year, as of right now, the Bucs would be able to save almost $7.5 million on the 2024 salary cap. They would take a $16.2 million dead cap hit, but his salary cap hit, if he were to stay on the team, was $23.65 million. So they've created a world where if he doesn't return to form, that they can move on from him. And if that is the case, there's a good chance that the Bucs will want to find somebody who can succeed him early in this year's draft,
which would bring someone like Nolan Smith into play. Chris Kuster with a $2 super chat. Appreciate you, CK. I don't know if people call you that, but I will. Nolan Smith, year 1, outside linebacker. Year 2, inside linebacker. I feel like with really any player you draft in the first year, unless it's like a cornerback moving to safety or vice versa, which the Bucs really only did that with MJ Stewart because he struggled so much in his first couple of seasons with the Bucs. I don't really think you would want to do that with an outside linebacker. I get like the whole, well, they're going to have to get an inside linebacker anyway. It just seems like, man, that's way too much of a project for a first round pick. We got another super chat from Jonathan Stutzman. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Jonathan says, thanks for all you guys do. PR is my favorite draft weekend tradition. Happy draft day / draft weekend. Go Bucs. Jonathan, appreciate the kind words. We love the Pewter people, so we love you too. Happy draft weekend to you, Jonathan.
Absolutely. And Matt, you want to know how good our draft day coverage is? Not only do we scout the players who will be drafted,
as Josh Capo was saying about the great Jonathan Stutzman.
Yep. Yeah, I was just saying our coverage of the draft is second to none. Not only do we scout the players who are going to be drafted, we scout our readers, viewers, and listeners. And I know for a fact Jonathan Stutzman is an accomplished children's book author. So for you readers and listeners and viewers who have kids, please go look him up on Google or wherever. And he's got some absolutely amazing children's books, and I highly recommend them. I've been reading them to my daughter, and she absolutely loves them.
Awesome. Yeah. Make sure you read his children's books ASAP. All right. We got some trade details for the Lions and the Cardinals.
We also have the pick in for the Raiders.
Cool. All right. What should we do first?
You go first.
Okay. Real quick. Trade details. The Cardinals got the 6th pick and the 81st overall pick. The Lions get the 12th pick, the 34th, and the 168th pick. All in this year's draft.
Yep.
So.
And then the Raiders at pick number 7 have drafted Texas Tech defensive lineman Tyree Wilson. So Wilson, who a lot of people thought might have been going as high as number 2 to the Texans, now goes at number 7. He represents the second edge defender off the board now in the top 10 picks.
Yeah, I mean, there was talks that he was going to be the first defensive player off the board after the run of quarterback. So, I mean, not exactly a fall from grace,
no.
staying in the top 10. But yeah, definitely interesting. I mean, I think we all were of the belief that Will Anderson was going to be the first guy off the board at that position. Not a bad consolation prize though. And this draft order is really moving and shaking.
Yep. Wilson's interesting. I mean, the physical profile is absolutely amazing. I want to say he's 6'6". He's like 271 pounds, doing that off of memory. And he'll be able to step in, and from day one, he'll have an NFL caliber long arm move. He just uses his length really well, uses a really good wingspan really well. But beyond that, he's got to refine a lot of his game. I don't think he has a great pass rush plan. I don't think that he's got a really wide arsenal of moves that he can use. I think he can counter to the inside a little bit, but he does everything off of that long arm. And I think he was in college for 5 years and really didn't break out until that 5th year. So there's definitely some risk there. And I think that that's kind of a theme for this year's draft compared to most drafts. Now, every draft, almost every pick comes with some type of risk. I think this draft presents more players with higher risk because there's a lot less of those blue chip kind of home run picks. And Tyree Wilson is definitely one of those where he's not a surefire guy.
No, I wasn't really in love with him when watching him, reading up on him, all that fun stuff. But I don't know if this is fun for Bucs fans or nerve-wracking. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, and this man is still available. If you're listening on audio, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But if you're looking at the picture, Bijan Robinson, could he be going to the ATL and running roughshod on the Bucs defense that run defensively wise took a little bit of a step back, but maybe Greg Gaines will have something to say about Bijan if he hypothetically goes to the Falcons. But man, that would be quite the pick if Bijan Robinson went to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. Bijan is probably one of the top 3 players position agnostic in this draft. Yeah. His tape is absolutely phenomenal. He had, I want to say something like a 35% force missed tackle rate, a ton of explosive plays. He's good receiver, great vision. I think the only thing that he lacks is maybe the home run speed of like a 4.40 or something like that. I think he was a little bit higher in terms of that. So
they took him?
They did?
They took him. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta Falcons took Bijan Robinson, the quintessential, unanimous, undisputed best running back and a top 3, top 5 player in this whole draft, is going to the NFC South, is staying down south with the Dirty Birds. Bucs are going to have to play him twice a year. Not to mention Tyler Algier had a pretty good rookie season.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the Falcons already had a very good run game. Tyler Algier had a fantastic rookie season. I mean, I love the player. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, he was just like a top 3 player in terms, But considering the positional value and considering the not so much need that the Falcons had, I'm surprised at this one in terms of whether they'll be able to really get the value out of him. With that said, Bijan's absolutely amazing. And Scott, you said it was Albert Breer who was reporting.
Albert Breer is reporting that. It's almost like the Falcons should have kept Marcus Mariota and just ran the triple option all year long.
Well, Desmond Ritter's got a little bit of wheels, so it'll be interesting there. Again, another potential landing spot for Will Levis, and he is still not off the board.
Damn, the Falcons. Listen, I want the Bucs to win the NFC South. The Falcons should have went after Lamar Jackson, man. Can you imagine Lamar Jackson with Bijan?
I mean, it would have been fun to cover. That's for sure. Absolutely would have been fun to cover. And with the Falcons selecting Bijan, it now means that the Chicago Bears are on the clock. No, they're not. Is that what I'm saying?
No,
JC.
Are,
you're just shaking your head in absolute.
Down from one and get Jalen Carter.
That is true. I mean, for that defense, for the Bears, they need a really good 3 technique. Jalen Carter's sitting right there. That's a really good point, JC. I think that he could be the pick. And Jalen Carter would only speak to teams that were in the top 10 for top 30 visits. He told every other team, I don't want to talk to you unless you're a top 10 team. And he is now 2 picks away from dropping out of the top 10. That's really interesting because for those teams that weren't given the opportunity to speak to him,
I know.
Now they've got maybe questions that they don't have answers to. So could the Jalen Carter slide be even more pronounced? Could Jalen Carter be there at 19 for the Bucs?
If he goes to the Eagles, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, that's complete crap. That's complete crap.
Him and Jordan Davis?
Yeah.
If
the Eagles get
what's that? Oh yeah. Just and Hassan Reddick. I mean, the Eagles have an elite pass rush. Wow. That's incredible.
Edward Claringbowl says, no. We also got to pour one out for our guy, Adam Hamilton. He is a super chatter. He was a huge Bijan Robinson fan, really wanted the Bucs to draft Bijan. That's okay, though. The Bucs will be all right.
I think Al Bundy had a really great kind of point. If you go up just a little bit more.
The Pitts?
No. He had said something. Al Bundy said something. I saw it, that this could be great for the Bucs because if the Bears go with Jalen Carter, that's a team that could have been in play for a tackle that doesn't take a tackle, which then gives the Bucs more hope at maybe having a choice of tackles at 19. So
Al Bundy actually wrote it in all caps, so you know he really means it. This is great for the Bucs, by the way. Jalen to Chicago instead of Darnell Wright. Eagles traded up for 1 spot, pulling the Tristan Wirfs move that the Bucs did back in 2020. Is Jalen Carter their guy? Is Jalen Carter going to the city of brotherly love, where there is nothing lovely about blocking against that defensive line?
That's got to be it.
That's my Chris Berman impersonation. I was doing a Stephen A. Smith over the weekend. I was like, you walk down the streets of New York City, the windows are pristine because the Knicks are hitting the glass, or something like that.
Oh my goodness! So
Mitchell Robinson. By the way, Sly, would have loved for a Knicks Bucks matchup, but guess it couldn't happen. Anyway, back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Falcons first pick, Bijan Robinson, the electric, polarizing running back, and of course the Panthers with the first pick of the draft took Bryce Young. And we've yet to see your beloved Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the rival, hated New Orleans Saints.
It is Jalen Carter.
Damn it.
There you go.
Damn it. Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter, as if the rich weren't already getting richer. The Eagles, who lost like half of their coaching staff, because that's what happens when you
make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when you make it to the Super Bowl, or you almost get hired by another Florida team.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, and Scott pointed it out again from kind of behind the camera here, that the Eagles have now selected a Georgia defensive tackle in the first round in back-to-back drafts. Last year, taking Jordan Davis.
Compensation update, 2024 4th round pick.
That's okay.
That's wow.
That sounds very similar to the Tristan Wirfs trade from 2020, although I think that was in the same year 4th round pick. So I think the Eagles got amazing value for one of the true blue chip players in this year's draft giving up just a future 4th rounder. You said it, the rich get richer.
Yeah,
the Howie Roseman masterclass.
Honestly, it's a damn shame. But we've had so many trades this draft already.
Yeah.
And they swapped thirds, so they are early third instead of that late third too. Howie Roseman, he is just working.
Damn.
Continues to do amazing things. And they still have another first rounder later in the first round. My goodness.
I feel like what is it? I think it's a Jim Carrey movie where he like spits out his water. He's like, "Oh, come on!" I think it's Liar Liar, maybe.
Yeah. What I think, I don't know if one of you guys can do it, but take a look at my mock draft from earlier today. I don't even know if I got Bryce Young right. Have I gotten a second pick right?
Todd McShay. You know how for like March Madness, Warren Buffett will do the like, I'll give $1 million to anybody who like gets the perfect bracket.
Right.
Todd McShay is offering $1 million to anybody that has the perfect mock draft.
Okay.
You got AR-15 right.
Okay. All right. So I've gotten a couple.
Just need one.
Just a couple.
Not sure if you all heard that, but JC wanted to point out that I shouldn't have said I got a couple. I should have said I just got a couple. Just a couple. So
interesting comment from our guy Christopher Oxentine, who said, oh, by the way, Christopher, let us know which fan base has made the loudest noise when their team made a pick. Just curious.
And was it positive noise or negative
yes,
noise?
and who booed the hardest too? Nothing like a good boo.
Right.
Boo! You know, like you just really like get in on it.
See, my favorite boo is actually like the deadpan, like boo. I really feel like that has a much more powerful connotation because I'm booing you in a way that says I don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. So we've got the Bears on the clock now.
Christopher says no one has booed, but the comment I want to put up by him was the Buccaneers are going to regret winning the NFC South. And Christopher, huge fan of you, but I'm going to have to disagree with that. I mean, going to the playoffs is fun. You don't always like being that top 5 team or picking in the top 10. And I still think, like, I don't just because the Panthers now got their quarterback, but no one to throw to, and the Falcons still have their questions as a team. You just add including quarterback. That doesn't mean the Bucs aren't going to be competitive.
That's very true. I think the NFC South is still up for grabs 100%, no matter who drafts whom tonight. You still have a lot of question marks on every single one of these rosters. Obviously, every team's trying to fill some of those or answer some of those question marks. What I think is really interesting that Christopher brought up is what happened late last season and how it affects this year. And I kind of want to take it back to earlier in the draft as we're waiting for the Bears to make their selection. The Texans, I want to know, where did they grade out Bryce Young versus CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
Obviously, they took Stroud, right? So they had to have liked him. But how much more did they like Bryce Young? And what kind of difference did them winning in week 18, Lovie Smith's like big screw you games that took them out of the
Lovie's
first pick.
last stand.
Especially because it's in Texas. That's perfect. That, you know, how could this have been different if they had lost in week 18, had the number 1 pick? Would they have gone with Bryce? Right? Did they have a huge difference in grades between him and CJ Stroud? It's just fascinating. We probably will never know, but that's something that's going to eat at my brain late at night because I have trouble sleeping.
Callie, jeez. So freaking morbid. It's only day 1. That's some day 3
That's
conversation.
a day 3 comment. I'll put it back in the pocket and say it later.
Callie Buck says, die on your sword, no honor in tanking. Well, the Bucs did tank to try to get Jameis. I think.
That's true. Well,
I don't know, Scott.
Did they try to
Scott
tank,
and
or
Mark
were they
Cook
just
talking
that
about this a
bad?
lot. We're like, the Bucs were winning at halftime. They took out like all their starters. Yes, yeah. So the Bucs did tank. Well, at least they got entertainment out of Jameis. You can't say he wasn't entertaining.
That is true.
Yeah.
Have we heard whether the Bears have made their selection yet?
You would never got James 101 if you didn't get James.
Yeah.
Still waiting. They're using every last second. Interesting. All right.
Maybe they're trying to trade back again. They have got 8 picks in the first 4 rounds next year already.
Still a lot of talented players on the board.
Yep. So, who are some of the players that you thought would have probably been off the board at this point who are still there?
Good question. Yeah, maybe Nolan Smith.
Skoronski's the big one for me.
Skoronski, I thought would have been like.
He might go here.
Yeah, potentially. Nope.
Bucs dreams are gone.
Yep.
All right.
Darnell Wright, offensive tackle.
Come on. That was my pick. That was my guy.
Offensive tackle out of Tennessee. Goes
this one
to
hurts.
the Bears at pick number, 10, right? Pick number 10. So that's the second offensive tackle off the board. Halfway to the Bucs pick at 19. We here at Pewter Report, a lot of people think that the Bucs would probably be in on an offensive tackle. Really depends on how that run goes. There are 4, maybe 5, depending on how you see Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern, whether you see him as a tackle or a guard, that have been kind of projected consistently.
So Wright was not to cut you off, but Wright was the second offensive lineman taken off the board.
Second offensive lineman, second offensive tackle. He had a meteoric rise late in the draft process. I wonder how many people saw that tape against Alabama where he really played well against Will Anderson, and moved him up. A lot of really good traits by Darnell Wright. I think one of the things that is going to really predicate whether he is successful at the next level is how he can manage his weight. I'm trying to pull it up real quick. So he weighed in at the combine at 333 pounds at 6'5", and I think high 320s, low 330s is where he needs to stay in order to keep his athleticism operating at a high level.
And interesting, he's like at this point of his, I guess, career, if you even want to call it yet, better as a pass blocker than a run blocker, at least early on. And that kind of goes to the mobility you were talking about, but just a huge guy that, like, as soon as he gets his paws on you, you're essentially done. So
and it's interesting because his hand size is small, but they just pack a punch. He's got good length. We already mentioned the athleticism. He's got really good footwork. He can mirror edge rushers to the top of the arc. Nice long arm, and he protects against counter moves to the inside really well. He had to do a lot of pass blocking in that Tennessee offense. They loved to throw the ball, and he was able to really help keep Hendon Hooker clean. So interesting. We had him in our Pewter Report mock draft 3.0. I think it was
3 was Brian Branch. Yeah.
Okay, so 4.0. We had him as the Bucs pick at 19. And that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take credit for this, Scott. We started the hype train on Darnell Wright.
We started
because
the fire.
At that point,
it was us.
He was a realistic option at 19. And as soon as we pointed out how amazing he was, boom, like a rocket. Now he goes number 10 overall.
I think why I'm bothered with
Darnell
owes us
Wright, money.
Yeah.
He owes us money. We want the difference between the number 19.
I got to give a shout out to former Bucs team reporter now covering the NFC North, Carmen Vitale, because I was watching a clip. She was on a Fox show over there, and she was saying that she didn't think that the Bears would take an offensive lineman, at least in the first round, because they hit on an offensive lineman late in last year's draft, and their GM is like former offensive lineman, knows how to find them, can find that diamond in the rough and things like that. So to see Darnell Wright go to the Chicago Bears, just a dagger, an absolute dagger for me. I was very excited. I had my heart set on Darnell Wright to the Bucs at 19, but clearly not the case. And again, the fact that he was the second offensive lineman, really just really very surprising.
Yep.
You know what this means? That means the banana eating, mayo drinking, coffee drinking Levis.
Still, yeah.
Out of the top 10.
Yep. And I think there were two schools of thought. He was either going to go top 5 or he was going to slip to late teens, early 20s. Yeah. And it looks like it's the former. The offensive tackle you were talking about with Carmen there, the Bears really kind of did a great job in hitting on too. Braxton Jones, the left tackle, I think was a 4th round pick. And then even Larry Borum played fairly well at right tackle for them. So it'll be interesting to see. Tevin Jenkins was drafted a couple years ago to be their right tackle. He had a pretty successful season last year as a guard. So you've got 4 guys in play there. Interesting to see, does the drafting of Darnell Wright, are they just going to stick him at right tackle and move Borum maybe to left guard? Does Tevin Jenkins move from right guard to left guard and you keep Borum? A lot of different scenarios for the Bears, but I like the overall strategy of bolster the offensive line, give Justin Fields some extra time.
So we are 10 picks in. I'm curious, very early on, but who would you guys say had the best pick so far? Again, we understand 10 picks in, but curious for everybody in the chat what your thoughts are. And obviously, Josh, I value your opinion as well.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so I think probably the best pick in terms of value, just from the on-field play, Philly at 9, taking Jalen Carter. I think it's a good culture for him to go into as well. A lot of these picks you're gonna hear us talk about, is it the right system? Anthony Richardson going to Indy with their former offensive coordinator, setting up potentially an offense that looks like Philly's offense from last year. I think that's a great landing spot for him. I think Carter going to Philly, I think the culture is really good there. I think that's probably going to help minimize some of those off the field issues for him. I think probably the most exciting, just the Texans, right?
Yeah.
Taking CJ Stroud at 2, then say,
three.
we're going to screw number 12. We're moving up to 3. We're going back to back. We're taking this, one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the draft. And then we're going to take one of the best defensive players. We're going to go with a couple of blue chippers and really solidify both sides of the ball and start to ramp up this rebuild.
I hate to just continuously agree with you, but yeah, Jalen Carter dropping that far to 9.
I hate that you make good points.
Yeah. The fact that he dropped that far and already goes to a team that just went to the Super Bowl, stacked on a lot of places on the roster, just gets even better on the defensive line. The Texans definitely have the most surprising, mind exploding type of deals. And the one that just interests me the most, obviously, is Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. Just what can go on there. Obviously, a team that was rebuilding to begin with, an owner that really wanted a quarterback, and just a very, very interesting situation. I'm curious to see what Pat McAfee's thought is going to be on it. What was that? All right, so another offensive lineman off the board. Tennessee going with offensive lineman Peter Skoronski.
Albert Breer
on top of everything here. So
Skoronski, I think most people thought that his tape was the cleanest of all the offensive linemen who were in this year's draft. There's a lot of questions because his arms are a little bit shorter as to whether he would be better as a guard or a tackle. I think most people think that he can play both, but he's probably best as a guard. Tennessee needs help all along their offensive line, so they could plug him in a bunch of different places and he would upgrade wherever he goes there.
I was actually just thinking this too. Jason Millwood said, how do they get the picks so fast? I don't even want to say it out loud, because before I was like, everything's going to fall to the Bucs, and then just clearly has not. So
you did jinx it.
I did jinx it. My bad, Tampa Bay. My bad. But hey, at least the Lightning scored, and now watch, they're going to let up a goal. Tall Florida guy says Levis is going to Tampa. I just feel it.
How tall are you, tall Florida guy?
Yeah, let us know.
What is tall in your definition?
We're going to make a little swap here in just a moment. But by the way, we're making a line change. Speaking of the Tampa Bay Lightning. By the way, you've heard us talk about Celsius a lot. There's so many different flavors that we love. If you want to buy them in bulk, which I would highly recommend getting the variety pack, because variety is the spice of life, go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, pick whatever flavor you want, or do that variety pack, and then have that pack from Amazon go to your house or apartment every week, month, quarterly, yearly, whenever you want it. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report live draft show. Scott Reynolds back with us now. And Scott, this draft has been moving and shaking all over the place. It truly has been wild.
It has. And I would be remiss if we don't do a Celsius read without saying the word bodega.
Bodega. Go to your local bodega. Ask them if you can get it in bulk and just buy out the store.
Yep. So yeah, it's interesting to see, the Falcons, right? That they've made a lot of moves in free agency. We've spent a lot of money, and now you see what they're doing for the draft here. They're doing their damnedest, Arthur Smith and company, to try to make the Atlanta Falcons the new or the old version of the Tennessee Titans, which is run first with King Henry, play good defense, be a rock solid physical team. Tyler Algier from BYU last year had 1,000 yards.
Yeah, like he's no slouch.
Right. So now he's the number 2 guy. So you have Bijan Robinson, number 1, and then your backup running back. Oh, he's just 1,000-yard running back last year. You still have Kyle Pitts. You've got Drake London. If you're Desmond Ridder, you got to be really happy, right? You can hand off the ball and just sit back there and watch things happen. They have an offensive line they've invested money in and draft picks in. We shall see what holds in store for the Falcons, but right now they're doing their damnedest to really challenge the Buccaneers for the NFC South title. It'll be interesting to see what counter moves the Buccaneers make from the defensive side of the ball to try to get enough bodies and speed and run.
The defensive line stopping the run, while it wasn't terrible, it took a step back just in terms of the expectations and the level of execution that we've seen from the defensive line in a Todd Bowles defense. Yeah. So from that standpoint, it's very threatening seeing Bijan Robinson go to the Atlanta Falcons. And I am very interested in watching Atlanta this year, kind of for Bijan and Bijan alone. But what I will say,
still Cordero
and still have Cordero Patterson. I mean, Kyle Pitts obviously is a very talented tight end, and Drake London can really put it together. That's something too. So Atlanta, if they figure out quarterback, they really got something cooking there. Yep. And obviously gave the Bucs some fits last year. Adam Hamilton, I gave you a shout out before. I'm so sorry, man. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. But he says Bijan with the frowning face.
Yeah.
Love y'all. Let's go Bucs.
Yep.
What I will say though is going back to our conversation that we've had on podcasts before, I just feel, and even if Bijan Robinson is the game changer, if he's like Saquon as a rookie and how exciting that was, that doesn't guarantee team success. I was on the Pat and Aaron show last week, and they asked me about running back and things like that. And one of them brought up another point that, like, arguably the greatest running back in football history, if you want to say it's Barry Sanders, he barely made the playoffs with the Detroit Lions. And granted, it was a different type of football back then. But again, you can go to Saquon. Didn't even make the playoffs until last year. Derrick Henry. The Titans are right now starting a rebuild. They made it to the AFC Championship game. Didn't even work out then.
Well, and the biggest way to neutralize a running back, and I know Bijan can play all 3 downs. He's good out of the backfield, et cetera. But you get a lead on a team, and all of a sudden you take away the ability to run the ball.
Exactly.
And so if you want to neutralize Bijan Robinson in the Falcons ground game, they're never going to fully give up on the run. If you remember, the Buccaneers had a 21-0 lead, and the Falcons kept running the ball. They scored 2 late touchdowns in the first matchup in Tampa. I think the Bucs won 21-15. I think was the final.
Yeah,
20.
I mean, it was a very close game, and they probably should have lost if we're being real, or at least Atlanta should at least got the ball back with the chance to win.
Yeah, but Tom Brady had a favorable call.
He did. Very favorable.
Yeah.
What's going on? People are freaking out behind the scenes.
Jahmyr Gibbs is going
to the Lions.
12 to Detroit.
Wow.
This goes back to what I was just saying, that game-changing running backs don't make a difference. And wow, just talking about Barry Sanders and the Detroit Lions. Now they're trying to find their next Barry Sanders. Wow. Gibbs at 12. Are you kidding me? It's a resurgence of the running backs.
I'm not kidding you. Maybe Albert Breer is. I'm just parroting what he tweeted, including the all caps wow.
Ari is confirming it as well.
Jesus Christmas.
Yeah. Well, interesting. The Buccaneers did like Jahmyr Gibbs, not saying they would have taken him in the first round or Bijan Robinson, but those were a couple players that were in for top 30 visits.
Yes, they were.
And so So the Buccaneers now.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, that's
no sense.
Who has 2 running backs in the top 15 on their bingo card?
That's right.
Top end sneaking in the end of the first round.
Man.
Especially with Christian Gonzalez on the board.
The draft be wildin'.
So Adam just had a great point. Detroit had just signed David Montgomery.
Right.
And they already had DeAndre Swift on.
You can never have enough good running backs. I guess that's the moral of the story.
Yeah. Why have great corners or receivers when you could just...
There's only one ball, folks, but hell, get 3 or 4 good running backs.
I mean, let's face it, Dan Campbell's like, we're going to smash mouth them to death, run it over and over.
I think this puts Roshan Johnson in play at number 19 for the Buccaneers now, does it not?
Yeah. Bailey leaps out of his seat. Adam Hamilton with the 1999 Super Chat in all caps, quickly getting over Bijan Robinson, which, funny enough, the Super Chat comes up in burnt orange. Texas orange. I swear to God, that's unbelievable. Anyway, Adam, we love you. Thank you for the Super Chat. Adam says, any chance we take Levis? What do y'all think? Go Bucs, baby! I was going to say no, but now the 2 running backs have won.
Couldn't have traded back to get him. There's no way other teams had him valued top.
Yeah, Josh Capo makes a great point off camera. This seems like a big-time reach, just because of the fact that the Lions could have traded back to get Jahmyr Gibbs at a spot not number 12.
Well, prior to the draft leading up the last couple of days that some people had Jahmyr Gibbs over Bijan Robinson.
That's true.
And it was kind of just as Mr. Matera would say, your spice of life.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want, whichever one you want.
Well, we've said it before that this is a beauty is in the eye of the beholder draft.
It very much.
If you like your guy, go get your guy, right? And in this case, they got their guy a lot higher than other people thought. But when it comes to Will Levis, to answer the question here, I'm not going to rule it out. Remember, Will Levis had a formal visit with the Buccaneers at the Combine. He was in for a top 30 visit. To me, Will Levis is the next Blaine Gabbert. And I love Blaine, and I say it with great affection. Not
expert
necessarily
jet skier.
Well, but probably not in that realm. And I'm not going to say barbecue devourer because I think this guy likes bananas and mayonnaise a little bit better. But the thing with Levis, though, is strong-armed guy, not nearly as good-looking as Blaine. Let's get that out of the way right now. But Levis just seems to me like he's an athlete playing the quarterback position, where he's not a natural passer. He tries to strong him everything. He's got a cannon for an arm, and he likes to blast it. And I think that when you look at the touch throws, the intermediate and the short passes, they lack some finesse. They lack some touch. And I think that contributed to his completion percentage dropping a bit with regards to his final year at Kentucky. And the other thing, too, is he likes social media. This is a guy that is a bit of a star in his own mind. And how much of a distraction is that? Todd Bowles is a guy that is pretty no nonsense and serious. Yeah. And Dave Canales, he likes social media, but Will Levis likes to kind of put himself out there a little bit. And I don't know if that's face of the franchise stuff. And you know what? I think maybe this is why when you look at the tape and you look at the interviews that he's had, maybe, Matt, this is why Will Levis is, as of right now, quarterback number 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a line between cockiness and confidence. I think it's the other way around, but everyone gets what I'm trying to say. And sometimes you got to learn how to toe that line. Like Joe Burrow, I think, for example, is certainly, without question, cocky, but it's like the confidence comes first, and it's almost like shaded with humbleness as well. It's not something that's like easy to master. But Levis, I can't believe, he said something at the Combine that was like, I got a rocket for an arm, I got a cannon for an arm,
I'm going to show it off.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like, did you really need to say that? Because everyone else is saying that for you.
Right.
Like you didn't necessarily have to go out there and say. So that kind of falls into what you were just talking about.
I will say, Dane Brugler did have Jahmyr Gibbs as his 22nd best player, so 10 spots ahead of where Brugler had him rated. So
Green Bay on the clock. Let's hope wide receiver.
Just to spite Aaron Rodgers.
Just for the loss.
We do have a
Packers
super chat. I don't know what currency that is.
That's a pound.
That's a pound.
Yeah.
A super chat from Dave Canales that says, Leftwich to the Lions to firmly establish the run.
Yeah, exactly. Here's one thing, too, that I've said before, and I'll try to summarize it in 30 seconds. I've said it so many times. You're looking at, Matt and Pewter, people out there, a quarterback competition between right now Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. If they draft a quarterback in the third day, Matt, whether it's Jaron Hall, whether it's Clayton Tune, that person's going to kind of be relegated to number 3, right? It's going to be a two-man race because the Buccaneers want to win now, not necessarily develop a younger quarterback. So out of the reps that you're going to have in training camp, let's say you can use this as 100 throws. You could use it as the percentages. 45% going to go to Baker Mayfield, 45% to Kyle Trask. The remaining 10 will go to that third string arm. Normally, if Tom Brady was on, or if the Buccaneers had an established starter, Lucas Van Ness to the Packers. Okay, that's another
I like
one.
that. I wasn't really a big fan of that.
I was not. And I will say this: I probably said this on a show before. Lucas Van Ness came to the Buccaneers on a top 30 visit. That was a smokescreen. So I can.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the Packers continue their streak of not taking a wide receiver in the first round, not going with the Rodgers spike pick.
Back to the point I was making about the quarterbacks, Matt. So you've got normally a starting quarterback in training camp is going to get 70% of the snaps, right? You've got 20% to your backup and then 10% to your third string quarterback. So you're already going from 70% of the snaps with a regular starter in training camp down to 45%.
Yeah.
And if you throw in another quarterback that's a legitimate contender for that starting job, and if that's Will Levis in the first round or anybody in the first round, they're going to be in the mix based upon their draft status. So now you're dropping from 45% for Mayfield and 45% to Trask to 33, 33, and 33. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, they're learning a new offense. At the same time, Tristan Wirfs and Ryan Jensen are learning a new offense, and Rashad White and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are learning a new offense. And now you've got a three-way quarterback competition, 33, 33, 33, to make it even, to split up those reps. How in the world are you going to come to the conclusion that this guy is going to be your starter? And more importantly, have your team, have your offense prepared for your opening day opponent.
Yeah, it's tougher to build chemistry. Who starts each preseason game? You know, what if you have a joint practice? What do you decide to do there? You're gonna have 2.5 hour practices or 4 hour practices.
Well, and the NFLPA with the collective bargaining agreement, they're not going to allow that. Yeah. So you really don't have enough reps to go around, is what I'm saying, with a true 3-man quarterback derby here. That's why I don't think they're going to go Will Levis here, and I don't think that they like him enough, and we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
And Adam Hamilton brings up a good point with this $4.99 super chat. Thanks, Adam. Not trying to blow y'all up, but Bowles ain't taking a quarterback with his job on the line, correct? I've kind of said this from the beginning as well, where, you know, obviously Baker against Kyle Trask isn't the most ideal quarterback competition, but if you take a quarterback in the first round, you essentially say that we're not banking on either quarterback really playing at a high level, and we're going to have to move on from the season anyway. You know who can't afford to do that? The man on the screen right now, Todd Bowles. Bowles has to win this year, or at least has to stay competitive and trend in the right direction towards the end of the season, because he could be out after 2 years. We've talked about the history of Bucs coaches not lasting after a second year. They at least get 2. Even Lovey got 2.
That's right.
Greg
Schiano got
Todd
2.
could still be out the door after the season if it's another downward type of season. Now, if they go, you know, same record as last year and make the playoffs again, that's another conversation. But it's really, really risky to take a quarterback when it's like, all right, we want this guy to be our future, but our coaches might not be there to develop him. And that's not helpful for the quarterback either.
Exactly. So Lucas Van Ness off the board. Buccaneers really didn't have much interest in him. Didn't interview him at the combine, maybe outside of an informal. Again, sometimes teams will bring in these players for top 30 picks to do their due diligence, but also to kind of send out some smoke screens. And I think Lucas Van Ness was one of those smoke screens. Kind of got that from a source a while back, and that's why we have dedicated zero time talking about Lucas Van Ness.
Yeah, but they already got the tall, lanky guy from Iowa.
Yeah,
they already got him on the team.
Yeah, they've already got Anthony Nelson, who might be better than Lucas Van Ness when it's all said and done. Van Ness is a player that really is, at this stage of the game, a one-trick pony. He is a bull rush type guy. Now, if he can, with his athleticism and strength, if he can add some counter moves and some different tools to his arsenal, he might be something. But right now, he is just a bull rush.
Wow, former bitter rivals, the Steelers, are trading up with the Patriots, so the Steelers will be on the clock at 14.
Yeah, offensive tackle. This is either probably going to be Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, maybe Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, that would that would make a lot of
right
sense.
There
they
at Penn
did
State.
It with Kenny Pickett last year. He played at Pittsburgh and then went to Pittsburgh.
Or this could be an offensive tackle.
Yes, which Bucs fans would not like.
The Steelers really liked a couple of these offensive tackles. They brought in Broderick Jones.
Hey, the Lightning won too, so let's go.
Go Bolts.
Bolts staying alive.
Fourth round pick to move back 3 spots. So we think this might be an offensive tackle, or it might be Christian Gonzalez or Joey Porter Jr. Those
Bucs fans crossing their fingers that they take a corner.
Both the Steelers and the Patriots could go tackle still in front of the Bucs.
Yeah.
Sadly, but true.
So Mike Tomlin loves his DBs. They could certainly use some help in the secondary there, or offensive tackle. They like Darnell Wright. He was a player they were really high on, and Wright went really high. So really probably only 2 more first-round caliber tackles, Matt. Broderick Jones from Georgia. And then you're looking at, Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, who we have going to the Buccaneers at number 19.
Yeah, very much could be the case. Obviously, Harrison would be an interesting one, especially coming from an Oklahoma offense that's like a bit funky. It's not your ideal like NFL style of offense. So I do think there would be a little bit of an adjustment period. But with that said, with that funky type of Oklahoma offense, they would go like horizontal a lot, which would behoove him with the Dave Canales style of offense now and zone blocking and not always going with a hat on a hat. I think that could actually end up helping him. So
I remember
we'll see.
Mike Tomlin, when he was here in the building, winning a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers as their secondary coach. Mm-hmm. That's where his roots are. The interesting thing about Mike Tomlin is Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones off the board, going to the Steel City.
Makes sense. He was top 30 visit.
Yep, he was the top 30 visit for them. Makes perfect sense. That leaves Anton Harrison, 1 tackle left.
Then
if the Buccaneers are going to go offensive tackle, are they going to go Will Levis, or are they going to go outside linebacker? Maybe like Will McDonald, or will that crazy rumor earlier today about Quentin Johnston, the wide receiver from TCU.
I had already forgot about that.
Yeah. Well, listen, folks, when you heard Quentin Johnston's name and we tweeted that out, again, we don't know if this is a smokescreen or if they've just cleverly disguised their interest in Johnston. Now, they did have a formal interview with him at the Combine, but we don't know if they brought him in for a top 30 visit. We've nailed almost all of the top 30 visits, but we don't know if they brought him in. Matter of fact, they didn't bring in a wide receiver that we found out about. So that's interesting. But you might have aged a little bit when you heard that. Why would the Bucs draft a wide receiver in the first round? Well, we're not saying it's going to be true. We'll see. But if you did age, if you do feel a little sluggish right now, there's one place you can go for the answer.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to age rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
From the gym earlier today, and I'm just kidding. I don't look like that anymore. I'm 51, folks. I'm not like 30 something. But you know what? I don't feel like I'm 30, but I feel like I'm in my 40s. And why? Because I went to Age Rejuvenation. and I got the testosterone therapy. I signed up for their free consultation, and there's 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. So I found out I've got low testosterone. Surprise, surprise. Most men in their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, the testosterone just starts going downhill. It's a natural fact of life, fellas. There's not much you can do about it except get testosterone therapy from Age Rejuvenation. Visit agerejuvenation.com. Sign up for that free consultation. Get the blood work done. Your insurance will pay for it. And they've got some specials to where you can save money on your testosterone therapy if you mention Pewter Report. So again, agerejuvenation.com, defying aging and restoring vitality.
Yeah, poor Jason Millwood. He was like, man, Broderick Jones was my guy for the Bucs. Yeah, I saw you commenting about Broderick Jones, Jason. Yeah, it's tough. You all get your draft crushes. Josh Capo had a whole article about my guys in the draft. So, can't fall too hard for some of these players.
This is a player that we got some intel on that the Buccaneers had some interest in, but not as much interest as other players. That's why we didn't really spend a lot of time on Broderick Jones either. Again, we're not saying necessarily that they're rock solid going to take on Anton Harrison. We've been fortunate enough to nail the last 2 first-round picks in Joe Tryon-Shoyinka a couple years ago, and then last year Logan Hall was their first pick. We had those players in our mock draft. We'll see if we can make it 3 in a row with Anton Harrison, or they could go in a different direction. I'm hoping not the quarterback direction because
Please don't.
I don't think that would serve this team well. I don't have a lot of faith in Will Levis being a guy that can come in right away and win, Matt. I think he's a developmental guy. And I kind of like the quarterback class better next year. I think if you're looking for a wild card at quarterback, it could be Hendon Hooker, who will not factor into the race this year because he's just coming back from that torn ACL. He's not going to be ready for training camp, probably won't play in the preseason game, so he'll be ready for the start of the season. But he's going to have to redshirt a year. And if you're Todd Bowles, do you want to draft a player in the first round who's not going to help you this year? I don't think so.
Let me ask you then, how far, or I guess what round, how far would Hendon Hooker have to drop for you to be like, all right, I'll push the button. Let's get Hendon Hooker.
I mean, if he's there in the second round, right, and if you fortify your offensive line or if you help your pass rush in the first round, you could kind of justify it, right? Because you are kind of giving yourself another option, another bite at the apple, if you will, at the quarterback position where you got to get that right. I mean, the best case scenario, both Baker and Kyle Trask really step up and you've got 2 very good options heading into the season. The worst case scenario is neither one of them looks good and you have to kind of go eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah.
And then chances are, if you're reluctant to pick that starter, Matt, heading into the season, you're going to end up yo-yoing between those guys at some point in time. Maybe Baker gets the start because of his experience. And then if he pulls what he did in Carolina, where they go 1-5, then you yank him out and you give Kyle Trask a shot. And then if Trask, if he falters because this team is kind of, bottoming out by mid-season, then maybe you go back to Baker. And then in December, you're like, well, we got to really find out about Trask. I mean,
it's just a whole mishmash, really.
It's a nightmarish scenario. And it's one that I'm not going to rule out, couldn't happen. But I just don't see the value in getting a number 1 quarterback, or I should say a first-round quarterback in this year's draft. You let both of these guys play and see who rises to the occasion. And if this team falters with whoever they decide, then they're going to have a higher pick next year, and you draft from what I think might be a better quarterback class.
Yeah, I'm with you, because if next year's quarterbacks class is better, it's not like the Bucs have to be a top 10 team or whatever in order to find your next guy. And I think some of the best teams, they find out, you don't necessarily need that quarterback right away. You still need to find the right one, but you can still draft a guy in a later in the first round, in the top 15 or in the 20 or something like that.
Yeah.
If you build out, I mean, that's what the Bucs were before Tom Brady got there.
That's right.
They were a quarterback away. The team was ready to go at every position. They just need to find the quarterback. There's no shame in going about that again.
Adam Hamilton with the $1.99 super chat. We got to get you out to Colorado.
You're going.
I'm actually going to Colorado for the first time since the Buccaneers played the Denver Broncos on Sunday Night Football. This is back when TNT had the Sunday night broadcast back in 1996. Donnie Abraham, a rookie back then out of East Tennessee State, the East Tennessee State Buccaneers, 3rd-round pick, got his first career interception against John Elway, of all people.
Jeez, wow.
And the Iceman, as I dubbed him back in the Buccaneer magazine days, the Iceman had 5 interceptions to lead the team as a rookie. That's still a rookie record that stands today. Not even Aqib Talib beat that rookie record. So that was an exciting game. The Buccaneers ended up losing barely to the Denver Broncos, but 1996 was the last time I was out in Colorado.
Wow. Yeah. I've been to the airport before, but that's about it. Want to give a shout out to Ann Bish for this comment. Says, y'all are awesome. My husband and I have the draft on one screen and your podcast on another. That's awesome. That is so awesome. That's a great way to spend the draft. And you know what? Sorry if we're spoiling a couple picks before they get on the TV for you, but that's how it goes. So, Ann, thank you. And shout out to you and your husband for watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. All right. The New York Football Jets are on the clock. Our New York Jets, Adam, after they traded for Aaron Rodgers.
A little bit of a background in history here. I cover football professionally. The teams I grew up with were the Washington Redskins back in the day when I was a kid, and then the Kansas City Chiefs when I moved there. Since I've covered the Buccaneers, this is year 28, dating back to 1995. I walked in the door with Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks. That was the first year on the job for me. I don't really have another professional football team that I follow. I don't even follow the Chiefs anymore. I was excited when they won the Super Bowl, beating the 49ers, and then I was rooting against them when the Buccaneers played them. And I was rooting for the Chiefs last year because if I have another team, it might be that. But Matt,
right?
Rumor has it you're from New York. Is that true?
I am. Yeah, I come from the bodegas of New York.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up a Jets fan. I obviously could put that to the side and do my job to cover the team. I think I was very fair and balanced when the Jets played the Bucs last year during the 2 years ago during the Antonio Brown debacle. Yeah, peace, Antonio. So, the Jets don't really play the Bucs that often. They don't really affect what goes on. So I'm happy for my friends that root for the Jets that, they got Aaron Rodgers and could potentially make the playoffs for the first time.
And Adam Slovan grew up in Wisconsin.
Actually, he was neighbors with Luke Gedeke. It's actually a crazy story.
I don't know if you've had a chance to read any of Adam's stories on Luke Gedeke. The Luke Gedeke Chronicles on Pewter Report is what we call them. There'll be another 3 or 4 stories before the OTAs, I think, right? Yeah.
Our first story after whoever gets drafted, Gedeke shares thoughts on the first pick.
So Adam, growing up a lifelong Packers fan, he's excited now that Aaron Rodgers, his favorite player, is now a New York Jet. So Jets, Jets. What's that?
Jets got Will McDonald. Wow, they're just loading up on edge rushers. They went with Jermaine Johnson last year. Yeah. So so long, right?
Yeah, this one hurts a little bit for me because I do love Will McDonald. He was one of my draft crushes. And what I loved about him was the fact that he's out of the Big 12 now, because if you put on any Will McDonald highlight tape, God, I swear half of his 34 sacks were against Kansas State, and about half of his 10 forced fumbles were against Kansas State. This guy was just
annihilated them,
just destroyed us. So I like Felix Anudike-Uzomah, but I've come to love Will McDonald because I've seen his handiwork firsthand, and not just against Kansas State, against Baylor, against TCU, against Texas. This guy has really been a good player for a long time. He's a 5-year player at Iowa State, and just like Bijan Robinson, get the hell out of the Big 12, man. Like, come to the league and go easy on the NFL. This guy can play. This is a really good pickup for the Jets here.
I don't agree with this comment, but I appreciate the tongue-in-cheekness of it. Long Lost Glacier says, good thing Will McDonald has 35-inch arms because that was a reach. I don't necessarily think that's a reach, though. Great line, though. Excellent line, Long Lost Glacier. There you go. Another Wisconsin pipeline. By the way, we talked a lot about how the Bucs have their pipelines of Washington and Central Michigan and Auburn.
Breece Hall now.
Iowa State very much becoming a pipeline for the New York Jets. So
continues the streak of the 413th straight season that Aaron Aaron Rodgers doesn't get an offensive weapon.
That is true. You had literally every wide receiver available, and they didn't go with one. Shout out to Chris Traeger of Parks and Rec.
Yep. So we're closing in now on the Buccaneers, the Washington Commanders, or the Commodes, as I call them. They're on the clock at number 16. Then the Patriots, who traded down, they're after that at number 17. JC, our resident Patriots aficionado, any guesses on who Bill Belichick is going to take at 17?
I wanted them to take Gonzalez there at 14. So hopefully he's still there for them.
Well, I'll say this. Anton Harrison is a threat to go to Washington because they had him in for a visit. They need an offensive tackle. And I would not be surprised if Anton Harrison goes to Washington here at 16. Nolan Smith. I'm not a huge fan of Nolan Smith, but we'll see. Nolan Smith, Will Levis, those are possibilities.
If Gonzalez is there, you got to take him. Right?
I think Gonzalez is going to the Lions at 18.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's where I think he goes.
Plus, it kind of goes back to the wide receiver conversation where it's like, are you really going to draft cornerback 3? Unless you trust that cornerback to play in the slot. It's like you're kind of getting a similar sentiment with corner as, wide receiver.
Yeah. So let's see. The Commanders, is their pick in? We're still waiting on the Commodes.
Commies.
They already won because they got a new owner or getting a new owner. That's true. What does it really matter what they do in the draft now?
Emmanuel Forbes to Washington.
What is going on with
Christian Gonzalez?
What the heck's up with Christian Gonzalez?
Yeah, and I don't think that he's done anything wrong, that he's not like he's an upstanding citizen. I believe that he is. It's just that there's sometimes there's something missing with some picks. You know what I'm saying? There's just not that wow factor. And maybe Christian Gonzalez doesn't have that wow factor, or maybe he becomes a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Maybe,
I take everything back what I just said about it.
Yeah. I just remember talking to him at the Combine, and interviews aren't everything. Sometimes you get quiet people end up being fantastic football players. Vita Vea is one of those guys, right? He's kind of a quiet, unassuming guy, but on the field, he's
rip your head off.
Rip your head off, exactly. Bobby Dean with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you guys for the super chat. We love you, Pewter people. Love the coverage, boys. I rarely get to even watch or listen to the pod live, so this is a treat. I appreciate all you do. If the last tackle gets taken, does that increase the chance of a trade out? It very well could.
Great question,
it very
Bobby
well
Dean.
Yeah.
I think that could be the case, because then you kind of find out, all right, well, if they're not in love with Brian Branch, if there's, again, recoup that 4th round pick. Oh, hey, deep tight end class, definitely could move back there without question. I think, if Anton Harrison goes within these next 3 picks, don't be shocked about a trade back at all.
Yeah. Folks, we're having a lot of fun tonight. We hope you Pewter people are as well. Make sure that you come back tomorrow night. I mean, we're not done yet. We still have the Bucs pick to talk about, but we're going to talk about tomorrow night's show too. The live draft show, the Pewter Report live draft show, presented and energized by Celsius. Day 2, April 28th, starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. Remember, the draft starts at 7. We go on the air an hour beforehand to recap day 1 and preview day 2, which is tomorrow. Make sure you're watching that on pewterreport.com or streaming on YouTube at Pewter Report TV. And make sure if you're watching us on Pewter Report TV that you're liking the video, that you are subscribing to our channel. We're over 10,300 subscribers. We love you, Pewter people. Please help us out. The likes help us with the algorithms. The subscriber count, it's also a big, huge help for us. So thank you guys for tuning in tonight. And we got the Bucs pick coming up in just a couple of minutes here. And make sure you tune in tomorrow and also Saturday as well.
Yeah, gets better the longer it goes. It really does. Always have so much fun. We're going to rotate a lot more cast and characters of pewterreport.com throughout the week as well. So don't you worry. If you're a huge fan of one of us specifically, we'll make sure, hey, you super chat us. We'll make sure that they get on as soon as you want. So we'll definitely get into that. And yeah, like Scott said, we really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you guys are awesome, and we're seeing the number build here in the chat in terms of the number of Pewter people that are tuning in. And
yes, please hit that like button.
Yes, that certainly helps us out, and we're getting ever closer now. The Washington Commodes took Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. The New England Patriots are on the clock.
The Pat Riots. Yeah, interesting. Like, I feel like, JC, you could probably answer this, that Belichick has been getting some, like, flack for how he's drafted just the past couple of years. I mean, obviously, his overall lineage of head coach and GM, there's no argument there, but...
He's better coach than a GM.
Yeah.
It's been a guarantee that they'll take a secondary player in round 2 and pass on.
Who did they took a lineman last year where I was like, oh, surprised they're taking him there.
I'm glad Forbes didn't go to Chicago, because you put him in the Windy City and he's going to
If you didn't hear that, Josh was talking about 166-pound cornerback Emmanuel Forbes, and if he would have been drafted by Chicago, the Windy City, he would have gotten blown away at some point in time during the season.
Someone in the comments saying the Pats traded again, which that sounds like Belichick.
I don't see that yet, but yeah, it does sound like Belichick.
And you have to wonder if the Detroit Lions, if they're going to select Christian Gonzalez at number 18, that would open things up for the Buccaneers to draft Anton Harrison or Quentin Johnston if they like
or
the
Brian
TCU
Branch,
wide receiver, Brian Branch from Alabama.
Or Will Levis.
Or Will Levis or Nolan Smith. Those are some names to keep in mind right there. So we shall see. We are inching closer to the Bucs pick, and right now we're still waiting for the New England Patriots to make their selection. The Patriots pick 17th, followed by the Detroit Lions as it stands right now, 18, and then, of course, the Buccaneers at 19.
Got a $9.99 super chat from Michael Kraft. Odds of a tight end here. Love the pod. Thanks, Jets.
Yeah.
Pour one out to thanks, Gents. Pour one out to John Ledyard. Yeah.
Love
of course,
John.
We love John Ledyard. We miss him.
You know what? This is interesting, right? The tight end position is very deep this year. We
Best
have
in
not
10 years, as
haven't
Jason
seen
Light would
one
say.
Taken. So if you're the Buccaneers, do you want to get the second or the third or the fourth, best
or do you
player?
just jump right into it? Get the best the best tight end available.
And Michael Mayer from Notre Dame is believed to be, the number one tight end, or Dalton Kincaid from Utah, whatever your flavor is. If you want a more complete tight end, that's probably Mayer. If you want a guy who might be the next George Kittle or Travis Kelce, that's the fluid.
Christian Gonzalez, baby.
Christian Gonzalez
going to New England.
New England Patriots. That's resident Patriot fan J.C. Allen.
Will get absolutely smoked by Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers twice a season.
Thanks.
Oh, that's good.
Way to just kill my excitement.
So, yeah, welcome to the league, Rook.
Yep. All right, so we've got
Did you actually know Chris Gonzalez's favorite player, the player that he looked up to, was Sauce Gardner? What? So, yeah, maybe he'll get to meet him.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if that's true, but it probably should be. It probably should be the guy that he aspires to be.
Love it. Love the pick. Love the pick.
All right, 2 more, ladies and gentlemen. Get hyped. Grab your Celsius, because the Bucs are 2 picks away.
Projected the top 10, also 17.
And the Bucs are going to have a number of options. I mean, obviously, Detroit, we'll see what they do, but,
Don't rule out a trade back either.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which I think most of us would prefer.
Long Lost Glazer says, maybe Detroit goes tight end here, running back and tight end in round 1. Trey Alderson Claptier says, who we got for tackles left? Anton Harrison. And says, I think we'll pick an O lineman, but I prefer a D lineman. And Gary Buff wants to trade back. I'm kind of in favor of trading back. Not going to lie.
Yep. There's several players. And again, Matt, when you trade back, if you're trading back 4 or 5 spots, right, then you need to have 4 or 5 players that you really like. You've got to have enough players in your pod or your pool, whatever you want to call it. Teams call it different things. to be able to trade back and still get your guy while picking up that extra picker or two. And for the Buccaneers, we rattled off some of those names, and maybe it's Will Levis. Nolan Smith is a player they headed for a top 30 visit, an edge rusher. Felix Sanudike-Uzama, I think it's a little early for him, but I know that they liked Will McDonald. He's already off the board. Miles Murphy from Clemson is a name we have not heard a bunch of.
No, we haven't.
But he is a player we don't even know that they had in for a top 30 visit, but he is a first-round caliber edge rusher. B.J. Ojulari is another top 30 visit guy. I think it's a little early for him. But Anton Harrison makes the most sense here for the Buccaneers if they're on the clock and he's still available. The Buccaneers have one more hurdle to overcome.
Uno mas, as they say.
That is the Detroit Lions at number 18. I'm not an expert on the Lions. I don't know if they necessarily need or want any offensive line help. And with Christian Gonzalez being taken off the board now, one spot ahead of them, you have Lions are set at tackle, so that probably doesn't make sense here. Could they go Will Levis here? That's an interesting point, JC.
Yeah, good,
especially
good
with Jared Goff being the starter. 1 year left in his deal. Maybe this is the spot where Will Levis goes, and that would probably either crush some Buck fans, Matt, or make their night if Will Levis went here to number 18.
Yeah,
in Detroit.
I think Bucs fans overall would be happy about it. Got a couple of super chats to get to real quick. ET says, "What happened to Matt's face? Do we need to whoop someone's a $sign? Go Bucs, baby." I was actually deep sea fishing, and my buddy put the fishing pole back, and the
hook
got on my forehead, and then as he went forward. No, that's not what happened.
No, he went spear fishing, and one of his buddies shot a spear and just grazed Matt. No, that wasn't the story. Actually, he went spear fishing, and a barracuda came up and bit at Matt's face before he choked it to death under the water.
I'm actually
no, that's not the story.
You guys
either.
might not know this, but like occasionally when I miss the podcast, I'm actually a minor league hockey player. So I have to go to Orlando, play for the Solar Bears, and I took a puck to the face. Honestly, what happened, I'll make it real quick. Just a bad slip and fall. Like I was leaning.
We need a better story than that.
I was leaning. Exactly. Which is why we just came up with a couple. Yes. All right. Yeah. End of day 3. I'll explain the whole story of how I cut my face.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah. But I do look more like a pirate.
Right.
So.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
But thank you for the super chat, ET. Really appreciate it. No, we don't have to whoop anybody, or maybe we do. Find out. Day 3.
Detroit is picking Zach Charbonnet right here.
Zach Charbonnet, running back.
What?
Wow.
Oh, you got us. You got me. I will believe it.
No, they're not picking Zach Charbonnet. Okay. All right. I believed you for a second there.
Well,
I love Zach Charbonnet, by the way, the UCLA running back. I really do.
Bobby Dean with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Bobby.
Jack Campbell, Iowa linebacker.
Wow. All right. A linebacker off the board. Bobby Dean wants to know, hey, Scott, what do the Bucs think about Brandon Walton? Is his ceiling a swing tackle?
They like Brandon Walton. Not sure where his ceiling is, but I think Brandon Walton is the swing tackle this year, unless the bottom falls out or they find somebody better. I think Brandon Walton is that guy that can play left and right tackle, replace Josh Wells. He's an ascending player, just going to need a little bit more time to develop, but they like the strides he made last year. They felt like he held his own in those starts for Donovan Smith. I like Brandon Walton. I think he is an ascending player. I'm not sure how high that ceiling is for him, but I think at the very least he can be the swing tackle this year and get you out of a game or two, either at left or right tackle if needed.
Are you serious with Jack Campbell to Detroit? I don't see that anywhere.
I have that due to I believe that's the case. That's all I can say right now.
Scott's got that inside information from Detroit.
We just got a text from former Pewter reporter Taylor Grizz Jenkins. Scott just said Zach Charbonnet so casually, and then you all realized the words.
What?
I think he's just saying like how casual we were at first about.
I mean, listen, this is a running back draft. I mean, you've got 3 quarterbacks off the board. Why not 3 running backs off the board by now, right? No, that wasn't the case, and we'll see. I believe Jack. Yeah. Yep. Jack Campbell from Iowa. Loved him. He was a draft crush. I know Josh Capo Can someone please get Josh some tissues? He's got some tears running down his face. You know,
So Bucs are on the clock.
Bucs are on the clock.
That's
yeah.
right, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your Celsius. The Bucs might be making a pick.
Yeah, he said it multiple times leading up to this event.
And here we go. Oh, the suspense is killing me. I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps on my arms in between my.
Is this Anton Smith? Is it
Brian Branch?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I said Anton Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be great. Yeah. Anton Harrison from
That'd be the
Oklahoma.
pick of the century.
We've only had him in our mock draft and our Bucs best bet. So you think I would get his name right by now. But yes.
Could it be Nolan Smith? Could it be a trade down?
You had mentioned earlier, like the most surprising thing they could do.
Yeah.
Kicker.
Yeah.
Kicker.
That's the most surprising thing I did.
Still feel like that Brian Branch.
Who do you think it's going to be, people? Yeah, JC called that earlier today.
Drop it in the chat.
Robert Gordon says, got my fantasy vibe ready.
We've got a couple people that say don't announce the pick early, folks. Our job is to break news as we know it, not hang on to it. So
it's called new, not slow.
Yeah, we're in the news business.
That's a Scott Reynolds line. I didn't come up with that. That is a Scott Reynolds line.
Yeah, we're in the news business, not the olds business. So,
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it would have been interesting to see. Is this going to be Nolan Smith?
Lions are drafted like the 1980s.
Some people want Jackson Smith and Jiba.
He worked well in this team, really.
It's Deontay
Who's it going to be?
Or Nolan Smith.
Who is it going to be? Number 19.
This video that I'm recording is just going to be a lot of up and down with me.
You can wait until we're like, all right, the pick is in. That's part of the business. You don't keep it rolling because you don't want to miss a. Yeah.
You won't let me refresh my feed.
I know. I'm trying to scroll as fast as I can.
Yeah.
Rate limit exceeded its. Please wait a few moments. Who knows?
Scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Yeah, I was gonna say while we're waiting, Scott, who do you?
I'm gonna stick with Anton Harrison.
I'm gonna go Brian Branch.
Okay.
Double B.
Branch too. Sly?
I like the
And Mr. Piper.
Andre Carter.
Andre Carter. Oh my gosh.
I would walk home.
That would be bad.
Which thankfully isn't crazy far, but I would walk home.
Yep.
No, you should. If that happens, you should make me walk home to Atlanta.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
For manifesting it.
Oh man, the drama.
Jack Campbell's such an ankle button knee biter, whatever.
Oh yeah. What was it called? Yeah.
Yeah, but Jahmyr Gibbs is not a kneecap biter.
I like the logo the Bucs went with for on the clock.
So combined, 22nd player at 12 and the 52nd player at 18.
The Buccaneers have not made their pick yet. They're taking their sweet time.
They're taking their time.
Yeah.
Slow play. The Buccaneers have.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Only Bucs fan says, "Who is it? I need to know. I need to know."
Can Scott get the scoop?
They go down to the 45 seconds just to announce a trade.
Yeah.
Text Bowles, Tom will bring him some blue bag chips ahoy if he tells us the pick before it's announced to everybody else. And 2% milk.
I think he's a 1% milk guy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the 1% milk it's hard to find.
Yeah, I mean,
you can go skim, you can go 2%, but
1%.
yeah.
1% milk is just dirty water. That's facts.
I disagree.
Someone asked,
I'll tell you what, Jack Campbell would have been, I think, a hell of a pick here. And it'd be interesting to find out
Would have sent a message
from the Bucs. Yeah, it would have if he would have been the pick, or how much in contention would he have been had he still been on the board at number 19. So
let's see.
Wow, Kancey, defensive tackle, Pittsburgh.
Wow,
Albert Breer reporting. Yeah.
Wow,
the defensive tackle.
Wow,
Bucs go DT with their first
Kancey.
pick.
Wow.
With an undersized
Back-to-back years going
tackle.
with the defensive tackle. Logan Hall in 2022. Now
Wow.
Kancey in 2023.
Wow,
My goodness.
didn't see this one coming at all. This is the Buccaneers did a hell of a job disguising this pick.
Yeah,
They
that
did not
you wanna
have him
talk
in for a
about
top 30
smoke
visit.
screens.
Yeah,
Now I will say we talked about this recently. The Pittsburgh football team, college football team, as a unit, not crazy success. But if you look at the individuals that came out of Pittsburgh, Darrell Revis, Aaron Donald, Dan Marino, LaShawn McCoy, Larry Fitzgerald, Jordan Whitehead won a Super Bowl. There are names upon names. Maybe Elijah Kancey will be the next one. Curious what that says for the rest of the D-line. I mean, obviously they signed Greg Gaines. Logan Hall looking for a bigger year after, big jump. Second season of development.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's such a small, undersized defensive tackle. And and maybe we're seeing a bit of a revolution now in the Todd Bowles defense. They've obviously got a bigger guy in Vita Vea, but when you look at this guy at 6'1", 282 pounds, 281. He does not fit any type of there's no comparison anywhere along the defensive line for Elijah Kancey. So he's an outlier. Todd Bowles made no bones about wanting to get faster on defense. He is a one-gap penetrator. Are we going to see a shift in the type of defense that the Bucs play? It's not that they two-gap, but the job of the defensive line primarily is to free the linebackers up so they can make some plays, occupying some linemen. That's not the type of player Elijah Kancey is. Elijah Kancey is a player that is going to go out there and penetrate and be that guy that is going to rush the passer, which they certainly need more help in.
Yeah,
but and maybe this is part of the evolution of a Todd Bowles defense. We'll see. That's what I have to say about it. I think we're going to get Jason Licht here probably after. Yeah. Yep.
I don't know.
Josh, do you want to see when we're getting Jason Licht? Yeah. Okay, because it might be soon here. If that's the case, we'll.
I'm looking at my check right now. Wow.
Yeah, consider an explosive player for sure.
So Todd Bowles is a very very happy camper right now, getting a defensive tackle. It was a need, but boy, an offensive tackle still on the board. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little shocked.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see this coming. So I'm like trying to get my bearings about me for sure. But guys, in the chat, let us know what you think. If you think it was a good pick, if you disagree with the pick, who you would have taken instead. But definitely a surprising pick for your Tampa Bay
I know
Buccaneers.
that people are, they're looking at this and they're saying, well, he's Aaron Donald like. Well, he's not Aaron Donald, right? He's not close from a production standpoint.
4.67.
But the 4.67 40. He's fast and quick. There's no doubt about it. This is a bit of an outlier for what we've seen from a Todd Bowles type defense.
Yeah, especially for what he normally goes out there.
And JC's going to join us now. JC, welcome. Haven't had you on just yet.
Yeah, let's get after it, man.
A lot of angry people in the chats at the moment, but
I can
your
imagine.
initial thoughts.
Stunned, surprised, shocked. Trenches were definitely a need for this team, both offensive and defensive side. But you invested a high draft pick in Logan Hall. I thought they would maybe wait until a later round. But Kancey, putting him next to Vita Vea, the Bucs have been trying to find a quick 3-tech penetration type guy to put next to him for the last several drafts, whether that's been early or late. You look at Stills, who they drafted a few years ago. I think it was in the 5th or 6th round to be that quick penetrating guy. And now you have, Kancey next to him. It's shocking. I was not prepared for this. I thought tackle. I thought safety. I'm over. I don't. I mean, I looked at him, but not as much as I should have. I guess. I mean,
yeah. Bucs basically for the $2 super chat says bad pick reflecting the year to come. Fire Bowles. I just keep coming back to like, what does this say about Logan Hall to go defensive tackle 2 years in a row? And it's different. Like earlier when the Eagles got Jalen Carter, it's like, wow, they're beefing up an already great defensive tackle. But the Eagles like have that luxury that they can do that because they went to the Super Bowl. They still have a very loaded roster. But the Bucs, you just drafted Logan Hall.
Right.
You got Vita Vea. I mean, what does this mean for Will Golston too? Like,
yeah, does Will Golston come back now? Does Logan Hall kind of shift into that kind of role that Golston had over the past 9 seasons? What does it say too, really, for the right tackle position? Do they like Filer enough where they gave $2.65 million?
You had Harrison right there.
So
you got Harrison right there, which is like surprising.
You gotta think too, with the speed that they put this in, they weren't even interested in a trade back. Like that's not something that they were considering. You have to think at this point, or they would have taken most of that clock up. They liked Kancey, and they wanted Kancey, and as soon as they were on the clock, I mean, it was shortly thereafter that they turned that pick in. I think they took 6 minutes before they turned it in. So. But just looking at what Brugler has to say about him, I'll give you his one-liner. Kancey's undersized frame and average strength will be more pronounced versus NFL blockers, especially in the run game, but his get-off, agility, and quick hands allow him to leverage gaps and disrupt the backfield. Although he's not quite as on Donald's level as a pro prospect, the parallels are encouraging, and he projects as a starting NFL 3-tech. He had him going at 26 overall, so you're looking at 7 picks before where Brugler, and again, Dane Brugler is not the end-all be-all guys at all.
Right,
but
yeah.
He knows his stuff. He's generally on top of it. He puts a lot of work into
he puts a ton of effort. It's definitely one of the most helpful, during draft season, reading up on players. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time if you look at different draft outlets, media outlets, and stuff like that. Brugler's evaluations will be different than some of the others, like whether it's PFF or the Draft Network. On and on. So, it's not exactly gospel, but, his words do hold a certain amount of weight.
Yeah.
A lot of people are very unhappy in the chats, but that's what being a fan is all about. You don't have to love every single pick that goes on. You know what? Maybe Kancey will absolutely surprise everybody, and then, Jason Licht and Todd Bowles will get their flowers after.
Speaking of our, someone mentioned John Ledyard, and we know he does tremendous work looking at that defense side of the ball as a scouting. He said Kancey will enter the NFL and immediately be in the top tier of athletes at defensive tackle, and it's functional too, not raw athleticism. He knows what he's doing. So, I mean, I like the pick. It surprised me. I thought that they would have went elsewhere, but I mean, you think about what. I mean, come on, guys. Al Bundy must be super happy about this. He wanted trenches.
You didn't seem happy before.
Trenches.
Okay, Josh Capo, if you didn't hear that, said that Kancey has some of the best high-end reps in the draft. He's known for his explosiveness, getting to the gap as well. So obviously, very important. Adam Hamilton, one of our constant super chatters. Thank you, Adam. Says Logan Hall is poo, but so is JTS. And then in all caps, what are we doing with?
What are you doing, Jason?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 question marks. A lot of people unhappy. I saw someone in the chat. I think it was Grizz and S Peterman 3 says I love it. If you actually love it, explain to me why you love it.
Speederman.
Or if you're just trolling, that's fine.
I think
Jason, 2 minutes. All right. Jason Light is going to be talking about this pick in just a moment. So, yeah, we're gonna get the down low on what Jason had to say about Kalijah Kancey.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
Here's Josh Gapo with JCL.
Yeah, so I mean, this was completely thrown out of left field. I mean, I think that when you're looking at all the prospects that specifically we were talking about here at Pewter Report, and then you bring in, Kalijah Kancey as the pick. Again, I like the pick. I'm not in love with it, but I think he brings a certain amount of speed, athleticism, tenacity up front. I mean, he's violent with his hands. He's gonna get after the quarterback. And now after Vita Vea leading the team in sacks with 6.5, you put another guy next to him who can get after the quarterback, pressure the quarterback, and finish it on the quarterback. It's going to be a fearsome duo for the two. For opposing offenses, and kind of, Bijan Robinson was taken at 8. Not that you draft a player at all to counteract, but Bijan Robinson at 8. You have Kamara still with the Saints, although he might miss some time this year. But with those two guys up front, Bucs want to get back to stopping the run. Last year they did not do it well.
Yeah, Kancey's not really a high-end run defender. I would say he is a pass rusher. Like, that is definitely his calling card as an interior defensive lineman. My notes for him: he fires off the line quickly. You had mentioned, and I definitely agree, lightning quick hands. He's got a pass rush plan. And that's something, whether you're looking at edge rushers or interior defensive linemen, a pass rush plan is something most of these guys don't have. They just really don't have. This is how I'm going to kind of attack the guy in front of me. Sorry, JC's trying to move around some of these slides here. Kancey is one of the few guys who's like, this is how I'm going to attack this guy early in the game, and then I'm going to move to this. He's got multiple moves. Some of the high, I mentioned to Matt, and he kind of said this as well, some of the best high-end reps in this draft. He plays with natural leverage because he is a bit shorter at 6'1". He's got great hip flexibility, lateral agility, a really nice rip move. Now, there are concerns. He's not a perfect prospect. Can he play 3 downs, especially in a 3-4 defense? It would be very interesting, I think, to see him lined up well outside, like on a wide 9 early. Well, not wide 9 early, but eight pass rushing downs. And then he is going to get moved off the ball. He can't play nose tackle. You can't put him at the 0. You can't put him at the 1, because if he gets double teamed, he does not have the anchor or the play strength to handle that, and he'll get moved off the ball there. But if you're looking for a guy who can flash 4 to 6 times a game, elite plays, and really help the Bucs bolster their defensive line in terms of pass rush productivity and sack productivity, there wasn't a better guy out there on the board than Kalijah Kancey at pick 19.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We'll hear more from Jason Light here. But yeah, definitely send in your super chats. We've got one coming in right now, and we'll
Yep. Oh, let's try that again. So Jameson with the $4.99 super chat. Goodell said end, so that's what the Bucs wrote. Is he replacing Golston? Will Golston, longtime Buck, is currently unsigned by Tampa Bay. Definitely had a fall off in play in 2022 versus 2021 and prior. We've here at Pewter Report have said we wouldn't be surprised if the Bucs brought Golston back, but this could signal the end of Will Golston's time in Tampa Bay. Looking at that interior defensive line group, and JC, you can probably help me with this. So you have Kancey added to Vita Vea, Greg Gaines,
Logan
Hall, and Deidrin Sanat. So that gives them
Pat O'Connor as well.
O'Connor. So that gives them 6 interior defensive linemen. Not likely that they would probably sign Golston to be the 7th guy. Right.
And I mean, the draft rolls on. Jackson Smith-Njigba just went to the Seahawks at 20. Jason Light's currently talking to the media. Just some highlights that we'll throw out there, as well as Matt and Scott are over in there speaking with him right now. Pretty much, what we've known, the defensive tackle class has not been good the last few years. And when you can get a guy who can, as an interior pass rusher, can affect the game like he can in this day and age, the Bucs feel like they found one, and they're excited to have him here at 19.
Sure. And when you look at Kancey, I'm reluctant to say this, but he comes from Pitt, where another very incredible defensive tackle who was undersized came out of, and that is Aaron Donald. There are some similarities in terms of they're both great pass rushers, similar size profiles, but Donald had a much better physical strength profile than Kancey does. But if Kancey can be 60% of Aaron Donald, that becomes a home run pick. And especially in a world where interior defensive linemen who can rush the passer, they're just few and far between. They're hard to find, and you can see the Bucs are really trying to improve the pass rush they have from the interior there.
Right, and people are upset about this pick, and people are going to be upset about the pick. Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, Jason Licht has a solid track record, obviously besides Roberto Aguayo, but I mean, he's got a solid track record. And I think that with this selection, it's going to free the Bucs up to be able to do different things in these later rounds here. Yeah. And it's definitely an interesting pick. It's one that I think blindsided most of us, but we'll see how it plays out. If he is anything like Aaron Donald, come December, people are going to be looking at this pick in a much different light.
Yep. Callie Buck says Logan Hall was a bust. I knew it. I think it's a point to bring up is, does this mean that the Bucs feel like Hall has not developed as well as they would like, and they're worried that he can't make that jump to, being a starting defensive lineman for them? And I think one of the other things, JC, we've talked a lot about, the thought process the Bucs probably had in selecting Kancey. There is a world where this pick doesn't work out well, right?
Right.
If he cannot be a 3-down player and you're taking him 19th overall, what does that path to success look like? He would have to be the world's greatest situational pass rusher, right? For that to be a win at that point. So it really comes down to, can he maybe put on a few extra pounds without losing his athleticism and become a 3-down player who can play against the run? There's certainly a large chance that maybe doesn't happen. So there's a lot of risk with this pick. I think one of the big things is there was a lot of risk with any player that they took at 19.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Logan Hall, I'm not ready to give up on Logan Hall. I think he's a different player, I don't think he has the same skill set, it's just two different types of prospects, I think. And Logan Hall obviously has to spend this offseason getting bigger. So, I mean, Scott Reynolds has mentioned it numerous times on podcasts that defensive linemen, typically, they don't put up terrific stats year one. And I know you guys don't want to hear that with Kalijah Kancey being the pick here, but this is about development. And getting a guy who you think, even as a situational rusher in his first year, can get after the quarterback and can do some special things for you. So I like this selection. I like this selection more than I thought I would. Looking at it, I'm surprised by it, though.
Yeah, I think we all were. I don't think anybody had, and that's what this first round has been. I don't think anybody's had most of these picks locked down.
Right.
There have been a ton of surprises, and I think this really goes back to that it is a pick your flavor kind of thing here. So we've got a lot more coverage on Kancey, especially after the media gets to meet with Jason Licht. And I am trying to find.
And the draft rolls on. Chargers have selected TCU wide receiver Quentin Johnston with number 21. Obviously, that was someone that kind of came out as a potential smokescreen type of selection for the Bucs earlier today. There were some whispers and rumors about it, but Quentin Johnston going off the board of the Chargers. Add to that, there's been talk that maybe Keenan Allen, they might move on from him. They just gave Mike Williams that big extension there. They did lose a bunch of guys, though, in free agency, DeAndre Carter, a couple of these other guys. So another weapon for Justin Herbert.
And he's now the second wide receiver
off the board, yeah.
With Jackson Smith and Jibba, being the first, going just a pick or two before that. So Bucs fans, I think we've seen in the comments, the overwhelming thought is that this is not a good pick. And this is, I can pull up some of these because a lot of you are very vocal in your distaste for this. So although not everyone, ISO me PR Joshua, I like the pick. So then we have Al Bundy, always in the chat. I don't like this pick. I'd rather take in Nolan Smith and Carl Brooks instead of Kancey and Derek Hall. Yeah, I'm big on Nolan Smith. I definitely agree with you there, Al. I'm not so big on Carl Brooks.
We got SR coming back after talking to Jason Licht, so he'll share some of the feedback that he got from Jason Licht here after just talking to him. So give us 1 second, and we'll bring SR back into the fold. But while we wait for that, again, the draft rolls on. We'll see what happens coming the second round with the Bucs. Do they look for a tackle? I don't like the tackle prospects in the second round that might be available to them. Edge rusher could still be an option, though.
Anton Harrison's still there at 50. It seems like he has definitely slid, and there have been all sorts of surprises up to this point. If the Bucs, and I'll ask this from our viewers right now and drop it in the chat. If Anton Harrison ends up dropping to 50 and the Bucs are able to pick him up there, does that change your opinion of this pick?
Right. And I mean, Dane Brugler put his first mock out, and I believe that he had Anton Harrison falling to 50 and the Bucs picking him up. So, looking at his big board, he does have Anton Harrison as the OT4 and at pick 50, rated at pick 50. So there's a possibility, or maybe we've seen Jason Licht in the past last year be aggressive in the second round and move up for a tackle. Sure. Is this something that he does loaded with 6 picks from 155 to the end? Can he get someone to bite on trading maybe a 5th and a 6th to move up maybe 4 or 5 spots in order to select a guy like Anton Harrison if he's there? But after that, Josh, and I'd like to get your opinion on this too. I don't know if there's another tackle in this draft. I think Matthew Bergeron is more of a guard, and he gives me Marshall Newhouse vibes.
Yeah, Bergeron.
DeJuan Jones doesn't fit the system.
Yeah, DeJuan Jones doesn't fit the system because he doesn't move laterally as well as you probably want for that. Bergeron, I'm not huge on Bergeron. I know a lot of people are. But before we get to more of that analysis, I have to ask, because he is behind the camera right now. He's going to come on camera here in just a few minutes. We said Scott went to talk to Jason because Jason was addressing the media. Action Bastard here said SR went to scream into a pillow for a solid 5 minutes. Scott, can you confirm that's what you were doing?
No pillows.
No pillows. He just screamed into the void.
Listen, this is something that Scott's a defensive line coach. He's a defensive line guy.
Yep.
So I'm curious to see how much in love with this pick is Scott, because he loves his trenches. He loves his big guys on the line. And after talking to Jason, did that sway him more, sway him less? So it's going to be interesting to see what Scott feels about this pick here. Because again, former DL coach.
Yep, absolutely.
We're going to bring him back in right now.
So as we bring Scott back on, I'm trying to get an update on some of the picks that have happened since the Bucs went with Kalijah Kancey at 19. Just to kind of recap since then, Jackson Smith and Njigba to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 20. Quentin Johnston, both wide receivers, so they went one right after the other. Quentin Johnston went to the LA Chargers at pick 21, and now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. I think it's safe to say with Lamar Jackson's contract extension that this will not be a Will Levis landing spot, Scott.
Probably not. Interesting how far Will Levis is falling, right? Is he the next Aaron Rodgers? Right?
Ooh.
Pick number 25, I believe. If Adam
maybe.
Slavon was here, he could tell us for sure. But, okay, so I just got back from the Jason Licht press conference. And, I asked Jason, I said, this is a departure from any of the defensive linemen that the Buccaneers have had. They've all been 300-pounders. You've got huge guys, tall guys, Will Golston, Logan Hall, 6'6", etc. But the athleticism was too good to pass up. And they think that he does have the strength. He said Todd Bowles will adjust his defense accordingly to the talent. And the interesting thing, too, is when you look at where he was able to do some of his damage, it wasn't just with being inside as a 3 technique or whatever. He actually played some of the plays were outside as a a rush end, if you will. I'm not necessarily saying that they're going to be using him as an outside linebacker, but we did see Vita Vea line up as a linebacker at the linebacker level, come on a blitz. We saw Akeem Hicks finally get his sack as a defensive end in Atlanta in Week 18. So leave it up to Todd Bowles to be creative. The Buccaneers came out and told us they wanted to get faster on defense. This guy's the fastest player over 280 pounds in the Combine's history in terms of running a 40-yard dash. The agility, the explosiveness are there. Jason Licht said that it's not fair to compare him to Aaron Donald just because they both went to Pitt and they're both kind of undersized defensive tackles. He did mention, though, Warren Sapp's name. Sapp was 6'1", maybe 6'2", about 280 pounds coming out of Miami. Of course, that was many, many moons ago. So Jason also said that a more fair comparison would be John Randall. So, and of course, he was kidding there as well. But the point was there are undersized defensive tackles that have made it and successfully transitioned. We'll see about Kalijah Kancey. We'll see if, and I asked Jason point blank, I said, is he going to be able to hold up against center guard double teams? The Atlanta Falcons, Josh, they just drafted Bijan Robinson. They're going to want to run him right at Kalijah Kancey. And he is more of a penetrating style of defensive lineman. It's a bit of a departure from what they've had, but maybe this is the evolution of Todd Bowles' defense. And I'm excited to talk to Bowles about this pick. And right now, Matt Matera and Adam Slavan are talking with Kalijah Kancey. We'll have their reaction a little bit about what he had to say. One of the things, too, that Jason said is this is a guy that gets very animated. He is very much a fiery type of player. They like his energy. And I think more importantly, he's coming here with a chip on his shoulder. He's these smaller, undersized guys that chip never leaves, Josh.
Yep.
They always have it. He's always out to prove that there's going to be plenty of people saying he's too small to play at the next level. He's not Aaron Donald. He's not even close. And he's going to use that fuel for his fire. And we'll have to see. Matt Matera made a great point. Pittsburgh, the teams have underwhelmed, but they've actually had some pretty good players come out of that system, whether they're offense like Kenny Pickett or defense. Jordan Whitehead was a player that had success here in Tampa. There's also a couple of other players from Pitt that they like from this defense. Sebastian Dennis, who was their middle linebacker. They like him a lot. He was a player they interviewed at the Combine, and probably a day 3 pick. Brandon Hill, they want to get fast. He's the fastest safety at the Combine. Hard-hitting safety from Pittsburgh as well. So we've seen Jason Licht kind of go after certain schools.
Yep.
This may start or may not start a run on Pitt players. We'll have to see. But there's, again, two other players at positions of need, Servassier Dennis, Brandon Hill, safety and linebacker, respectively, that this team likes.
Yep. I think a few things to touch on with Kancey is first of all, and I've seen it kind of in the comments in the chat, it's our job to present to you what the Bucs reasoning is, right? Yeah. As far as we can tell, especially after talking to Jason there. So, there's another thing, and there will be a place for analysis. I think for me, I like Kancey's tape. He was number 27 overall for me on my big board. So definitely kind of in terms of the top 31 players, he was a first round talent for me. I would have preferred to see the Bucs go in a couple of different directions there than necessarily Kancey at that spot, but that doesn't mean that he can't be a very good pick. You had mentioned that Jason talked about his athleticism, right?
Right.
And so I'll bring up his relative athletic score. Kentley Platt, on Twitter, you can find him at MathBomb, does an incredible job of putting together what he calls a relative athletic score for, I think at this point, we're talking tens of thousands of players. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the tweet right now. He's got information on over 1,600 defensive tackles since 1987. It's a 0 to 10 scale. Kancey registered a 9.60 relative athletic score. So that absolutely lines up with what Jason Licht said in terms of his athleticism. Where he graded out very poor in terms of size. His 6'1" frame scored a 1.76 on the 0 to 10 scale. His 281-pound weigh-in was 1.77 on a 0 to 10 scale.
Right.
But once you get past the size, everything else is elite.
Yeah, it is.
Vertical jump, 33.5 inches. That's 9.51 on the RAS scale. His broad jump of 9 feet 4 inches, 8.89. Speed, 4.67 40-yard dash, 2.69 20-yard split, and 1.58 10-yard split, all registered in the 9.95 or better range on a scale of 1 to 10. And his agility, 4.36 short shuttle, again, 9.65, and a 7-second flat 3-cone, 9.98. So he can move. He can move vertically. He's explosive. He's got a great lower half. He can move horizontally, right? So sideline to sideline, which is the kind of defensive tackle you want when facing wide zone offenses,
right,
in terms of his ability to get horizontal to cover out those wider gaps.
Yeah, and that's an area where when teams started to run horizontally on the Buccaneers in 2021, Ndamukong Suh was exposed, right? And that's why you saw the Jets run on the Bucs late in the season, the Falcons run on the Bucs late in the season back in 2021, and that led to the selection of Logan Hall. Now the Buccaneers have two very athletic defensive tackles along with Vita Vea in the middle. So, and he's a very athletic nose tackle. So the athleticism has gone way up from the days of Ndamukong Suh and, Vita Vea, and not Vita Vea, Will Golston, et cetera. So we'll see if he has the size to hold up. Jason talked about the ability to also play outside. Looking at Pro Football Focus, Kancey lined up in the B gap, which is really his ideal spot. That's playing that 3 technique. That's the outside shading of the guard between the guard and the tackle, that gap. 358 times. He saw 63 reps in the A gap. That's between the center and the guard. And that's where you're going to see those double teams. So even Pittsburgh recognized that they got to keep him out of those double team situations. Free him up one-on-one against the guard, let him work. That's where Warren Sapp made all those Pro Bowls and all pros for the Buccaneers. Over the tackle, only 7 reps, 22 reps outside the tackle, so not used very often there. And then off ball was only 4 snaps. So to answer Scott Jack's question for the $9.99 super chat, thank you very much. Could they move him to edge? No, I think he is better served in that 3 technique, going up against guards, being isolated one-on-one. I think that's where his bread's going to be buttered. It's where it certainly was at Pittsburgh that got him into the first round, right, Josh?
Yep.
At the same time, if you look at him at 6'1", 281, he is about 30 pounds heavier than Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett doesn't run anywhere close to
a 4.6.
A 4.6, okay? So I wouldn't rule it out. I don't think that's going to be his primary home. But can this guy
packages? I think
yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
You think back to when Bulls really started to experiment with the Bucs defense in 2021. I think it was week 1 against the Cowboys where you had Vita Vea lining up outside the tackle. You had guys like Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett lining up in the A gaps or in the B gaps, and then inside linebackers lining up in the A gaps. Don't be surprised to see Kancey used in a variety of different ways, which will include lining up off the tackle, both inside and outside. I think the big question is he going to be able to hold up in the 4-eye position early on early downs? I think that's going to be the real big question.
And you know what? I think that's going to be Logan Hall's job. Probably. I think he's going to be that 4-eye guy, kind of replacing Will Golston. He's got the bigger frame for it at 6'6", hopefully closer to 290 pounds, maybe 300 pounds by now. It just seems to me that's what you're getting here. I think you're going to see without Akeem Hicks. See, Vita Vea played a lot of the 3 technique last year. That's why he led this team with 6.5 sacks. But he's better off as a nose, and Akeem Hicks played the nose last year. I think you're going to see Vita Vea going back to becoming a nose tackle, he was a Pro Bowler there 2 years ago, and you're going to see Logan Hall replace Will Golston as the 4-eye defensive end. Not really a true end, but it's more like a 4-3 end. But this is a 3-4 defensive end. And then you're going to see Elijah Kancey replace Vita Vea as that 3 technique. And he is faster, more explosive, more slithery in terms of getting penetration. And he's got honestly a better arsenal of pass rush moves. Vita Vea is not a skilled pass rusher. He wins with just brute force and quickness and explosion off the snap. And Kancey, and I've watched my share of Pitt games, he can ball. We didn't do any work on him just because he is such an outlier, Josh.
Yep.
I mean,
from a size profile,
he does not fit what the Buccaneers want to do. At the same time, this is the evolution of the Todd Bowles defense.
Yep. Few other things. Connor J. Rogers from NBC Sports, also the PFF Stock Exchange. He had tweeted that Kancey was a top 15 player on his big board.
Yeah.
So he thinks the Bucs got tremendous value there. And I'd like to kind of turn this to
and actually just hold that
yep.
Thought there. He is the 14th overall player on the Pro Football Focus board.
Yep.
So we're not saying Kalijah Kancey is not a good player. He truthfully is. And if this was a Monty Kiffin, 4-3 defense where you're looking for that Warren Sapp, that quick penetrating.
Bucs would have traded up to 5 to get him.
No doubt. He is that type player. He is more like Warren Sapp than Ndamukong Suh, than Vita Vea, than even Gerald McCoy. He is closer to John Randall, Warren Sapp, some of those throwback guys. The proof's in the pudding in terms of whether he will be able to produce at this level, but the athleticism is there. The traits are there. And he if you're a defense, or I should say, if you're an offensive coordinator, you got to focus on Vita Vea.
Yep.
You got to focus on, and if you start game planning for him, now all of a sudden, Logan Hall, your top pick from a year ago, is going to have one-on-ones, right, to feast on. So I like what they're doing here in terms of getting faster, more athletic, trying to get better pass rush numbers from that defensive tackle spot. Vita Vea had 6.5 last year.
Yep.
Akeem Hicks had 1. Will Golston had none. Raheem Nunez-Roches had 2.
I think Logan Hall had
2.5.
2.5. Yep.
So I understand the logic behind it.
Yep.
It's just it's surprising because he's an outlier from what the Bucs have done in the past, but this is a brand new Bucs team.
Yep. I had done some work in terms of the defensive tackles that have been drafted under Todd Bowles, and I think 292 pounds was the guardrail I put there. So he comes in about 10 pounds less. Flichter here with a nice comment. We play tons of 4 lineman fronts, despite the fact that some of you think we're a base 3-4 team. LOL. So yes, that's right. I mean, in today's NFL, which is so pass heavy, while the Bucs are a base 3-4 team, they are in nickel. I would say 2/3 of the time or more, which is where you would see a 4 lineman front. Just to update everyone, the wide receiver run.
Speaking of it being a passing league,
the wide receiver run is
on.
Is here, right? So we had already discussed, that after the Bucs took Kalijah Kancey, Jackson Smith-Njigba was the first wide receiver off the board to the Seahawks at 20. Quentin Johnston went to the Chargers at 21, and now we've seen Zay Flowers go to the Ravens, which means the makeup with Lamar is complete for the day, right? They're getting him a wide receiver in the first round to throw to. And now the Minnesota Vikings have taken wide receiver Jordan Addison out of USC. Yes, Bailey?
Something interesting here that Scott Smith from the Buccaneers just tweeted out about Kalijah Kancey. He said, Kalijah Kancey said he had no clue that the Buccaneers were interested in drafting him, but he's very grateful for the opportunity.
Us too, Kalijah. He had no clue. We had no clue. Nobody had any clue. Scott, I kind of want to turn our attention a little bit to who the Bucs may have drafted instead of Kalijah. And that is somebody who I had a little bit ranked a little bit higher at the interior defensive tackle position. And I'm going to bring him up specifically because I've been practicing his name quite a bit, which is Adetamwe Adebaware. I screwed it up. All the practice and I screwed it up, Bailey. Just shame. Adebaware was a NFL Combine darling. I mean, he put up, I want to say like a 4.49 40 at 270 some odd pounds. He was putting up agility scores similar to wide receivers. And he had a lot of draft buds coming out of the combine, but a lot less production than Kancey. So the Bucs relying a little bit more on what they've seen on tape over what they've seen from an athletic testing point Not to say Kancey wasn't a really good tester. He was. It was just he was overshadowed a little bit by Adebaware. What say you, Scott?
Yeah, and I think the thing too is Kancey is a little bit more of a fluid athlete in terms of I think he's a little bit more of a refined athlete. You look at the production, for example. I believe Adebaware didn't have but more than 5 sacks in a season, I believe.
Yeah, he had 1 in 2019. He had 2 in 2020. Those were shortened seasons for him. 4.5 in 2021 and 5 in 2022. So for his career, he had 12.5 sacks.
Yeah. And then you look at the Pittsburgh defense, and they're a blitz-happy team. Servassier Dennis, the middle linebacker I was telling you about, he is a guy that I think had 6 sacks last year. The sacks come from all over when you look at the Pitt Panthers. And so these numbers may not wow you, but understand the days of defensive tackles getting 10, 12, 15 sacks in college, they're gone. And they're gone because of the RPO game. They're gone because of the wide receiver screens. Quarterbacks just don't hold on to the ball, Josh, that much anymore. But for Kancey, he had 16 sacks in 3 years, 1.5 as a freshman, 7 sacks in 2021, and then actually I should say as a sophomore, and 7 sacks as a junior, and then last year 7.5 sacks. So
for comparison, do you want to guess how many sacks Jalen Carter had for his career? Jalen Carter considered the number 1 defensive tackle in this
not
draft.
that many.
Yeah. 6
right
for his career.
Yeah.
Now that was really only 3 seasons, but 3 in 2021 and 3 in 2022.
Yeah.
So Kancey outproduced both those players by a solid amount.
No doubt. The Giants are taking Deonte Banks, cornerback from Maryland.
Oh, I love that pick.
Yep.
I absolutely love that pick. I was a huge Deonte Banks truther.
They moved up 1 spot. They gave up the 5th and the 7th to go up from the 25th to the 24th. And maybe they had to beat the Dallas Cowboys to get Deonte Banks. I think that was a player the Cowboys were targeting as well. Interestingly enough, Josh, Will Levis still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
Nolan Smith still on the board.
Let's see. So the Jaguars have a quarterback. The Cowboys have a quarterback. The Bills have a quarterback. I mean, you're at the end of the draft.
Right.
Typically, or at the end of the round, typically you have teams that have quarterbacks. Cincinnati has a quarterback. I don't think they're going to want to replace Joe Burrow with Will Levis. Then you have the Saints at 29, who I think present the only opportunity for Levis to remain in the first round.
Yeah.
Well, no, they just signed
Derek Carr. Yeah.
So it looks like Will Levis most likely going to slip out, unless Howie Roseman at 30 does the same thing he did a few years ago to Carson Wentz and says we're going to be, kind of quarterback central. We're going to pick a high level backup.
Wow, that's. And the Chiefs don't need a backup. They've got the best backup in Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's true. Certainly the most handsome.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So another name that is still on the board, Brian Branch from Alabama, still there. Dalton Kincaid. We have not seen a tight end drafted yet.
Yep.
Interesting.
In a draft where tight end was supposed to be, very, very deep.
Michael Mayer, Anton Harrison, they're still on the clock. Or still on the board. Osiris Torrance, DeJuan Jones. Those are some names. Felix Anudike-Uzomah. That could be a guy that the Saints might be interested in. I think Keon White from Georgia Tech is a perfect Saints player, so we shall see.
Shaggy has a really great comment here. So what's the guess for round 2? And I think that's a really great kind of place to take this because we did not have Kancey, on our radar for the Bucs in the first round. We thought that the 2 major areas that they would address in the top 2 rounds, we thought the odds were offensive tackle and edge rusher. So the question becomes, Scott, and I think a really great discussion we can have is, do we feel like the Bucs have addressed the pass rush from an interior standpoint that they maybe deprioritize edge rusher in the second round? Does Anton Harrison slide to 50? And if he is there, do you think the Bucs might take him? And are there any other positions that maybe now rise to the top in the second round?
Yeah, I still think that they need offensive line help.
Yep.
The absolute fallback, as it was explained to me, is if they do not come away with a starting caliber tackle, then the fallback plan is Tristan Wirfs to left tackle, and then Luke Gedeke at right tackle, along with Brandon Walton's in the mix. And I'm sure they'll draft the tackle at some point. He may or may not be a guy that is starting caliber guy right away. Maybe Blake Freeland, who's one of our Bucs best bets at BYU, very athletic offensive lineman. But we'll see. We'll see who, how the rest of this round shakes out. We've seen Jason Licht trade up to get an offensive lineman before in the second round. He drafted Donovan Smith near the top of the second round in 2015 to protect his franchise quarterback at the time, Jameis Winston, and then he traded up to get Ali Marpet also in the second round. So I would not put it past Jason Licht if he likes an offensive lineman to go up and get him, or just see how this draft falls. But it's interesting how Kancey didn't have a clue that the Bucs were interested in him. That tells me that he was not in for a top 30 visit.
Yep.
That they may have interviewed him at the combine.
But everybody interviews everybody at the combine.
Right.
We have real quick, and I apologize for cutting you
Sure.
off there. We do have a trade. The Bills have traded up to 25. The Jaguars trading back 2 spots. The Bills giving up pick 130, a 4th rounder, to make that move. So interesting who they potentially take there.
Yeah. Some people don't like the idea of Luke Gedeke going to tackle. I'll tell you what, folks, I'm not the resident Gedeke apologist. That would be Adam Slavon, okay, with his Wisconsin roots. But I'm going to say this, and I Josh, I've been around, covering this Buccaneer team for quite a while now. Year 28 for me. And my point of the old man reference is Rondé Barber, a guy I covered every single minute of his career as a 3rd-round pick out of Virginia in 1997, where he was teammates with his twin brother, Tiki Barber. And Rondé came in here. He was so awful as a rookie. Only played, I want to say, in 2 or 3 games. Got destroyed against the Phoenix Cardinals back then as a rookie. And he was inactive for most of his rookie season. He was so bad they drafted Brian Kelly in the 2nd round because they thought they missed on Rondé Barber. That's how bad it was. They had just drafted Donnie Abraham in the 3rd round in 1996, who was a bona fide star as a rookie. Then they came back the next year and drafted Rondé, thinking they could pair those two for the future. And Rondé was a bust as a rookie. They drafted Brian Kelly. That really pissed off Rondé. But Rondé Barber wasn't Rondé Barber, guys, until 1999. I mean, he made some strides in 1998, but the reality of it is sometimes it takes these guys a minute or two to develop, right? Not everybody can be Tristan Wirfs or Antoine Winfield. Those are the outliers. Those spoil us, right? Warren Sapp is a rookie in 1995. I was just talking to Warren on the phone the other day about it. He was a part-time player. This is the number 12 overall pick, the Outland and Lombardi, trophy winner. Guess how many sacks he had as a rookie? 3. Warren Sapp had 3.
Buffalo using the 4th rounder to jump up to 25 so that they could get ahead of Dallas and grab Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
First tight end off the board at 25 to the Bills.
Yeah.
So there you go. You start that deep tight end class.
Right.
Now,
So I'm just finishing the point here. So Warren Sapp was not Warren Sapp in 1995. He wasn't even Warren Sapp until like the latter stages of 96, and then helped the Buccaneers, break out in 97. So you've got to give Luke Gedeke a little bit of a leash here before you choke the guy. He might not be anything, but you know what? Jason Licht, with his premium picks on the offensive line, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rounders. Here's who we're talking about. Donovan Smith helped the Bucs win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
2nd round. Ali Marpet, Pro Bowler, one of the best guards in team history, 2nd round.
Good player.
Alex Kappa was a steady starting caliber right guard. He got a bunch of money to play for the Bengals. Helped the Bucs win a Super Bowl. 3rd round. Then you've got Tristan Wirfs, first round. Get him a gold jacket if he stays healthy. I mean, he's that good of a player. Robert Hainsey showed he could be the center of the future.
Yep.
Stepped in and held his own, and I thought was pretty solid and pretty steady.
Absolutely. In
his first year playing, really in an emergency type situation, but played every game at center for the Buccaneers. 3rd round pick. And then Luke Gedeke, 2nd round pick. He was a fish out of water going from Central Michigan, which is a Division I school, but it's Central Michigan. It's in the MAC. Going to the NFL, then going from right tackle to left guard. It was a transition. I think that if they can come away with a starting caliber tackle at some point in time, maybe it's the 2nd round, Josh, I think Luke Gedeke's future is at right guard. Put him back on the right side so he's punching and stepping with the correct foot, the foot he's used to doing, and he's probably better inside at guard. But you know what? He showed he could play right tackle against the Falcons. And Jason Licht, again, he's hit on every premium pick on the offensive line, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round. I'm not going to go against Jason Licht's track record. Now, the day 3 guys, the Kevin Pamples, the Caleb Benenox, they're day 3 guys. You can't take them into consideration. But so I'll get off my Gedeke soapbox now. I'm not defending the guy and saying he's going to be anything great. I'm just going to say, let's not say he's an automatic bust until we give him a 2nd year to see what he can do. Because Rondé Barber was a hell of a lot better the 2nd year than he was the 1st year. Warren Sapp didn't really play like a 1st rounder, like the 12th overall pick, a whole bunch his rookie season, but he sure started to play that way in 96.
Yep. Now, you just talked about getting off your soapbox, so I'm going to get on a little bit of one.
There we go.
We had some comments as to where the Bucs might go in the 2nd round, and Unreasonable Things said punter. Now, I'm a punter guy.
Yes.
It's not that I don't think
Jake
that
Camarda,
you could
Josh.
get a punter in the 2nd round and it wouldn't pay off, but the Jake Camarda slander will not be tolerated.
Right.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Spanx, $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Given the talent PR liked for the 1st round that is still available, would you be willing to trade to move up to get them? Yeah, I would. And I'm not opposed to using next year's draft capital to make some of that happen. You can always listen. Hey, Josh, they borrowed from future caps, did they not?
They have. Yes.
They'll build a Super Bowl team and win it. Why not build from future drafts? I'm a guy that likes to trade down and stockpile picks, but you know what? They used a 4th in this year's draft last year to get up in the 5th round to get Zion McCollum. And again, another player that came under fire. We'll see how he pans out in year 2. Not every rookie is going to be a huge success out of the gate, and not every rookie is going to end up hitting, but we'll see.
Yep.
But I'm not opposed to trading up in the 2nd round. I know they don't have a 4th round pick, so they might have to borrow some capital from next year to go up, depending on how high they go up and for who.
And the equivalent of a this year 4th in terms of draft trade capital would be a next year 3rd. There's really only one player who I had as a first round talent who's still available on my board. That would be Nolan Smith. So he would probably be the only guy I'd want to see the Bucs trading up to get, and where I think that the talent would compensate for what the Bucs would have to give up to move up from 50. So that's really the only one. Now, that's not to say there aren't guys who I still have at a value over where the draft is now at, which I want to say is pick 26. The Cowboys are still picking. I had Brian Branch's top 15 player, Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback out of Penn State. Both of them are still on the board. Anton Harrison, who we've discussed at length and who we really thought would be that pick at number 19. I've got him as the number 18 player on my board. Adetomiwa Adebaware is another one. So there are still a lot of guys who who are ahead of where the draft is on my personal board.
Right.
But the only one where I think that the talent level is so far up there that I'd be comfortable watching the Bucs give up more trade capital, it would be Nolan Smith, the outside linebacker out of Georgia. I know you and I have varying opinions on Smith. I think we both think he's a talented guy. I think that he has a higher chance at hitting than you do due to the lack of production, which is admittedly he had a lack of production at Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big reason why he has not been selected yet, right? It's the athleticism's there. Where's the production to kind of back it up?
Plus the size concern.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's not for everybody. He's he is strictly an outside linebacker in a 3-4. He is not a big enough player. And we're talking about Nolan Smith from Georgia at 6'2", 238 pounds, to be a 4-3 defensive end. They played a 3-4 scheme, that Kirby Smart defense at Georgia, and that's where he thrives. So from a scheme standpoint, it certainly looks like he could be a scheme fit in Tampa. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, it's just, well, that's the wrong Georgia player. There we go. There's the right Georgia player, Nolan Smith. But yeah, he's got everything that you're looking for. Just the production wasn't there, right? I mean, I think his biggest sack season was 3.5 sacks. And for a team that is already concerned about Shaq Barrett at age 30, he'll be 31 in November, coming back and playing not just as a starter level, Josh, but as a $17 million level, because that's what they're paying him. They're paying him to be a Pro Bowler, not just a guy that's going to come in and get 5 sacks. Remember, he had 3 sacks in 8 games when healthy last year, not even having a great year. Then he gets hurt. And you got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who, very similar to Nolan Smith, has all the athleticism, can jump out of the gym, and is fast and sleek and all of that, but has stalled at 4 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. And while he's gotten some pressure, he's missed as many sacks as he's gotten, and that's a big concern there. So if I'm the Buccaneers, do I want to get a guy who is not a proven pass rusher? And this is a big reason why I like Will McDonald so much, because 34 sacks. He had 2 years where he had double-digit sacks. He's been there and done that. I've seen the production on film, and I'm telling you, he did that playing sometimes 4-eye technique as a down lineman in the 3-4, which is crazy because given his frame, he should have been outside rush backer. And damn it, K-State did the exact same thing to Felix Enudike-Uzama, but he ended up with 19 sacks in the last 2 years as a result. So, he can do it as well. That's what just concerns me about Nolan Smith is okay, you're an uber athletic guy. Show me you can get to the quarterback. And that's one thing. And you know what? In his defense, he missed the last 7 games of the season with the torn pectoral muscle. And I think he had 2 sacks last year, 2.5. Mm-hmm. So maybe he, erupts for 7, 8, 9 sacks last year. Who knows? We're not going to be able to find out. Can't go back in time. But I think that's why you're seeing Nolan Smith still on the board here, where some mock drafts had him going up there at Philadelphia instead of his teammate Jalen Carter. But Carter slides down, and the Eagles have different plans.
Yeah, I think we agree that the Eagles got a great pick in Carter, right?
Yes.
Great value at number 10.
Yeah.
One team, I'm going to switch away from the Bucs for just a moment here, but one team where I've really liked the moves that they've made over the last couple of years since they've brought in their new regime, but I really don't understand what they're doing here in the first round, is the Lions.
Yeah.
And I thought this was a great tweet from Brad Spielberger of Pro Football Focus. The Lions signed David Montgomery and Alex Anzalone each to 3-year deals for $18 million.
Right.
And then they went and drafted a running back and an off-ball linebacker in the first round. That, I mean, and don't get me wrong.
And I like the players.
Absolutely. Jameer Gibbs, really like him. Good football player. Right. And Jack Campbell, you and I both shared an affinity for Jack Campbell and his tape, and he was linebacker 1 for both of us. But the value of those positions typically doesn't warrant a high first-round pick.
Right.
And when you've already made these financial commitments to these other players, it's a little puzzling that they went with that. So I just thought it was really interesting.
Now, if they would have had the draft first before free agency, and honestly, that's how Jason Licht wishes it would be. Like he's like, most general managers would love to have the draft first, right? Because that's where the cheap talent is.
Right.
That's the rookie contract. So plug your holes there first, and then get to, the NFL term is expensive agency, not free agency. There's nothing free about it.
And it makes sense why the Players Association wants it
Exactly, right. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't get these huge contracts, right? So, but having said that, yes, it is very curious what the Lions are doing there. It almost seems like, well, listen, is it a waste of draft capital or salary cap capital in terms of the players that they've signed? We'll find out, but there is some redundancy there in Detroit. There's no doubt about it.
The Cowboys have made their selection. I really like this pick. They have taken Michigan defensive tackle Mazi Smith.
Yep.
Smith played a lot of nose tackle for Michigan. Not a ton of production in terms of a pass rusher.
But he's an athletic freak, though.
He
is
very, very athletic. He was on who does the freaks list?
Bruce Feldman.
Bruce Feldman's
number
freaks
one.
list, number one last year. Smith didn't have a lot of pass rush production. I think that was a function of how Michigan used him.
Yeah.
They lined him up at nose tackle a ton in at zero technique or one technique. And they had him in a stance where he didn't have his hips offset so he could really fire off the line of scrimmage. They really wanted him to just occupy blockers to allow other guys to get to the quarterback. So I think with some technique changes in Dallas, and you add him to a pass rush that includes why are their names slipping by me now?
O.C. Adigizua.
Adigizua on the inside, but then you think about those edge rushers as well.
Micah Parsons,
and
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Lawrence. That's a very fearsome pass
It
rush.
is. Yeah, it really is. And he really brings some power in there and the ability to stop the run. It's definitely a solid move. I think Dallas, there's a couple players they wanted. Maybe Deonte Banks is one of those, right? They saw the players they want go, and sometimes the draft falls that way. I think the Baltimore Ravens, probably one of the luckiest teams in the draft, because whenever they draft a player, you're like, wow, that player is a Raven, and he fell right to Baltimore. Like they just have that uncanny ability to let the draft come to them. They end up getting Ravens type players. And Zay Flowers is one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft class. Him going to Baltimore now with OBJ and Lamar Jackson. I mean, that's a fantastic pick for them. Flip side with Dallas, right? They're unlucky. I think not to say they don't like Mazi Smith, but probably not the guy that they were gunning for when the draft started.
Well, I think he fills a really good role for them. I think he's going to improve their run defense and again, give them a very athletic player who, if they can unlock some of his technique, is going to even bolster that pass rush. You and I were lucky enough to have Marcus Whitman on a couple weeks ago, draft analyst. Marcus has been mocking Mazi to the Cowboys for a few weeks now.
Right.
He just thought it was a perfect fit. The question I have is, if Bijan was there, do you think Dallas would have jumped on Bijan?
Yes,
I
no
definitely
doubt. No doubt.
Jerry Jones loves him a running back.
Yes, no doubt about it. And it would have been interesting to see where Bijan would have fallen or where he would have gone had he not been taken at number 8 by the Falcons, right? That would have been interesting to see. So what else is interesting is our title sponsor, Celsius. Folks, if you didn't know, the Arctic Vibe won the Pewter Report's poll question. We had a series of those.
Terrible.
Well, it's a good flavor, Josh.
It is a good flavor.
I'm not going to have you slander Arctic
overall.
Vibe. Well, it was for
Peach Vibe.
Arctic Vibe. Arctic
Vibe.
Arctic
Vibe
yeah.
right here. Right in the middle.
Yeah, Arctic Vibe was the number one pick among Pewter Report readers. The great thing about Celsius is you get the energy. I've had 2 today. That's why I'm still going here. It's past my bedtime, folks. It's 11:21, but don't worry. I'm energized by Celsius. That's why we're doing this. And I'm going to be energized by Celsius tomorrow too. But the thing with Celsius is it gives you all of the energy that you need without the sugar crash. Why? Because there's no sugar. Yep, Arctic Vibe. It's a damn good flavor. It made my top 7 list. Now we do 7 because there's 7 rounds in the draft, and you want your number 1 pick to be Celsius. Okay, that's fine. Arctic Vibe is the majority of our Pewter Report readers' favorite pick. We've had Josh's favorite picks. Now we've had Matt's. Now here's mine. Sparkling Orange. It's my original. It's the first can of Celsius I had. I loved it. It's just the best. And then number 2. That's right. Number 2 with a bullet. You talk about a fast riser up the draft boards, fellas. Sparkling Oasis Vibe. It's number 2 for me. I love it. It's sweet enough I can drink in the morning. It's not too sweet. I can drink it in the afternoon. I had one on the way to the Advent Health Training Center here for the live draft show. I probably had about 4 of these, well, in each of the last 4 days. That's how much I love it. I've had it every day. Fuji Apple Pear. I loved apple juice when I was a kid, right? It kind of brings back a little bit of sense of nostalgia. It's kind of I don't say it's a hidden flavor. It's just not one of the vibe flavors that Celsius promotes a whole bunch, but kind of harken back to my youth, growing up in the 70s and 80s. Sorry, growing up in the 70s and 80s with the Fuji Apple Pear. I had to do the old man voice there. Tropical Vibe, always a winner for me. It kind of reminds me of Florida. Sparkling Lemon Lime. I almost put cola in there, not just to irk Josh Capo, because cola is not one of his favorite flavors. That's okay. But in the afternoon, I can't have a sweet flavor. But lemon lime, folks, I'm not going to name any particular soft drinks, but you probably know which ones are lemon and lime. This is a less sweet version of that, and it's an absolute hit in the afternoon. And I would say cola is my other backup in the afternoon when I don't want something terribly sweet. Arctic Vibe is a great get me going in the morning flavor. And then the peach vibe too. So I'm vibing with 4 of the vibes there. The fantasy vibe just missed the cut, but probably because I like orange the best. So those are my top picks, starting with the sparkling orange. And we want to make sure that as you guys watch this, that you make Celsius your number 1 pick. And where can you pick up a can of Celsius? Go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, and type in your address. You'll find all of the convenience stores, the health and fitness stores, the grocery stores, and the bodegas, where you can find a Celsius near you. And then once you find the flavors you like, get them on Instacart. They're available now on Instacart. Or you can get them on Amazon with the subscribe and save option. They come right to your door. You can save some money. So Celsius, make Celsius your number 1 pick for energy drinks. It's the official energy drink of Pewter Report.
Speaking of number 1 picks, there was me and Josh were talking while you were in the Jason Light press conference that maybe there's a world where Anton Harrison falls into the second round, falls to 50. We've seen it happen in a few different mock drafts. We've seen it, he's Dane Brugler's 50th ranked player. Unfortunately, that's not a world that we live in. He just went 27th to the Jaguars.
Yep.
So you have to think about it. The Bucs must feel really comfortable with Luke Gedeke and with the Matt Filer, who they signed in free agency, gave a $2.65 million contract to. Up to, I should say.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are maybe some later round prospects that they could look at.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's anyone in that second round, even potentially third round, where they look at. So you have to think they're comfortable with the guys they have on the offensive line.
Yeah, and you look at the Bucs defensive line, right? And here, this is probably a good time. We're talking about the trenches, so let's go ahead and pull this up here. This is the current offensive and defensive line depth charts without, of course, Kalijah Kancey, because he just got picked. I'll update this for tomorrow. But you can see here the offensive tackles: Tristan Wirfs, Brandon Walton, maybe Luke Gedeke, maybe Matt Filer are those guys that can play tackle as well as guard. I was told Matt Filer is probably going to get the first look at left guard. That tells me maybe Luke Gedeke gets the first shot at right tackle. Of course, all this changes if they draft another tackle in the second round, maybe a Matt Bergeron or
free agency happens and someone gets cut after the draft.
Right.
They're able to pick him up. So, I mean, there's different things that could happen, but right now you're looking at potentially what the depth chart could look like.
Yeah. And the players that are listed in black, that's ink, folks. These guys are going to make the roster. You're looking at Tristan Wirfs, Brandon Walton, who will probably be that swing tackle. He might be in the mix to it at right tackle. Luke Gedeke, Nick Leverett, Matt Filer. Those are the guys that you feel really, really good about making this team. And then, of course, Ryan Jensen and Robert Hainsey. Those are the centers. Again, you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7 offensive linemen, probably room for 2 or 3 more on this depth chart.
Miles Murphy, 28.
Miles Murphy to the Bengals, the Clemson defensive end, edge rusher.
I also think I know why the Bucs may be comfortable with Gedeke at right tackle.
Why is that?
I believe they just signed Adam Slavon to be their pro player.
Then here's the thing, Josh. When you look at, or JC, when you look at the defensive line, right? You have Vita Vea, Logan Hall, Greg Gaines. I'm going to put Pat O'Connor on there only because he's a special team stalwart, right?
And a nickel. He's really come on as a nickel rusher.
He has. So Those are 4. You need 6. You need 2 more guys. Now you have Kancey. He's 5.
Right.
You need another guy in the mix there. And Deidrin Sanat, Mike Green, Willington Preblon, they're going to be there for depth and for training camp, bodies and for competition, et cetera. But they needed another defensive tackle. I mean, that was pretty clear and apparent when you look at this, especially if you put the asterisk by Pat O'Connor. He's really that 6th defensive tackle, that 6th defensive lineman, because he plays special teams. He's a situational nickel rusher guy. But really with this, what you had is you had 3 guys in Vita Vea, Logan Hall, and Greg Gaines, and then you had 2 openings. And now they filled one of those openings with Kancey.
Correct. And I think, when you look at the guys who are on the roster now, Deidrin Sanat stands out to me as a big body guy who can fill in for Vita Vea. You lost that backup nose tackle with Nacho signing with the Giants. So, you look at what this roster has, it's got a little bit of everything: speed, explosiveness, size. It's funny because trenches is all we've heard leading up to this draft, especially when we're doing those mock drafts. And now,
they get a trench player.
You get a trench player, and it's kind of ruffled a few fans' players. And I think if you look at Anton Harrison, who goes to 27, that just shows you that if the Bucs would have taken him in 19, could you call it a reach? It's a need, but could you call it a reach type situation? I think they went with a guy who they thought that had the highest upside at a position where they needed some help there. And I'm excited to see, especially after talking to him, see what he can do. With the Bucs. But we've got a super chat here by Spider-Man.
Yeah, appreciate the $4.99 super chat, Spider-Man. Biggest pet peeve in football is fans wanting to fire the head coach after one season. Todd Bowles deserves 2 to prove himself. 2023 will be his team, not Arians. That's true.
I'll go one further. I think he deserves 3 seasons.
Well, yeah, he might, only because if you look at it this way, Raheem Morris got 3 seasons. Why? Because he had a 10-6 season. They didn't make the playoffs, but they went 10-6 in 2010. Dirk Cutter also had a winning season. They went 9-7, didn't make the playoffs, but he had a winning season. So he got a 3rd season. So Todd Bowles, even though he didn't have a winning season, you have to kind of count that playoff season as a winning season with an asterisk.
There's going to be a banner hanging in the facility.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Dirk Cutter didn't win any banners.
I just think if you look at Bowles, the first season we've well documented how much of a disadvantage he was.
Yes.
Coming in, March 30th, not being able to put together his own staff, not being able to really attack free agency. And then you look at this year, severely handicapped by salary cap issues that they had. Still isn't really able to go out and spend some money and put together his team. He had to do it at a bargain rate. So I think if you do count last year as a quote unquote winning, non-winning season, I don't see why there's a reason why, especially a 5-year deal. I don't see why there's why they wouldn't.
The reason why they wouldn't is if they bottom out. Like if they get single digit wins here, if they get 4, 5, 6 wins, then I think you can make the argument there. But we'll see. Like 9-7, for example, if they go 9-7 with Bowles, and they don't make the playoffs, but yet they won another game, or let's say they go 10-6, like Raheem, or I should say 10-7. Now that we have 17 games, Raheem Morris went 10-6, just missed the playoffs by a game. But wouldn't a 2-win improvement? Wouldn't that be like a sign you're moving in the right direction? Going from 8-9 to here's the thing too. Folks, if I could tell you everything I know about what happened last year, first of all, it would blow your mind. Okay. I think I've told you probably about 1/3 to 1/2 of what I know, probably closer to 1/3. The dysfunction behind the scenes last year with Byron Leftwich was cataclysmic. The fact that this team stayed together and Bowles refused to let this team splinter. And folks, I have seen a splinter team. The Tony Dungy team in 1998 was splintered. Okay. The offense with Trent Dilfer was underperforming. The defense was dominant, and they were waiting for the offense to pick up their, side of the bargain. Todd Bowles did a fantastic job of keeping this team together behind the scenes. We tried. Listen, we worked our sources on and off the record, and there wasn't much griping. There wasn't any complaining, and certainly not about Bowles. But, there behind the scenes, there was some real issues with the offense, right? I'm not saying Byron Leftwich was the reason why Tom Brady retired, but I don't think Tom Brady was going to come back. Certainly if Byron Leftwich was here, it was a bad situation. And I think Todd Bowles in hindsight could kind of see this coming. It's almost like you're on the Titanic and you see the iceberg right ahead, and you're not in a speedboat, man. You can't maneuver and miss the iceberg. You're driving, a big ass cruise ship, and you can only turn the wheel so much, and you're gonna hit the iceberg, right? And I think that's kind of what happened last year.
I think too, one of the things that kind of amuses me here is, especially just reading some of these chats about getting rid of Bowles. Bowles definitely had influence on this pick.
Yeah.
But he definitely had some influence on this pick. But at the end of the day, this is Jason's pick to make.
Yes.
And if you look at what this Bucs team identity is going to be, I think the way they win games is going to be on defense.
Yeah.
It's going to be having either Baker or Kyle Trask. They're not going to ask them to put this team on their shoulders and will them to victory.
Yes, especially learning a new offense, right? Yeah.
They're going to rely on this defense that
Right.
Bowles has put together that's been one of the best in the league when healthy. And that's what they're going to do. And bringing in a guy in the trenches that can help make a difference, I think is exactly where if they weren't going to go for the 4th/5th best tackle in the draft, then this is a good way to go.
Back-to-back Clemson players,
Brian Bresee to the
Clemson to the Saints.
To the Saints.
So two NFC South teams taking defensive touch.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, the Bijan Robinson goes to Falcons, and they start influencing what other NFC South teams are going to do.
You got to stop these guys.
I know.
The Panthers already have Derek Brown on that team, high draft pick from a couple of years ago. So, it's definitely when you look at the landscape of this division, I still think it's a very winnable division for the Buccaneers. And I think when you bulk up on the defense the way the Bucs have, bringing Jamel Dean back, bringing in a guy like Ryan Neal in on a really good contract, and now you start adding to it in the draft with a guy who, what do we say? The Bucs need more pass rush. Well, they didn't get on the outside, but they did bring it on the inside. And to have two of these guys next to each other, and Vita Vea and Kancey, there's your pass rush right there.
Yeah. And the Buccaneers are not done. There's certainly some edge rushers that they like. A couple of those guys right there, Felix Enudike-Uzama, Derek Hall from Auburn. They had Enudike-Uzama in for a top 30 visit. I think he's probably going to go early in the second round, but we'll see. Hall might be there mid to late second round. They interview both of those players formally at the Combine. But more importantly, join us tomorrow for the Pewter Report live draft show. Energized by Celsius. We start things off tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We're supposed to have Kancey in town tomorrow for a press conference. So we'll have the opportunity to talk to him firsthand, ask him some questions, and we'll have our opinions and analysis on that at 6 o'clock. That's right, folks. The draft is at 7 p.m., but we're going at 6 o'clock to recap the Kancey press conference, as well as preview day 2 for the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers have 2 picks, one in the second, one in the third round as of right now. And we'll see if they go there. Cody Mock is another player this team likes. He's a guard. And if you are moving Luke Gedeke to tackle, you might want to get another guard. And this is a player that they really like. He's one of our Bucs' best bets.
Yeah, I think if you look into the second round, third round coming around here, guard is where the depth is now. Guy like, as you mentioned, Cody Mock, a guy like Chandler Zavala, who I love. I think you look at some of these other guys, Steve Avila.
I love Avila. He's a good player.
Yeah, you do. If they want to go that route, there are different guys there that they can look at. Just a funny thing, we talked about the Lions, and you guys can bash this pick, but it can't get any worse than it can for the Lions, who drafted Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 and then came back and took Jack Campbell at 18 after signing David Montgomery and Alex Anzalone to 3-year, $18 million deals. So we'll see. I'm not ready to call Logan Hall or JTS busts quite yet. I think you've mentioned
big year for
so
both
many
of them,
times.
for
Big
sure.
year for sure. For JTS, it's finishing.
Yeah.
We've seen the flashes. We've seen the pressures. We've seen him get there.
Right.
You got to wrap the guy up. Come on.
Yeah.
But as far as Logan Hall, I mean, Scott, you have said it over and over and over again. Warren Sapp, look what he did to year one. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, Logan Hall has been in the facility. He's here for voluntary workouts. He's working out. He's lifting with the team. He's, you know, we'll see what he can do. I'm not ready to call either one of these guys a bust.
I remember I had a conversation with Logan Hall, talked to him quite a bit. Really interesting guy.
Yeah.
Talked to him quite a bit last year in the locker room. And, you know, I did a little pop quiz with him, and I said, you know, this team has had, you know, the most recent 3 defensive tackles. They were drafted in the first round, actually 4 if you want to include Booger McFarland back in '99. And I said, Warren Sapp at 95, do you know how many sacks he had as a rookie? And he's like, oh, I have no idea, probably like 7 or whatever. And I asked Logan, I said, what is the number? What number do you want to get in terms of your sack numbers as a rookie? He said 6. That was his goal, right? And so he thought Warren Sapp had like 6 or 7. And I told him, I said, Sapp had 3 as a rookie. This is a Hall of Fame first round pick, 3 sacks. And then I asked him about Booger McFarland. Booger McFarland did play nose tackle to start with. He had 1 sack.
Right.
First round pick, 1 sack. And then let's rewind to Gerald McCoy. 3rd overall pick in the 2010 draft. And he had 3 sacks.
Right.
Okay. And then Vita Vea, 12th overall pick in 2018. And he had 3 sacks. Now, everybody but McFarland was a Pro Bowler. Sapp, McCoy, Vita Vea. And so what Logan Hall says, he's like, wow, so I should aim for 3 sacks, right? I said, yeah, you might want to temper your expectations.
Right.
I'm not saying
aim for it.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't go out and get 6 sacks, but understand that if you got like 3, you're on your way, you know, to potentially having a really good, career. And he ended up with 2.5 sacks, but he played so few snaps because they had Will Golston, they had Vita Vea, they had Raheem Nunez-Roches, they had Akeem Hicks when he was healthy. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, there's going to be opportunities for him to play. I think they've done a great job at building that depth on the D-line. The trenches, obviously, is something that you want to be strong at.
Yeah.
That's where football starts. So, again, it's a move that was I surprised? Was I shocked? Yes. But looking at it a little bit further, I can see the understanding there. I can see why.
Eagles took Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith to the Eagles. The rich get richer. They are
with Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean.
Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Nolan Smith, the highest rated player left on Brugler's top 100 here, and on Josh Capo, his only first round grade left here.
Yep. Kansas City Chiefs are going to be on the clock now.
The story right here
31.
to wrap up the first round. The story here is Will Levis continues to fall.
Yeah.
And there's word out there that, you know, there's a foot injury that maybe needs surgery, that he's kind of combating, that he doesn't think he needs it.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now too that
he puts mayo in his coffee.
Yeah. The social media, the outspokenness, listen, you got to be a quarterback, right? You got to be a leader. You got to be the first guy in the building, the last guy leaving. You got to know the playbook, all of that stuff. And there is some talk out there that Will Levis kind of gets distracted by the shiny lights, by the media and social media and stuff. So that could be part of the reason, and maybe the foot situation is also a concern. But I'll say this: I think the one thing that Will Levis is not lacking is testosterone. Certainly for somebody with as much gumption as he has at
As
his
we
age.
age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to age rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with age rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Speaking of Will Levis, that looks like Will Levis right there working out in the gym. It's not me. I can't lift that much anymore. But I could give it a try. You know why? Because I've got testosterone therapy working for me. That's right, folks. I just turned 51 on Sunday, and that sounds old because it is old, but you know what? I don't feel old. I mean, thanks to age rejuvenation, a couple cans of Celsius, I'm probably going to stay up all night and just work on Pewter Report stories. But listen, there's a way you can defy age and restore your vitality, and that's with age rejuvenation, whether it's their peptide therapies, whether it's the testosterone therapy. What I want you to do is do what I did. I gave age rejuvenation a call. I signed up on their website for a free consultation, got in for an appointment. They've got 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. And sure enough, found out I had low testosterone. They got the blood work done. It was a very thorough, complete workup of blood panels. My insurance paid for it. I got the testosterone therapy. And gosh, it took about 2 weeks. I felt like a brand new man. I could work out longer in the gym. My mental acuity, I felt sharper mentally in terms of my recall, of my memory. And when it came to my energy levels, where I started to notice it was like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm watching a movie with Ashley, and all of a sudden I'm falling asleep on the couch. I didn't have any energy to be able to sustain me all throughout the day. And now that's not a problem anymore. Now I'm usually in bed by now at 11 o'clock, but at the same time, I can stay up till midnight. I can stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, and draft night, I'm raring to go. Age rejuvenation, folks. Get the testosterone therapy workup. And if you need the testosterone therapy, get it there. Highly recommend age rejuvenation. Again, 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you, agerejuvenation.com.
Yeah, definitely check that out. There's a couple guys here left on the board, I think, that are really intriguing. First of all, Joey Porter Jr., expected to go a little bit earlier. But Brian Branch still there. Is there a realm of possibility that Jason Licht, if Branch starts to fall in the second round, that he decides he wants to trade up? We know the second round is a spot that he loves to trade up in.
Yeah.
With 5 picks trimming from 155 to 252, you can't think they're going to make all 6 of those picks, rather, not 5.
Yeah, you know what?
Package him and move up, and maybe grab Brian Branch early in the second.
I like Brian Branch, man. I saw what he did against my Kansas State Wildcats. He is a football player, man. I've never seen a safety be a one-man gang like he was against my Wildcats. It was just a demolition. He had that sack right there on Will Howard. He had an interception. He had 11 tackles, including 8 solo. He was all over the field. JC, typically you look at a pass rusher, you look at a linebacker as a guy that just wrecks a game.
Right.
It's typically not a safety or nickel in this case, but it was in the Sugar Bowl. So I wouldn't mind taking him, but you know what? He runs a 4.58. We've already seen this team go for speed and athleticism, and I wonder if a guy in the second round like Quan Martin, who's faster, if he's not more of what Todd Bowles is looking for in the slot as opposed to Brian Branch. Now, I'll say this. I love Brian Branch. I'm not slandering Brian Branch whatsoever, but he ran a 4.58 at the combine, and notice he did not try to better that time at his pro day. What does that tell you? He knows that's as fast as he can go.
Right.
He's a 4.58 kind of guy.
But when you look at it, bring up Antoine Winfield Jr., I mean, he didn't run the fastest either, and he didn't have the best RAS score if you look at it. I like Quan Martin. I like Sidney Brown. I like Jamie Robinson. I don't think they'd go wrong drafting any 4 of those guys to be that big nickel. And notice how most of those guys are all safeties.
Yes.
Quan Martin with that versatility to play a little bit of both. But I think they got to come out of here with one of those guys there, because unlike offensive line, where they have some options, they don't have any options right now.
Right.
I mean, Zion McCollum is not an inside guy, he's a perimeter guy. So the second round, I think, is a sweet spot. Do you think edge rusher becomes less of a concern now that they have a pass rusher, even though he's interior? Do you think it's something they wait and hold off on? I know there's a couple guys in the later rounds that you like, a McGuire. Obviously, they had some
Isaiah McGuire from Missouri is a guy. Yaya Diaby is also a player that I think that You look at what he was able to do at about 263 pounds, running a 4.51, I want to say, in the 40-yard dash.
A scout said he's Tyreek Hill on the defensive end.
Yeah. He definitely needs some work. He was a late bloomer, had 9 sacks last year, didn't really produce much prior to that. But I'm just telling you, there's some other guys in this draft that they like. Felix Anudike-Uzomah is still there. I wonder if Kansas City takes him here at the end of this draft. He is a Kansas City kid,
right,
and played just down the road at Kansas State. So I wouldn't be shocked if they took him, but because I know that they were looking at Will McDonald, but obviously he's long gone.
Right.
So we shall see what the Chiefs do here to end day one of the NFL draft.
If they don't move out of this pick too, this is a very valuable pick as well with that 5th-year option. And with the Dolphins losing a pick for their tampering with Tom Brady, this 31 becomes a little bit even more of value because there's not that second. This is the last pick. You don't have 32.
Right.
So, they could move out of this pick. They could, I know I've seen in the comments, Jalen Hyatt, he's been attached to them quite frequently as well. They're also in on a guy like DeAndre Hopkins, and there could be a situation where they make sort of a pick swap here with the Cardinals.
Yeah. So we're waiting for the last pick here, and that would be Kansas City, your Super Bowl champions. Right there. What's that?
Wouldn't be surprised if it's tight end.
Yeah.
They could go Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
Sam Laporta would make a lot of sense too.
Yeah. Kincaid got drafted? Yeah.
Right. It's fitting to the draft is in Kansas City, and the draft will end night one with the Kansas City pick.
Yep.
It's just barbecue for everybody.
I saw Doug Kyed said the Philadelphia Eagles, like UGA is UGA. That's the name of the Bulldog, UGA. And it stands for UGA, University of Georgia. And, of course, there's now 4 Georgia Bulldogs on that defense. N'Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis from last year, Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith from this year. So, yes, absolutely. Thoughts and prayers. That's an incredibly sad and gut-wrenching situation there. Still waiting on Kansas City to make the pick. They're on the clock.
They are on the clock, and they are taking their sweet time. You got to think maybe they are looking for someone to make a phone call to move up and jump into this position.
We've seen this happen before, right? We saw the Minnesota Vikings jump up last year and grab Lewis Cine with the last pick, and the Buccaneers were going to have the option of Lewis Cine from Georgia, the safety, or Logan Hall, the defensive tackle from Houston. And once they made that pick, both of those players were Bucs' best bets for us. We actually had Logan Hall in the first round of our mock draft as well. So once they made that pick, we knew Logan Hall was going to be the pick at the top of the second round last year. And we also saw Baltimore Ravens jump up and get Lamar Jackson at the end of the first round several years ago.
Yeah, I think, too, when you look at it with this, we're playing this
Jalen Hyatt to the Chiefs.
Is that the pick?
Yep.
Jalen Hyatt to the Chiefs. If that's the pick, it definitely makes sense. Tennessee wide receiver, Brugler's got him as no. Chiefs are taking your guy. Say his name. Go
Felix
ahead.
Anudike-Uzomah, Kansas State Wildcats.
Yeah, there you go. So Ema for the Chiefs, taken in town, doesn't have to go too far.
Yep.
It's
Kansas City
pick.
native too. So that's awesome. Kansas State. It's been a while since they've had a first rounder there. Where are you seeing that? Because I saw
Albert Breer.
Albert Breer. Okay.
Yep.
Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas State going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Boy, that is a dream come true for him. I know
absolutely
that I followed him obviously with K-State, and for him to be a Kansas City native to go to the Chiefs and stay home, that's like a dream come true, especially with the draft being in his hometown tonight.
You think he gives them a discount on his contract because he says something?
Yeah, that would literally be a hometown discount.
They don't have to move him out there. That's
exactly, yeah.
That's good. You know what that means, though? It means Will Levis was not drafted in the first round.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you look at the players. Let's look at the players according to Pro Football Focus, very good, reputable website when it comes to draft information. Will Levis, their 7th overall player, still available. Brian Branch, their 15th overall player, still available. The Alabama safety. Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, still available. Joey Porter, 21st overall player, still available as well. Joey Porter Jr., I should say.
Right. And I think when you look at those 4 guys, those are 4 guys who I expected at least to go in the first round.
Yeah.
I think once you start getting into the next level of guys, those are guys we thought would probably go in the second round. Maybe could sneak into the first round, but as far as guys who are projected, or I expected at least to go in the first round, Levis, Porter Jr., Branch, and Mayer are the guys who I think have the biggest value. Potentially, maybe not going into day 2, depending on what teams have on them, depending on medicals, depending on athletic ability. But it certainly is going to be interesting. The Steelers kick off tomorrow after that trade with the Chicago Bears for Chase Claypool last year. So they will, I'm sure, be fielding a ton of calls as they head into tomorrow and all through the night as well. And we'll see what they choose to do to kick off day 2 tomorrow of the draft.
Yep. Shaggy with a $20 super chat as we wind things down here. We appreciate that very much. Who will be the Buccaneers' first offensive Hall of Famer? It's got to be Mike Evans.
Well,
unless you want to call Tom Brady.
If we want to go on a technicality,
or Rob Gronkowski, right?
Tom Brady. If on a technicality,
right?
Rob Gronkowski will be going in a year before Tom Brady.
That's right.
So it will be Rob Gronkowski, and then it will be Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And then, dare I say, Antonio Brown before Mike Evans?
I don't think he gets in.
He has the numbers.
He's got the numbers, yes, but he's a jackass.
I don't know if he's going to be a first ballot, but I think he goes the T.O. route. I think they make him sit up, but I think you can't. I mean, it's not like he didn't do anything terribly egregious, you know. That I don't listen. There was
you might want to come down off that hill, JC. That's not the hill to stand on.
Right, but I don't think it's there's allegations and stuff like that. I'm digging myself. He's got the numbers. Let me just say that. He's got the numbers. He's a jackass, but he's got the numbers.
I think Mike Evans gets into the Hall of Fame before Antonio Brown does as a wide receiver.
Right. And if you think homegrown talent,
he's the guy. There's no doubt.
But Gronk is the first.
And if he stays healthy, the second guy, if we're talking homegrown guys, the second guy very well might be Tristan Wirfs.
Easily, yeah.
The only thing that is stopping this guy from being a Hall of Famer is health.
His health and sucking at left tackle.
Yeah, but something tells me, if he can jump out of a pool, I think he can play left tackle. He's got all the athletic tools to do that.
And he's already started too. That's the thing that you love about Tristan Wirfs is he's already been training. The Bucs haven't said anything to him. I'm just in case.
Yeah.
You know, so
Mike Evans, Tom Brady, you know. Technically Tom Brady for sure.
Technically Gronk.
It would be the
Gronk
first.
Would be the first.
Yep.
Followed by Brady, followed by Evans, followed by AB at some point.
Yep. Folks, we've had a blast doing this. We had some surprises. I mean, it's kind of fun to be surprised. Yeah.
That whole first top 10 was just full of trades. You know, there was like 8 trades in the top 10. Houston moving up to 3. The whole situation with the Cardinals moving back, and then the Eagles just giving up a 2020.
I know there's people that love the A-Train, Mike Allstott. I do too. I know he's been to a lot of Pro Bowls, but I don't think didn't have the Hall of Fame numbers, unfortunately, Angelina. And I love the A-Train.
Bruce Arians? Dare you say Bruce Arians gets in?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't. I mean, 1 Super Bowl, 2 Coach of the Years. I think he would have had to win a second one. I think if they would have won back-to-back Super Bowls in Tampa, I think he's got.
Though, doesn't he, with Pittsburgh?
Yeah, he does. But they typically look at the head coaching resume and all that. So we'll see, folks. We've had a blast tonight. You Pewter people were fantastic. We appreciate the huge reception. We love the super chats. We love the questions and comments. Please come back tomorrow night. We're going to come up with a new graphic because some of these guys just got picked, including my guy Felix Anudike-Uzama from Kansas State. But there's a couple of guys there they're still in play, including Derek Hall from Auburn now. Keep an eye on him.
And if you want more of Matthew's injury story, you've got to come back tomorrow.
That's right.
Too.
You have to.
How did he said he fought, but what happened? How did he fall? Where did he fall? What happened? We'll figure it out part of the story tomorrow, and then we wrap it up on day 3.
Exactly.
Are my gas money to get back to my family.
That's right. We're giving all the super chat money to Josh Capo so he can drive back to Atlanta and be with his family after spending the draft with us and with you guys. So for Matt Matera and Josh Capo and behind the scenes, Bailey Adams and Adam Slavon and JC Allen, I am Scott Reynolds saying thank you so much for joining us on this edition of the Pewter Report live draft show, energized by Celsius. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2, April 28th at 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on pewterreport.com and streaming live on the Pewter Report TV channel. Make sure you subscribe to that and like our videos. And again, appreciate you, Pewter people, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. Stay tuned to pewterreport.com for the latest analysis on the Kancey pick, as well as previews of what to expect in the 2nd and 3rd round from your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.